into was the consumerization of the enterprise, or the consumerization of various things. People can now reach for their phone, and with one finger in 1 minute, they can transact real estate, they can hail a car, they can book a place to stay. So suddenly now we're putting real estate into the hands of individuals. So top-down change in corporate beliefs, and a bottom-up mobilization of billions of people that can now be procurers or disruptors of real estate.
Well, I think there's 3 reasons why it's been, this disruption is happening right now. First and foremost, it's the people. There's a generation of young brokers and owners that are coming up, and they leverage technology in every aspect of their lives, and they're not going to shed that mentality when they go to work. They want to include that in what they're doing in their day-to-day, and that's impacting the industry from top down and bottom up. 2, I think it's just the consolidation of the real estate industry among institutional owners who rely very heavily on data collection and sophisticated data analysis to make better decisions. And then 3, it's the rise of mobile devices. People are doing everything on the go and having
change. I think it's something where consumers are seeing the proliferation of technology in other verticals and other industries, and haven't really seen it come into commercial real estate as well. So there's starting to be a driven demand in commercial real estate. They're starting to see the efficiencies and the improvements that technology can play. So I think it's a really consumer-driven sort of adoption and change.
Well, I don't know what else there is to say. It's already a long list, and if I could try to come up with 3 things, I'm going to get to something completely random. I would agree. Consolidation across the board. You have consolidation of decision-making on the occupier side globally. You have consolidation of capital around the investor and ownership side, again, globally. And finally, you have consolidation of service providers who are not only now operating locally in one particular vertical part of real estate, but are actually operating globally across many different aspects of the commercial real estate cycle. And so when you combine all of those things, it means that you have the ability to deliver technology solutions all across the spectrum very, very efficiently, whereas before it was a very, very difficult process. Clearly, there's also changing behaviors. And while we talk a lot about millennials, and millennials are on everybody's minds, I think that millennials are more a leading indicator of the way we're all going to behave than a new generation that's doing something different. And so when we look at the millennial behaviors, it's really the behaviors that are going to be adopted by all of us somewhat subconsciously fairly soon. If you had told people 4 or 5 years, many brokers, many real estate folks 4 or 5 years ago that they were going to be carrying around iPads, it would have been like, yeah, that's only for those young kids. Clearly, that's not true, and we've all kind of forgotten that. It's a collective. We just forget. All of a sudden, we're like, yeah, I was always going to do that. That was going to happen, and that's happening now to all of us. And so while mobility is important, without that consolidation of decision-making power and the ability to distribute it, I think a lot of the business models that are represented here wouldn't work. So it is, I agree with Mark, it's good chance, good timing, and making for a very, very interesting time in commercial real estate.
And I'll piggyback on what Mark said and add a personal touch. I think 2010, 2009 was a huge driver in what's going on right now. My business partner and I, Nate, owned a small brokerage company. We kind of looked at each other. We were young enough that we could take a 30, 40-year look out and say, what are we building? Are we building a brokerage company for 30, 40 years out? Or we looked and saw this entire wasteland of technology. There was nothing really getting done. It was not a dynamic market. The opportunity was too big to pass up. So we said, all right, let's figure it out. And we'll be the first to admit we really didn't know what we were doing at first, but I think a lot of brokers didn't know what they were doing. They saw the opportunity, but then they had to transition to technology. It takes a year or 2 to figure that stuff out. Then what am I building? Then I got to build it. Well, that's a 2, 3 year, 4 year cycle. 4 years later, 5 years later, here we are, and every time I turn on Twitter or turn on my phone, I go to Twitter, I see something new and really cool coming out. So I think that's why, and why now.
Okay, how is technology changing the commercial real estate person's professional behaviors?
I think technology today in 2015 has actually redefined who a commercial real estate professional is. I'd contend now that every user of space is now really their own commercial real estate professional. Old model is the company built the buildings or leased them, fitted them out, laid out the space plans and assigned me to a particular desk. So if I worked at IBM or Procter & Gamble or Accenture, I had a place to work. It was designed for me. It was fitted out. There was coffee in the coffee machine. But I take all those responsibilities on now. I actually solve for myself. I'm my own location assessor. I'm my own architect. I choose the space that I want that matches the task and temperament. So, Duke, I know this is a little bit of a reframe on the question, but I think one of the bigger ideas behind it is we are democratizing, we are consumerizing the real estate process, and allowing it to be massively personalized.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of those points. I think overwhelmingly, the biggest impact is a reduced amount of waste time. Brokers, owners are constantly looking to save time and focus their efforts on revenue-generating activities, and that's what technology enables them to do. So I would say, number one, people are becoming more efficient. They can focus on their day-to-day job more so. Two, it's a reliance on real-time data and a lack of lagging indicators to make decisions. It's all about real-time transparency and an increased accountability, which makes the entire process, in my opinion, much more efficient at the end of the day.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the efficiency aspect. I also want to play devil's advocate to that as well and say I think there are brokers and professionals who are getting caught up in all of the technology going on and kind of lost in it, trying to build out all their websites and SEO and lead gen and all try to have every new tech and new tool, and they lose focus on connecting with the leads, connecting with the people, connecting with the opportunities. That it's kind of a diversified group now. You have the people who are using technology efficiently, making their business better, taking it forward, and then you have the people who are just getting lost in it all as well.
I hope that the answer is I've kind of forgotten exactly what the question was, but I hope that the answer is that our professionals are doing things wildly differently and that the spectrum is very large. Because our clients, at least, and I'm sure most of yours here, have very different needs, and there are different solutions and different ways of doing your business depending on what you're looking for. So for some clients, I think it's going to be very much the real estate model is going to change, and it's going to be highly democratized, and they're going to need services that are very much on demand, high frequency, data-driven, easy to use, etc. For others, it's going to be a matter of strategy. Real estate is still amongst the most important financial decisions that businesses make. And hopefully our professionals are directing, and in fact I know that our professionals are directing their clients accordingly, and some of them need long-term strategic advice that is not simply about here's a bunch of data, here's a great website, here's a new cool tool, but is we're going to sit down, really understand your business, harness all the data that's available to it, and then draw on the experience of many transactions and many professionals to really amplify and optimize that decision point.
Excuse me. I think that technology in our industry is creating anxiety. I think it's creating efficiency. Anxiety from the fact that I think, listen, commercial real estate is a technology base that's probably 10, 15 years behind financial technology. 12 years ago when I came to Chicago, I got to walk on the Board of Trade right down the street. If you look out your window, big, booming, tons of stuff going on. 10, 12 years later, it's a ghost town. Is that what's going to happen in commercial real estate? I don't believe it is, but I believe it's creating anxiety. But it's forcing people to be more efficient with what they're doing. Some will adapt, some won't. That's my take.
All right, let's change it up a little bit. I have an opinion that, I don't know why that's happening. Okay, sorry about that. I have an opinion that commercial real estate is dominated in New York City because it's a dominant market. A lot of the money comes out of New York and San Francisco. So explain to me why you think that is or is not, and what positives or negatives do we have here in the Midwest, here in Chicago? And Matt, you go first.
We just recently talked about this as well, but I wholeheartedly agree that the coasts are dominating when it comes to CRE tech, money in CRE tech, and just commercial real estate in general. I I just personally think it's less of a mature market here in the Midwest. There's not as much investment, not as much money, and it's a new ecosystem for startups in general, newer, I guess. Um, and so it's one of those things where as more tech companies are entering the space and talking to the CBREs and JLLs and Avis and Youngs and all the big players here in the Midwest, and seeing the technology from the coasts come in, seeing it adopted in use, and really, I guess, maturing the ecosystem and industry here in the Midwest, I think it's something where we will start to catch up. I don't, kind of similar to what Matt was saying about the lag time in technology in general, I think the Midwest will always, in some way, be echoing what the coasts are doing and following some of their footsteps. But I think there's a lot of opportunity there. I think there are different perspectives and different point of views that people in the Midwest can bring to the commercial real estate space because of just it is a different ecosystem and different mindset from each of the coasts respectively.
So I've lived on I've started companies on the West Coast. I've started companies on the East Coast. And now I'm working for a really big one in the Midwest, if Dallas counts as the Midwest. I think it does. Ish. Midwest-ish. More Midwest than the others. And I think that there's something, I have a theory that may or may not hold true, but is worth at least thinking about, which is that San Francisco and New York, while they're enormously powerful places from which to attract both capital and talent, and are enormous addressable markets, are also outliers compared to most cities. And what you often see is that a lot of companies start in New York or San Francisco, particularly real estate companies, and there is such a concentration of wealth and decision-making power and opportunity that they build their models very, very much based on those markets. But the fact of the matter is that most cities do not look like New York. Most cities do not look like San Francisco, and the workers in those cities do not look like San Francisco. And what will be interesting to see is how some of those companies that are really focused and whose entire perspective is driven by those incredibly dense markets are able to shift and scale to markets that look more like Chicago, which is an incredible urban core and then really, really big and powerful suburbs. It's my personal belief that there is a lot of room actually I think in particularly Chicago and Dallas, two of the greatest real estate cities in our country, to build companies that are scalable and usable by metropolitan areas that do not look like the mega cities, but that look more like a lot of the second-tier cities globally. And so I think it'll be interesting to watch how these business models develop. And certainly as you look around both of those two cities, which I've spent a lot of time in, Chicago and Dallas, there are incubators that are driving activity towards them. There are real estate decision makers who are looking very seriously at them, and there is a wave of activity building in both those areas. So I think it's a very nice perpendicular access to the San Francisco-New York one, and hopefully between the two of them that we'll be able to deliver some really world-beating solutions.
That's interesting. Mark, you have a company based in San Francisco. What do you think?
Well, I think innovation happens where the petri dish is fertile, right? And so I think San Francisco and New York secondarily will continue to produce more startup companies than other markets, and maybe even the rest of the U.S. combined for quite a while. It's not to say that Seattle isn't a vibrant tech market or that Portland's not a vibrant tech market, but the practical reality is that the vast majority of capital funding startups is in San Francisco. The practical reality is that the most efficient place to get that capital is to base yourself there. There are numerous venture capital firms on Sand Hill Road who will not invest in a company that's not based in the Bay Area. And it's not just arrogance. They've statistically come to understand that their odds of success are better if they've got close proximity to those firms. On top of that, you've got a very deep talent pool. So it's just a much more efficient place to catalyze a company. Now, Liquid Space is based in San Francisco, but I actually started it in a little town of 3,000 people in Idaho, right? So the other side of the coin is that innovation can happen anywhere. And the tools of innovation have never been more accessible, and the cost of innovation has never been so low. 15 years ago, my first startup company, it took us $15 million, and two of that going into a data center to kind of get the damn thing off the ground. And now you call up Amazon, and for our first year of Liquid Space, our hosting bill was less than my cell phone bill. on Microsoft Azure. So your point is that access to the tech aspect, the bits and bytes of building innovative companies is global, right? And great innovation is happening everywhere. But San Francisco's not going away, and no one's going to dethrone it as a center point of innovation anytime soon. That's not coming from an arrogant point of view. That's just, I think, the reality.
Okay, I'm still New York biased. How about New York?
Yeah, so VTS is obviously headquartered in New York. We do have a satellite office in San Fran as well. But when you're discussing this, you're saying, CRE tech is dominated by both coasts. You're referring to one thing, where these companies are based and where their employees sit. I think a way more important factor is where the adoption is taking place. And frankly, cities like Chicago, Boston, Dallas, non-major urban cities, they are major urban cities. But
Seriously?
No, sorry. Non-major New York and San Fran cities, I should say, are some of our largest adopters. So I believe maybe your engineers are more likely to sit in San Fran or New York. But in terms of adoption, it doesn't matter where your clients are, and it's going to happen if you have a good product that people want to use.
And Chicago.
I'm going to defend Chicago here. I think the quantity of technology coming out of New York and San Francisco is much higher. The funding coming out of New York and California are much higher. But I would say the quality of the product coming out of places like Chicago is on par with both coasts. I think a lot of that has to do with the Midwestern pragmatism. The capital out here is a lot more choosy than it is on both coasts. You really have to have a solid revenue model. You have to show revenue. On both coasts, I think you're more likely than not to get funded pre-revenue because it's there. Everyone's chasing the next hot thing. In the Midwest, you got to show revenue, and we're a lot more pragmatic.
If I could do a quick footnote,
Go ahead.
Yay Midwest, like my VP of engineering is in Minneapolis and has been there from day one, right? So brilliant product can happen everywhere. The capital is in certain places, or more accessible in certain places.
All right, let's speed some things up here. We're getting a little short. 15 seconds, 15-second answers. Give me one major driver of tech in commercial real estate. Matt, 15 seconds.
One major driver, I would say one of the major drivers is transparency at its core.
Ellie.
Is the current driver?
Yes.
The wide availability of images and the way that that's going to allow us to piece together a more complete picture of a piece of real estate.
Okay, go.
Data-driven decision-making.
Mark?
The fact that the traditional real estate model is so incredibly broken and mismatched with the actual needs of the customer base.
Data.
Okay. Next one. What one tech company in commercial real estate that's going to make the most wave in the industry today other than the one that you have? Mark?
I don't know.
What? That's the wrong answer.
I like you guys all. I want to be friends with all of you.
Matt?
I'm actually really excited to see what VTS is doing.
Okay, go.
I appreciate that. I think the guys at Fundrise, crowdfunding is a pretty exciting
Cool.
frontier.
Ellie, this is a big one.
Mercedes-Benz.
That a boy. Matt?
LCP 360, they're bringing the property to you, and they're building a fantastic infrastructure.
Okay, that was good. Okay, I love this one. 10 years from today, name one thing that'll be the same. One thing that'll be the same. Matt?
Why do you keep choosing me first?
Because
One thing that'll be the same.
10 years from today.
10 years from today, I think the...
Say co-star, I'm going to kick your ass. One thing.
You're killing me on all these. That was the easy answer.
Did I say ass? Sorry.
I would say the one thing that's still the same is the reliance on data.
Mark?
Great space will matter.
Good point.
To appease Ellie, brokers will still be around in 10 years.
I love that shit. Go. Sorry.
You asked me to warn you. People still need to be co-located with people.
Nice.
My answer was brokers control the deal. A sub-note to that is the broker role changes a lot.
Okay. All right. 2 minutes left. One word answer. One word answer. Are we in the middle of a tech bubble and is CRE in the middle of it?
No, absolutely not.
Yes.
No.
No.
Absolutely.
That a boy. Which city in the U.S. gets it the most, and who embraces technology from the government to the CRE companies who operate it? Which city in the U.S. gets it the most?
Chicago.
New York.
I'm throwing Houston a vote.
What?
DC.
San Francisco.
Oh, okay. Next one. The most important app you use for business.
Twitter.
Email.
Gmail.
Gmail.
Ditto.
Okay. Oh, you guys are boring as hell. The most important device you use for business. Don't say your phone. Go.
My phone.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, it's your
Come
phone.
on.
Yep.
Really? Jesus.
My mouth.
Okay, good boy. All right. This is the last one. Name the one thing that will elevate the adoption of commercial real estate technology to the next level. It's fiber, if it's optics or whatever, that is currently not being addressed. The one thing. One thing. What is it? Mark.
Can you come back to me?
Yes. One thing.
Standardized data.
Standardized data. I love that boy. Go, Ellie.
Self-driving cars.
Attaboy. Go.
Adoption.
Okay.
Network effect.
I like that one. Mark.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I think it's awareness and network effect. I mean, I think the solutions are out there, the prototypes, the betas, or the production products are there. That just they're underexposed. But these happenings are the awakening, right? And so I think that's the issue.
Wow. All right. Other than the phone thing, that was pretty good. All right, questions. We got like 5 or 6 minutes. Do we have any questions? You have the CIO of CBRE sitting up here. You have $20, $30 million of VC money sitting here. No questions at all. No questions. Yes, ma'am.
You touched a little bit on how the role of the broker might change with, kind of the boom of all the tech startups in real estate. How do you see that role needing to change or going to change to stay relevant with all the new technology?
She asked, how is the role of the broker going to change with technology? How do you see it changing? Who wants to take that one? Go ahead, Ellie.
Well, I think that it will continue to be highly advisory. You're going to get a part of the business that will move towards more automated, rapid-fire transactions, but there will remain a highly advisory part. And that advisory piece will be focused on integrating not only real estate decisions, but a whole series of other decisions that go along with it, from technology to labor, to location, all of these things will be bundled, and the real estate advisors will become, their role will actually expand as they address a larger number of things and deliver a service through all of them.
I think technology is not nostalgic, and technology is very efficient. So technology has a way of weaving itself into any chinks in the armor, any wrinkles, any inefficiencies. Technology will find its way in and make them more efficient. You see that in automation and in simplification. So I think that the brokerage world should be self-assessing any aspects of what it's doing that smell like something that's not very efficient. So if it takes 6 months for me to lease and fit out and move into a space, that doesn't feel like a level of efficiency that fits the way the world works today. If I have to write custom lease documentation for every transaction and bring lawyers in, that doesn't smell like efficiency. If I have to fax documents back and forth or go visit a space physically to tour it and assess whether I want to buy it, that doesn't smell efficient. So I think in all those areas, there are things that are being addressed with technology to bring more efficiency. And in most of those places today, in the old model, it's brokers that were doing those tasks. And so brokers aren't going away. They're still an incredibly important role, but I think they're going to be complemented massively by technology. And some of the things that they're doing today, they're just not going to do anymore.
Any other questions? Go ahead, sir.
Do you think there will be a dramatic decline in the number of brokers because of technology?
He asked, do you think there will be a dramatic decline in the number of brokers because of technology?
No, but there'll be an increase in better ones.
No, but there will be an increase in better ones? Is that a good answer?
I think there will be a decrease, actually. I think on a 10-year view, I think there will be. I think I was misquoted from a presentation I gave earlier this week, where the quote said, Mark Gilbreth says that all transactions will be done online in 5 years. That's not what I said. What I said was I think the majority will be. So I think that the long tail of real estate transactions, whether it's by the hour, by the day, by the month, by the year, I think all of that can and will go online. And with that, you won't need a broker to carry that deal over the goal line. I think 80% of the square footage might still trade in 20% of the deals, and that will still be complex enough, important enough that brokers will be involved. But I think the long tail goes away.
Go ahead, sir.
So, I think most of our conversation has assumed that real estate is still necessary, right? So if you take driverless cars as an example of something that might change my needs to travel, or you take Oculus Rift and saying, well, do I have to show up in person? What do those things do to the entire system we're talking about?
And that's a hell of a question.
That's a great question. Can you
Did everybody
repeat
hear
that?
it? The question. Did everybody in the back
It's a
hear
great
it?
question.
So the question, if I got it right, was all of this assumes that the basic business model of real estate still moves unchanged. And what do things like driverless cars or the Oculus Rift, the virtual reality environments, what do those do to affect the way that we actually use real estate before we do get there? Did I get that? Great question, and I think a lot. That's my personal belief. So I have a crazy theory. That's sort of my job, is to be the guy with the crazy theories, that what we are witnessing is an epochal change in the way in which people and society uses real estate. We're just beginning to see the beginning of it as we become untethered from the means of production, and we carry that with us. We're about to see a massive efficiency. For those of you who think that I'm sort of joking when I talk about self-driving cars, go and take a look at the keynote speeches at the Consumer Electronics Show this year by Mercedes-Benz, by Audi, and by BMW. It will blow your mind. Those are things that are here now and are going to be widespread very soon. So I think it's going to significantly change the way in which we consume real estate. I also think that real estate will always be necessary, because until we can dissolve ourselves and enter the void, we're going to need it. And I think that there are also, I've worked with a lot of these technologies. There's still nothing that it compares to really being next to somebody, and ambiently, not just the intentional communication, but the unintentional communication that you get walking down the hall. So yes, I think it will need to be there, but I think that underlying all of this is a fundamental change in the way in which we consume real estate, and I think it's one that will reshape our cities, it will reshape our lives, and it will certainly reshape the way that we go to work every day.
Okay, we got time for one more. That was a great question, by the way. One more question? Yes, yes. That one? Say that again.
It's a little loud over there.
Will it change the partners that they try? Will all of the changes that are going on also force them to change the type of partners that they currently have to be able to give their customer the best and most efficient?
Well, all the changes going on
Right.
make them change the partners the way.
Because not everybody's going to be able to live up to the customer's expectation.
Correct.
And what CBRE or some of the other real estate people are doing.
Good question.
When you say they, who are you referring to?
Whoever is part of the real estate transaction, obviously, you might not, I'm not going to use names, but you're not going to use the same general contractor, let's say, that you might have used before, because perhaps they're not up to speed with the technology or the efficiencies and the effectiveness that needs to happen in building this very, prestigious and very forward-thinking, intelligent building.
Well, it's a free market, right? Where we live in a free market society. And so I think that technology is going to be, as I mentioned earlier, out looking for more efficient ways to do things, which means build better spaces, deliver them more rapidly to the market with a business model that's better matched to the end customer. That's all going to happen. I think some of the existing ecosystem of players, from contractors to brokers to designers to building owners, will rise to that challenge, and others won't. They won't move as fast. And so I think natural selection or free market effects are going to, yes, probably going to shuffle the deck for the people that you're working with if you are going to be moving forward with the times. So I think a lot of flux in the next 5 years, I would guess.
Okay, I think we're finished. This is the most attentive and listening audience I think I've ever had. You guys are amazing. This is an amazing venue. We have another panel coming up. Thank you all very much. Let's all network. Thank you all very much. It's been fantastic. Thank you. Thank you to the panelists.
Thanks, Duke.
Hi, everyone. We're about to get started with the second panel, and then we're going to take a short break after this panel. So thanks so much for being here and waiting. All right, Jason. So I'm going to introduce you to our host, Jason, and here we go.
Hello.
Everybody, is the mic on? Mic check.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, is this on? Hi, everybody. Like Alex said, looks like we made it. Graduating for your co-working space, the second session today. I'm Jason Goodrich, founder and CEO of Leasable, marketplace for short-term commercial space. And with me today are Desiree Vargas, Brad Surratt, and Alex. What is your name? Newman. Sorry.
Newman.
VP of
Like Seinfeld.
Newman. Cool. There we go. So I just wanted to introduce you guys really quick because that's the way the pros do it. I'll introduce you and relevance, and then we'll get on to our questions. So on this panel, we're going to talk about the choices and challenges that fledgling companies face when they're leaving their co-working space or incubator, a topic near and dear to my heart, one of the reasons I started Leasable. So it's a lot to tackle in 35 minutes. At the end, we'll have some time for Q&A. So let's meet our contestants, panelists. Alex Newman.
What are we winning?
Free water. All right. Alex Newman, VP of Sales at Pivot Desk, an exhibitor here. They're an office-sharing marketplace. Recently, you drove expansion of Pivot Desk from 3 to 29 markets. And how long of a time was that?
We did it about 9 months.
Nice. Wow, not bad. Thanks for being here. Desiree Vargas, CEO and co-founder of Chicago-based Give Forward, a fundraising platform that's changing the way people care about their loved ones. Since 2008, Give Forward has helped raise, I saw, almost $150 million now for folks. And let's see, you guys have moved 5 times in 7 years? Wow. That's a lot of moving. So, and now they're expanding in their second space to accommodate the rapidly growing team. Thanks for being here when you should be interviewing employees.
That's a nightmare. I cussed twice. That's not good. Yeah, disclaimer, I have really 5 minutes.
Well,
I have about 5 minutes.
Is that what you continue? Is that what you
Yeah, they're trying to do that. I did. I told him. He said it'd be 5 minutes. No, I already did. So I may or may not have to.
Hello, hello. Are we good on mic?
Test, test, test.
Test, test, test.
Hello.
Test, test.
Test.
Check.
Going into the feed, dude.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
The mat's in the middle. Okay.
No mats. There's no mats. Is it saying? Is it doing? I feel like I'm sideways.
Which camera am I looking into?
You guys can look into this middle camera.
Okay. Tell me when you're ready to go. Camera 1, camera 2. Let's call that camera 1. Test 1, test 2, test 1.
Yeah, make sure you guys talk.
Okay.
Like this close?
Is that working, dude?
Yeah. Good.
Do that camera 1 thing again. That was cool.
Camera 1, camera 2, test 1. Are we good?
We're good.
Are we live streaming?
Can I suck my?
Welcome to the welcome. This is the Meet the Disruptors, Innovators Driving Change panel. We have with us from my left to my right, Ellie Feingold, Senior Vice President, Global Innovation, Business Intelligence, CBRE. Welcome. We have with us next to him Alec Lafort, Senior Director of Business Development of VTS. We have the legend himself, Duke Long, owner broker of the Duke Long Agency, and we have with us from California, Mark Gilbreath, the founder and CEO of Liquid Space. So welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's talk about the disruption that you just discussed in commercial real estate on your panel. What were some of the highlights? Ellie, let's start down there with you.
Well, I think that touching on the basic themes was really one of the most exciting things, because while we say it over and over again, and it's still important to note, the consolidation of capital and decision making across the real estate industry, the influx of mobility, and the availability of data is simply changing the way that real estate decisions are made, and it all comes down to I think what Mark Gilbreth said very well, which was the democratization of the decision-making down to the individual. It's something new that we haven't really seen in real estate before, and it's leading us to some very exciting times.
Great segue, Mark. Let's talk more about that.
Yeah, my takeaway is just one of continued enthusiasm. The very fact that an event like this can exist,
Totally
because
agree.
there are 20 plus technology companies that are all acting on a massively needed space. And so I think, I mean, I'm just optimistic, right? We've got great technologies that are looking to improve upon the current systems and processes and bring efficiency. And then we've got technologies that are trying to really blow things up and create the next reality that goes beyond that. And I think there's a lot of room for a lot of winners.
Agreed. Duke, you have an interesting perspective because you have people calling you all the time. A lot of these gentlemen you've already met, some you're meeting for the first time. You know, speaking on Mark's 20 plus technology companies here today, where are we at in this industry and where is it going?
Well, for me, the perspective is that every day it evolves. It continually evolves. I mean, the perspective that I see, even from Ellie's perspective, it continually, listen to me, it's just an amazing part. Am I just freaking out or what?
It's all right.
No. There are so many amazing companies that are expanding. I'm just freaking out.
That's all right.
I can't say anything.
You're awesome, man.
Yeah, we love you, Duke.
I'm
We
on.
love you.
Duke.
Alec,
I'm
let's
gone.
move over to you. You're flying out of here shortly to go celebrate a 1 billion square foot under management in your software. Is that correct?
That is correct. And thank you for the plug. I
Yeah,
love
no,
that.
it's a great. I think it's a great plug, but it's also a good
Fantastic
testament, a good testament to you and what you got your folks and your groups is doing. Talk about it from where you guys came from, and where you got, and how you kind of see being there and yourself and everyone else. All these other companies.
Sure. So as I mentioned when I introduced myself, I've been with Nick, the founder, for 4 years. So before we had even a product, we were still in beta. And then we started as a video marketing platform. We had way larger ambitions and goals for the platform. And since we've expanded to being a full leasing and portfolio management software, we've noticed it's just the tip of the iceberg. Everybody here, everybody on this panel realizes that there's a ton of change, there's a ton of opportunity. And we've done I think in my opinion, a really great job to capitalize on a small portion of that. There's a lot of growth to be done. There's a lot of work to be done. But overall, I think it is a good plug and a good testament to just show how ripe the industry is, that we've had over 1 billion square feet of commercial assets commit themselves to us in a year. I think it just shows what the overall atmosphere of commercial real estate is, and the willingness and how happy people are to start to embrace change is going to, like I said earlier, that network effect and that widespread belief is going to elevate all of us and ultimately make this business much more efficient at the end of the day.
That's great. Mark, I want to turn to you because I've been following what you've been doing for quite a while, especially through social media. I consider you a pioneer of the commercial real estate tech space. So, a lot of these people are following behind you. What does it look like being, from one of the first to be in this commercial real estate tech space, and where you guys have come? You guys are all over the place, and seeing some of these new people come in.
I guess I'm humbled by that characterization. It's nice to not be alone anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine.
Because certainly there's a rising tide phenomena, right? So when we were out there perhaps more pioneering 4 or 5 years ago, and actually the backstory for me is I've been working on this for 8 years. This is the second venture trying to crack the code. VCs didn't have a real estate tech strategy. It wasn't a theme that they invested behind. There was, the winds of change weren't blowing. And so there's a lot more evangelism, a lot more missionary work that you had to do. It gets easier now, right? With every amazing breakthrough, like 1 billion square feet at VTS, like it just legitimizes the space. WeWork announcements legitimizes the space. And so I think that's good for all players. It just gives us the size of the challenge is so large, $12 trillion asset class in America alone, right? There's so much work to be done. We need more resources flowing into it. People, capital, willingness to change.
Ellie, from the CBRE side, it must be amazing from your perspective, being in tech and CBRE, seeing these guys doing their thing. What is it from your perspective? 1 billion square feet, been doing this for 8 years. We're a growing industry. It must be exciting for you. Talk about that.
Well, it's tremendously exciting. And I have a background in real estate technology, having started a couple real estate companies and started a couple real estate technology companies, and been around while we've watched several waves of innovation hit the industry and for the most part bounce off. I think the question for those of us who are trying to look at it from the across the industry perspective is is this going to last? Are the waves this time going to sort of break over the barrier and create meaningful change in the industry? And part of that is simply discerning, trying to figure out what's simply because we're in a hot market on both the real estate and technology side, what of that is what's meaningful and what's actually just simply froth, right? I think that there is actual structural change on the cusp of happening in real estate. I think there's structural change on the cusp of happening in how real estate is transacted and managed and viewed and everything else. But certainly there's also a lot of froth around. And trying to figure those two things out is the challenge that we have as a company. Certainly, I think it's the challenge that everybody's going to have, and it will be interesting to see how things shake out. That said, I'm tremendously excited about what's happening now. The companies sitting here and many others around the country and around the world are bringing immense innovation. And one of the things that I think is often unremarked upon is, because I think it hasn't quite happened yet, is what's going to happen when there is pressure put on this market. And for the first time, possibly, the ability for these companies to begin to link up and create agglomerations of value when instead of just falling apart, it's a huge, huge win, and it could be something very interesting to watch down the road.
Right. Yeah, good point. Duke, you were with us in Boston. I being putting on the show, coming to Chicago, I'm not going to say that I'm surprised at the tech scene, especially the CRE tech scene here, but I'm extremely excited because there's so many companies here that's being represented by tech. What's your impression, coming here and seeing that same thing?
Well, it is building up. Just from Mark 8 years ago, now there's companies that are coming in a year, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. So I think it's fantastic. There's companies now that have been at it 7, 8 years, so it's fantastic.
I agree. Where is this industry going? I get a lot of time to spend with Duke Long. We talk a lot through, he's a great moderator. We really thank him for being a part of it. And we think that this isn't a bubble. We think that this is a new marketplace that's being opened for commercial real estate tech. So let's start here and go along. I mean, is this a bubble, or is this a new marketplace? Is this only going to get bigger?
I'm gonna let me cite some recent data that I just saw. I think it was last week I saw it about Uber, that blew my mind. I knew they were headed here, but they've gotten here. So it was sharing the market sort of revenue data for Uber in San Francisco alone. It's $500 million of revenue in the city of San Francisco. Now, the truly remarkable thing, though, is that the actual taxi industry, which has been around for 60, 80 years, the taxi industry in San Francisco is $140 million.
Wow.
So Uber, and when people were questioning their $17 billion valuation 6 months ago, and now it's $40 billion, people were saying, well, listen, you can't value them more than the taxi industry, because if they got 100% market share, that's what they could be. What they've demonstrated compellingly is that when old, inefficient business models that are tied to an asset class, like cars or real estate, get reorganized, you can actually unlock or create even larger industries when you repackage them. Uber took the familiar car, the black car, the taxi, and they turned it into a new industry that unlocked greater value. So I think, it's bubble in a frothy sense in that all technology is sort of in a dangerous bubbly sort of stage right now, given valuations. But I think that the size of the market that's being unlocked in real estate will be the largest transformation of any. It's going to be bigger than transportation. It's going to be bigger than residential vacation homes that Airbnb is exploding, right? So this is going to be the mother of all.
Wow. Duke,
Well,
thoughts?
Simply, I think maybe even, as he said, maybe there's a new market that's even being created that we don't even know existed. And Ellie kind of talked about that a little bit. There's maybe an entirely new market.
So I think I'm going to agree with Mark, but I want to make sure, which is I agree that there is enormous value to be unlocked, and that the way in which we consume real estate is changing significantly enough that there are fortunes to be made as our society reorganizes around that paradigm. I don't know that. That said, our asset class is a little unique. It's not as flexible even as transportation and/or homes, right? You have very, very significant structural stasis, for lack of a better term, and so I think that we need to be mindful that buildings turn over every 100 years. They don't turn over every 10 years like cars, and so I think that it's good to look at the upside, but we shouldn't assume that the parallels are going to be direct.
Can I do a footnote on that?
Yeah, absolutely, please.
In addition to that, though, I do think that there is a bit of a bubble in the early stage funding of technology companies.
Mark,
and
let's get you.
particularly
Sorry, go
real
ahead.
estate ones.
Yeah, Mark, let's.
Well, in regards to the direct question around, is there a bubble? My answer is no. I think the companies that succeed and have shown that they have success, whether it's the beginning of success or they're further on along, like an Uber, the companies that are succeeding, those that get funding, I believe, do that for a reason. And I think there's much more of a focus on revenue now than there used to be. The tech bubble, it was, basically a complete detachment from reality. I don't think that is even remotely going on right now. Maybe prices are a little inflated, but there's still logic going on when it goes to fundraising, when it goes to partnerships, and when it goes to developing a business. And so if a product fits, you have users, and at the end of the day, you can generate meaningful revenue, it's what's going to win. And I think that's what's different about what's happening now. Like you look at Uber, you said what, $400 million worth of revenue in San Fran, 500 alone.
500 million.
They did, that's a very legitimate business. It's not a concept.
Your footnote.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think I was going to predict that a year from now or 2 years from now, your event might have an opportunity to broaden its context. Because I think right now it's CRE tech, right? And so we're at this new technology and the applications we're building are the front end of trying to unlock value and bring efficiency to this asset class. And Ellie's right on. The building turns over every 100 years, and so it's got its own set of challenges. Here's my prediction. I think there's a whole ecology of sort of brick and mortar service providers. There's a new generation of architect who thinks about rebuilding a building rather than building a new one. Right. There's a new generation of industrial designer or interior designer that thinks about the reharvesting. So there was that question in the audience about partnerships and are they going to change and all. I think just as like in San Francisco, you've got the apps for food delivery. That's only half the equation. Now there's a whole new ecology of people that do that physical delivery. So I think there's a bunch of new opportunities that are coming right in the wake of the technologies that we're all building. Right. That are kind of on the street, in the building, down at the stud level. That has to get transformed as well.
I totally agree. I'm going to add this in. One of the things I was talking with one of the panelists is earlier, a different panel, and I think 3D printing. One of the things we're going to be definitely bringing this into our conference in another city is 3D printing, and I think it's going to unleash a whole new wave of entrepreneurs. Let's talk about from the designers. If I could 3D print your suits, your clothes that you're wearing exactly to what you're wearing, I could design it. I have a whole new customer, but where's my space? It's probably going to be an industrial building that is going to be more of a 10 by 10, and it's going to be like co-working industrial. Oh, so you guys are talking about that.
Southwest last year. There's going to be a big ass pipe flowing into Chicago that's flowing the polymer that can be turned into any building you want it to. That's the new distribution system.
What if you have a part that you need printed? You're not going to have a warehouse for those parts. You're going to have a space for those parts. For a car,
So
you're going to have stuff.
I spent some time up at the MIT Media Lab, which is where some of the most interesting and fascinating research in the world takes place on practical and applied science. And they are already building. They've taken a cherry picker, and they put a big, huge 3D printer on it, and they're now able to 3D print a house in 24 hours.
It's incredible.
And what they're doing is they 3D print a house, then they pour concrete in, let it dry, peel off the things, boom, right? All done. So it is here. It's also going to change the way buildings are built. It's going to change the way that I think it's going to change the supply chain, and it's going to change the expectation. That said, there's still a ways to go. And if I have a 3D printer, or we do at CBRE Labs, CBRE has said we run a team that's called CBRE Labs, which is where we sort of do advanced technology research to try to figure out how this stuff is going to impact our world. We have one. And it's really cool, and I printed some great Star Wars toys on it. But it's loud and it smells, and you need to have very specialized materials, and it's kind of difficult to figure out. And so it is coming, and it is already deeply impacting heavy industry. But it may not be here exactly tomorrow. So I think that we should all temper our expectations of rapid transformation, even though it will be significant.
Right, no, I totally agree. I like to call it, and this will probably be a shameless plug for one of the panels we'll put up, it's called the I-Industrial Revolution. I think that's where we're going to, because it's going to be all about personal printing for what you need on the spot.
There's 4 high-rises being built across from my house. If there is any more dust, I will not be happy.
Right, so this is a great last question. We kind of got into it. What's next for Liquid Space? What's coming up on the horizon? What's next?
Liquid Space today has distinguished itself as the largest marketplace for, we'll call it high-frequency trading, durations of minutes to a day. What's next is longer than a day.
Got it. Okay. Let's go to Alec as the end user, or the
Sure.
company.
So VTS, obviously we have a long list of ambitions ahead of us. I would say initially we've tackled the leasing component of the transaction, and then it goes to the asset management, so managing cash flows and actually enabling property managers, asset managers, owners, and brokers to create an entire ecosystem where they can live and breathe all day long. So it's building out that second half of the puzzle.
Got it. Ellie, we're going to go to you before we close with Duke. You just kind of, I believe, mentioned what you're doing at CBRE and what's next. What's next at big CBRE? What are you looking at? What are you looking at rolling out to people around the world, locally?
I mean, that's a hard question to answer simply because we cover so many different types of service across so many different geographies. One of the things for CBRE is our core focus is that you to build on the advantage of the platform that we have. And part of that means being always knowledgeable about what's on the bleeding edge, but also being cautious enough to ensure that we are being good fiduciaries to our clients and evaluating risk for them appropriately. So while we are embracing technology and we are making significant investments in technology across the board, and we're working with many of the fine companies that are here today in evaluating their products, we're also making sure that we're able to deliver that within the context of the end-to-end high-quality service that we provide for our customers, and has made us the largest and most respected real estate brand in the world. So that was kind of a backing away from the question.
Well, I kind of gave you maybe too broad of a question. So,
but we're right now. Where I sit, I get to play with all the new toys, and right now there are a lot of toys to play with.
Yeah, that must be great. Duke, we're going to end with you again, kind of circling back. You have a great opportunity. You're in a position where you get to speak, and whether you're reaching out to them or probably more than likely they're reaching out to you. Who's next? And we don't have to talk about because they've already arrived, these two on our panel. Which company, you can give a plug, which company do you think is going to be the next one we're going to be talking about?
A company that takes real-time data and turns it into a commodity. That's the next company. And I think they're out there. I think the next company that takes that data and turns it into a commodity and takes it and sells that data. That's the next company.
Fantastic.
I think they're out there.
Well, listen, everybody, because around the world, he knows what he's talking about. So thanks so much. Thank you, gentlemen, for being with us. And we'll see you in the next panel.
Thanks a lot.
Are we good? My medication fucking spiked.
Hey, thank you so much.
Idea.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's great to meet you.
Medication spiked.
Great to see you.
Take a little bit of a risk on these companies that you think are going to grow. And part of my job as their advisor is to tell that story, right? Tell the story that Context Media is going to go from 4 employees to 600 over the next 24 months. That Uber is going to go from a couple people here to a couple hundred, and Groupon a couple thousand.
I wish I had that the insight into the discovery of those spaces. See, I didn't even back in 2009, 2010 when I was looking for space, I didn't know that existed, and you didn't have the channel to learn about it, right? It's just brokers and happenstance.
I've been talking to a lot of big landlords that have presence in multiple cities, nationally, internationally, globally, and the thing that always pops up, the question that always pops up is, how do I deal with the short-term leases? How do I deal with the small growing companies? How do I deal with the kid that's 23 years old and somehow just invented some crazy app that all of a sudden has 1 million users and is going to explode into Uber or Google or Facebook and that type of thing?
Take equity.
Some of them do that, actually. And the question that always pops up is, how do I handle it? I say it all the time. Real estate is static and businesses are dynamic. And when you get these landlords, and some of them are more progressive thinking than others, and then I know landlords that don't even have a website, and they're trying to figure out how to be creative. They're trying to be proactive. I think as a whole, based on my experience, most people in commercial real estate are scared to death of technology. You have brokers like Brad who embrace it and jump on board and 100% get it, and then I see guys that don't even have a smartphone. They still have the old dumb phone. So landlords are actively and proactively trying to figure out what is the creative solutions. They're in their buildings, when they're making investments, they're actually building smaller floor plans to be able to handle this type of customer. I would say as a whole, the traditional lawyers, CPAs, kind of finance firms are shrinking their footprints instead. They're using companies like Liquid Space. They're using on-demand apps so that they can work from home. They can work from a coffee shop. It doesn't really matter. What happens when 15 people need to sit in a room together and collaborate every single day? That's not always the easiest place. And so landlords are actively trying to really figure out how to make that happen.
Well, yeah, and it's about time. Real estate as an industry has been the same for at least 2,000 years, right? And it's just now beginning to change a little bit with the new generation, probably. Do you think that that's driving the change, Brad, that you see? Is it a new generation of folks, or and then you'll?
Do I think that real estate's changing?
Well, no, no.
Do I think
Is it a generational thing?
What's that?
Is it a generational thing? Do you see the young people driving it, or some of the incumbent folks have been around for a while?
There's no question that we all work different today than we did. I mean, CBRE just moved our Chicago headquarters, and we're a big company. We're not a thrifty company that can move as readily, and we just changed our entire culture. We went from a traditional office environment in stodgy old, I would call, investment banking type space to an open work environment where nobody's in an office. We have offices available for people, but you have to reserve them on a first come, first served basis. We have collaborative shared environments. We have what we would call activity-based space. So, I have the option of working in a cafe style space for an afternoon. I can pick up and I can go stand at a desk. I can stand up, and I think the new saying today is that sitting is the new smoking. So I think everyone we see in our office is standing. But yeah, I mean, we're embracing change. I think that we're seeing our clients embrace change. The days of the perimeter private offices, aren't over for law firms, right? But even law firms are thinking really differently today than they were even just 5 years ago.
One of the big things I've noticed about our younger employees, well, everyone's pretty much younger, but everyone's under 35 pretty much, is that they're so willing to move desks, which I think is really interesting. I worked at a foundation before where everyone, where you were sat the first day is pretty much where you lived forever. But they voluntarily switch desks just to get a new perspective in the room and to sit next to new people so they can learn new things. So I think there's kind of this motion that happens in younger workspaces that is really exciting.
The other interesting thing too is we did a study, and the number one thing that we found from our clients that employees sought after was natural light. And I came from the 4th floor facing a garage of 311 South Wacker for 12 years, and we just moved to the top floor at 321 North Clark. And wow, I'm happy. I'm happy when I come to work. It's awesome. There's natural light. There's views. I was way pale. I got it. But it does make a difference, and I get it now just from living it. But it's definitely the number one thing our clients ask for.
Yeah, all of our rooms have natural light except for the executive suite, which is just like the shitty welcoming room because we took it because we didn't know no one else would take it. And so we have happy lights in that room, but yeah, it's for sure.
I think in general, everybody's looking for collaboration, bright light, places that they can have energy. When you walk into an office and half of it's empty, the lights are off, there's nobody sitting in those desks. You see the cube farms. I get called by law firms all the time wanting to rent out their like bullpen cube areas, and I can't give it away. It's just people want the energy. When you're standing up, it's just a lot easier to move around and keep the energy high, collaborate, talk to people, jump up and down. That's why people sit on those little stress balls. It's just something different. When you sit in a chair with the same chair that you guys are sitting in today for 8 to 10 hours, and you're just staring at a screen, that sucks. That really, really sucks. And people just want to change. And whether it's millennials or people our age, it doesn't matter. People want something different, something that's bright, something that's energy, something that the startups bring that energy, and it's kind of spreading throughout every industry right now.
It really seems to mimic co-working space in that the best co-working spaces are the ones you gravitate towards it for the atmosphere. You know, you say, oh, I fit in this place, or it's got the amenities in the location, but really it's like, I want to hang out here.
Yeah, I mean, I think work is, specifically in startups, I mean, I've been doing this for a while. Some of my best friends are in the startup world, people that I work with, and people, specifically the millennials, go to work because of all the different amenities, but because all their friends are doing the exact same thing. When you can go and play beer pong and pool and yoga and work out, and I mean, the Google campus, the Twitter campus in San Francisco, you don't ever have to leave, ever. They have beds, they have nap rooms, they have nap pods, they have food, they have nicer food than most restaurants do. So when you get to that level and you make your office just a place that everybody wants to hang out, it's crazy what happens. The creativity and the energy, and ultimately your business grows really, really, really fast.
Excellent, thanks guys. Let's get on to the standardized portion, and then we'll take some questions from the audience, so get them ready. So this is a section called One Thing and Why. So for the real estate folks, give me a major driver in tech and commercial real estate. What's driving the adoption of it?
Specifically in commercial real estate, I'd say efficiency. Everybody wants to constantly do their job better, faster, without hiccups. Technology's bringing that to every aspect of commercial real estate.
You know, we talk about it a bunch. I'd say, you know, collaboration is a big one, and I think that authenticity is bringing technology together with, you know, physical cultural environment. I think that, you know, you can't recreate culture, right? It's really authentic and unique to each company. I actually just walked the space of a company that will go unnamed yesterday. It was brand new space. It was awesome. It was benching systems, and it was dead in their office. It literally felt no energy. It was depressing, and I'm like, the space itself was physically beautiful. And so one of the things that, you know, that I noticed was that it's so unique to each company. But again, I would say that there was no collaboration. Collaboration is really important, and there was none of that space in there.
You got to plan for that.
You got to plan for that.
Yeah, or else it won't happen. It's just like your culture. So let me get to a question that I made up, which is, what's the killer app that hasn't been invented yet for real estate? Like, what was your dream app? If magic is an option, what would have happened?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would have been something like, you know, Airbnb style visuals for searching for office space. The process of going with a broker to a space and having to like envision what it could be is just a challenge for most people. And so if there was a way to kind of skin what an existing space could look like and see that before you ever walk in, because most people don't have, I think, the ability to put up the colors and stuff that they would want. So.
You're right, they have no imagination. And so
well, no, it's a very hard,
don't.
I mean, that's why there are professionals that do that, right?
Yeah,
so.
And I think there are a few virtual solutions for that coming online or have been online now. So
Okay,
that'll be cool once it gets down to your level. So what's the killer app for you?
You know, I live in the world of lease negotiations and financial analysis and all that good, fun, boring stuff behind the scenes. So I think that if there was an app that could standardize the lease negotiations, because each lease that I read is so unique to that deal, that would be amazing.
Yeah, it's awful, isn't it? Yeah.
I really want an app that responds to my emails for me exactly how I would do it without actually having to type any of them, but that's more of a general one. It's more of a personal thing. I think something along the lines of focusing on collaboration. So many different companies want to partner with each other. I know in commercial real estate technology, the companies that are here, I probably partner with half of them. I know most of them, first name basis, call them whenever I want. Hey, can you introduce me to so-and-so? How can we integrate our technologies together so that we can leverage the platform much easier? So I think some type of a collaboration tool that allows technologies that are solving problems that don't compete with each other, the ability to ultimately work together in a very efficient way.
Okay, great, thanks. So a couple rapid fire, one-word answers. The most important app for you use for business?
Yeah, I mean, everything in the Google Apps system is what I use.
I mean, I use OpenTable. I'm making lunch and breakfast reservations, dinner reservations every day, all day. So that's my most important.
I would say either Reportive or Yesware. If you've not used either one of those, I would highly recommend it.
And Instacart.
Instacart's awesome.
For business and for personal.
Yeah,
So is Drizzly.
So which?
We're just going to keep naming apps.
Go ahead. So this might be pretty easy. What's the most important device you use for business?
I mean, my phone. There are only two options, right?
Yeah.
Phone or iPad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's unanimous mobile.
Mobile.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to open it up to some questions. If you guys have anything you want to ask this panel of experts, of awesome people, please raise your hands. Maybe chime in online too, on the interwebs. Anybody? Oh, there we go.
This question is probably more for Brad. With the onset of sites like Liquid Space, where people are kind of taking their own approach to being the broker, they're seeking out space on their own, they're doing the research on their own. Is that hurting or hindering or advancing what you're doing? And can you just talk on that a little bit?
Everybody. Here, let me swatch here. There's a lot of people trying to disrupt the traditional way of commercial real estate, and the reality of the situation is that each building has its own unique story that's so unique, and there's so many different data points. It's going to be really difficult. It's going to happen. I believe that. I believe that it's going to hurt our business at some point, and I believe that eventually there'll be so much transparency and so much information. But right now, there's so much unknown information. What did the owner pay for the building? What kind of debt do they have in the building? How does that affect the pro forma of the rents they're going to get? What kind of securitization are they going to get? How much tenant improvement allowance did one tenant get that someone didn't? So there's so many unique attributes, not only about the economic side, but also about the qualitative side of a lease. Rights of first offer, expansion options, termination options, et cetera, that are so unique that to standardize it or to provide that transparency is going to take a long time. I do believe it's going to happen, but until that point, you're going to need experts on the ground that are so familiar with each of those nuances and each of those buildings and each of those lease negotiations and those owners that to be your expert and help guide you through that process.
Yeah, you can have all the data you want, but you need somebody to interpret it for your needs.
And just like as a startup founder, I would say that we would never, ever consider making that kind of purchase or transaction without a broker. And an analog for me in learning how important people like you guys are is that when we went out for venture debt recently, there's all these banks that have got all these systems set up for you to get your loan approved. We went out on our own. We got a certain amount. And then we talked to an expert and got through all the mess. And we got 3 times as much money on much better terms. And I think that's what happens when you work with a broker. You get much better terms, you get more visibility, more transparency, and you get the place you want to be in.
The other thing I'll say is that if you're a smaller user, There are guys, Liquid Points, Pivot Desk, Leasables that are bringing that transparency, that information to bear. But it's just really when you start getting a little bit more complex, a little bit larger, when you start having to make decisions that are a little bit longer term. You're raising capital. How's that going to affect my security deposit or the tenant? All those sort of nuances. That's when brokerage becomes a big benefit.
Last word, Alex.
So I think the biggest thing when you talk about disruption or DisruptCRE, we talked about this at the last DisruptCRE. I don't think there's a lot of disruption going on. I think if anything, it's more efficiency. I don't think, based on what Pivot Desk does, I don't think I piss any of the brokers off. If anything, I streamline their business. Sometimes I piss him off just because I don't have anything better to do at that time. I think it's kind of like when you're buying a car, right? There's a lot more transparency that Brad talked about where information comes to light. And when you go to a broker and you've looked on the Pivot Desks or you looked on the liquid spaces or depending on what you're using, I think it ultimately makes the broker perk up and go, okay, this guy knows what he's actually talking about. They've done a little bit more research. They know what they're looking for. Maybe they don't know what they're looking for, but at least they know what they're not looking for. And ultimately, being able to provide information and provide new solutions for the commercial real estate broker to ultimately help you and advise you is the number one thing. I don't think that any kind of disruption is going to come in and just wipe a broker away. They're too important. They know too many things. They know the lay of the land. There's a piece of the brokerage that you cannot put on technology, and that's relationships. And that's why he will never not have a job.
Well said. All right, thank you very much, everybody, and thank you, panelists, for giving us your knowledge. Appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, so go to the bathroom, do what you got to do, and then we'll bring you back in here for Rethink Space.
Yes.
Hey, Max. So I said hello to Carlos on behalf of Barbara. So now I'm just so we're clear.
No, you're covered.
Right. So yeah, we were just trying to figure out where else to. I think we're gonna have an event and
Right.
somebody paint it.
Yeah.
Right.
Idea
Studio
paint.
sessions.
Yeah.
So yeah, studio sessions. We've been doing that in Boston.
Yeah.
So we're relatively small, about 8,000 square foot space. We're right on the ground floor, right downtown. Yeah, maybe it's October. We'll invite artists.
Let's take a couple minutes if you guys don't mind. Just everybody's just kind of going back. Sure. Yeah, no problem. We're on three. We'll wait for you. We'll wait for your cue. Yeah. You feel good? You're all good? You all set? You have a question? You share again?
Test. Everybody good? Everybody feel good? You
I
guys
feel
good?
great.
You look
Oh
great.
yeah.
You guys are probably the best looking panel. Did anybody tell you that?
That's all because of
her.
her.
I'm the only
she's,
girl.
she's elevating our game.
Because of
She
her.
frames
the
you guys,
game.
makes you guys look great.
Are there any other women?
Not on this panel. We're ready? Are we good to go? Hi, welcome everyone. We're back to DisruptCRE in Chicago in the Willis Tower on the 99th floor. We're here with the Looks Like We Made It graduating from your co-working space panel. We're here for overtime. I'm going to introduce, we had our moderator, Jason Goodrich, the founder and CEO of Leasable is to my left. Alex Newman, VP of Sales from Pivot Desk. Welcome.
Hello.
Bradley Surratt. Did I say that right?
You nailed it.
Perfect. Executive Vice President of CBRE, and Desiree Vargas Wrigley, the CEO and co-founder of Give Forward.
That's right.
Welcome, everyone.
Thanks
It's
for
great to
having
be
us.
here.
So let's start. What was the panel about? Co-working space, graduating from it. From my experience, knowing people in the end user space, startups, broker side, it can be a nightmare. Talk about what we were framing in that.
Kind of a no man's land for information and help for these fledgling companies, and we talked about what the solutions were for them, what Desiree went through when she graduated from Incubator. So we wanted to put all the information out there about what their challenges and their choices are.
Sure, perfect. Desiree, that's a great transition into what was your experience
our
when you were
pain?
leaving the co-working space?
So we were part of an incubator that said 10 days later, like, go off, fly, and we had no place to go. So we went back to our old landlord, and he carved out a space for us on a floor that was for sale that was just, a little corner with cubicle walls, and it just wasn't what we needed. I mean, we needed our own space. We needed a conference room. And so we went out looking, and it was just an impossible task. We had very little money to put towards a security deposit. We couldn't do a build-out, so every place we were looking at was just kind of old and beaten up, and and then they wanted these really long leases, and so we kind of felt like there was just no market that was able to accommodate us, and we thought it was kind of a symptom of what was happening in Chicago's startup scene, and I think that's partially true, but I think it's happening all over the country.
Right. I totally agree. I think that's it's a great transition where something that you're addressing. Let's talk about Pivot Desk and what the service that you guys provide and how you would help someone like Desiree out.
Yeah, so we help a lot of companies that graduate from Techstars and co-working and accelerators, incubators. The model is all per person per month, so companies that have unused or excess office space in their office can post it on Pivot Desk on a per person per month basis, and then companies can book that space on a month-to-month basis, typically around 11 to 12 months until they graduate to the next space and get their own traditional lease. And so where Pivot Desk really comes into play with the accelerators is these companies are coming out. They've been in this program for 3 or 4 months. Maybe they raise a little bit of money. They have an Excel spreadsheet with growth plans on it, which normally changes from time to time. And so what we call it is right space for right now. So if you're 10 people, you can book space for 10 people. When you get to 20, then you pay for 20 people, and so on and so forth, till you're ready to get your own lease, usually at that 25, 30-person mark. Then we flip you over to CBRE and Brad, and then he can help you out and his team. And then you kind of become the other side where you have excess space, because typically when a company takes a lease, they have somewhere between 20 to 40% unused right off the bat. And then he's happy, we're happy, and the companies are happy because they're not stuck in some big commitment without the ability to offset those costs.
Right, that's great. And Brad, as a great segue, you're coming from the traditional brokerage side, where Desiree, as she mentioned, I would say from my experience, also knowing something about it, the business model wasn't traditionally built for startups. You guys are looking for longer leases traditionally, and then you have co-working space that came about, and they need a new way to do business, lower leases, things like that. So I've heard, coming to Chicago, you are the broker to turn to for startups. Tell us about that and how you've helped someone like Desiree.
That's it. One-stop
Super
shop.
broker.
Super broker. That's it. Angel investor. Yeah, exactly. Super broker. No, yeah. It really. So I help companies from all sizes, shapes. But the reality is the challenge occurs when it's between, Pivot Desk or Leasable and the broker. That size range of, call it 1 employee to that 20 employees that need their own autonomy for whatever reason, and they want their own autonomy, and they want their own space, and where do they go and find it? And a lot of the brokers in our industry aren't paying attention to the smaller spaces in the market. A lot of them don't a lot of landlords aren't even offering small spaces in the market because they don't want to slice up a building for 1,000 square feet because it's an awkward portion of space. So there's
It's a mindset, right? It's a mindset that they're not used to it.
So there's lots of challenges, when it comes to helping smaller companies find office space. We do love to turn to the leasables and the pivot desks of the world, candidly, because it's a great solution, and the most important part about it is flexibility for our clients.
Right.
And when you're a small startup signing a long-term lease, it's just not only do you not want to do it, it's who am I to say this, but it's irresponsible potentially if you're going to sign a long-term lease, and it's costly.
Well, Jason, I was going to turn to you. There's a business model that can be created that can serve people like Desiree's needs. Let's talk about that business model, what it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to Pivot Desk in that it's between co-working and a long-term lease. And we like to call it space as a service because we're going to get you into your own space, whether it's retail or office, from 1 day to 3 years, depending on what you need. And so as you grow, you don't have to worry about subleasing the space or anything like that.
Right.
You've got your own culture to build in your own space. And when it doesn't work, you either grow up or you grow out, then there's nothing left dragging behind you to drag you down.
Right. And so to clarify, we have co-working spaces where you have people coming in, and then you have things like you want your own space, right? Like an office, and that's what Leasable's for.
Yeah, it is. You can get your own space with a license agreement, or basically it's kind of like co-working, but outside the four walls of co-working.
Right.
So we want to turn the entire world into plug-and-play space.
Right. Brad, how do we get the traditional brokerage world to be more like you and understand that there is a business model like Leasables and Pivot Desk to work with, so they can, more people like Desiree can have a great experience when going out of this in this time?
I mean, I think a lot of brokers are getting on board, right, with the Pivot Desks and Leasables of the world because they know that their clients have a problem and there's no solution except the Leasables and Pivot Desks of the world. It makes a lot of sense. So I think that it's a learning process and it's coming, right?
Yeah. And if you can think of it like a farm system, whether baseball or fish, where we take the little fish that the brokers don't want, or they can't make a big meal out of them, and when they grow up, we feed them back to them.
Right.
I think the biggest thing is looking at it as a partnership. There's not one solution for anyone, and as companies grow, I was saying this in the other panel, real estate is static and businesses are dynamic.
Yep.
And when you go from a co-working space to a Pivot Desk or a Leasable to a traditional space and go up and down and growth and shrink and that type of thing, you really need a team. We have hundreds and hundreds of brokers signed up on Pivot Desk using it every single day and putting their clients in the right solution. If it's not the right spot for them to be, maybe they kick it to Pivot Desk. We get companies every single day saying, hey, I'm looking for my next space. I'm outgrowing this space. I know that I can give it to Brad, and he's going to be able to provide the correct solution, whether their growth plans change in 6 months or change in 6 years.
Right. So those are the kind of brokers that are worth their weight in gold. They're actually advisors to the business, and they'll do what's right for them versus trying to get them in the biggest, longest lease that they can, and that happens.
Right. Absolutely. Desiree, let's turn back to you because you started as a very small shop and then you've grown. So you've been through these phases a few times. When you first went into it, did you have a team that he's describing around you to go through this and navigate it, or were you wishing that there was the Leasables and Pivot Desk around at that point?
Yeah, no, I wish there was Leasable and Pivot Desk around back then. We quickly went from the two of us, to 7 pretty quickly, and outgrew that little cubicle space. And so we had to find a place that we thought we could, grow into over the next 2 years. That was the shortest lease we could find. I tried talking to brokers, but I just felt like we were too small for the ones I was talking to. I didn't know you then.
No, yeah, it's okay. No offense, Dave.
But we literally my husband and I drove the streets between like Roscoe Village and the West Loop looking for signs in commercial spaces for just a small shop.
Wow.
And so we ended up finding, like street level space that everyone loved, and it was fine, but we outgrew it really, really quickly, like in 6 months. And so we ended up having to break that lease and become a landlord ourselves.
What was that like? Because I can imagine you have a million and one things as an entrepreneur to think about to grow your business, and you're having to deal with real estate problems and breaking leases. That must have been a nightmare.
Yeah, it was, and in a way you feel like you were stupid or short-sighted or something, but you have no way of knowing that you're going to have success or not, and so you want to limit your liability, so you sometimes go smaller than you think you might need because you don't want to have all this empty office space. So it was frustrating. It was honestly more time-consuming than raising capital because it was like both sides of the equation felt like they were putting
That's
pressure
a
on
wow.
me. And I guess that also says that we had a pretty easy round that first time. So, but yeah, no, it was really, really hard. And even then, when we moved into our newest space, we were outgrowing it, and we were trying to figure out what to do. And we were looking at really expensive places, thinking we were going to raise a big round. And then when we decided not to raise a big round, we were terrified because we can't take on this kind of lease. And so we're lucky we're in a space that we were able to expand up and down, and it's like all contiguous. But most companies don't have that.
So for a lot of startups that might be watching, or we're being recording this and they're going to be watching, from the first time that you were describing your experience, you were in the car, you're searching for listings, the first time to now, what would you do now differently? You know, maybe even having these services at your fingertips.
Yeah, no, I think I would have gotten a better idea of what my team would want before going out with a broker, because I thought we could just go back to the loop and it wouldn't be a big deal. And so we wasted a lot of time looking at places that were just not going to make the team happy. I would have not done that. And then I also would have looked for places that had smaller spaces that were connecting that you could potentially grow into earlier. And there are those places that exist. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great point. I mean, you know, when we're advising companies, you know, that's the big challenge. Is the first thing we would try to do is understand their business and really try to get you know, an understanding of their employees and transportation and what they like and they don't like, before we actually go and spend time looking at spaces because they need 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 square feet. And you know, that's one of the false starts that a lot of companies make up front. And again, you don't know what you don't know until you go through the process.
We have a lot of companies on Pivot Desk that take probably 50 to 60% more space than they need right away, and then they just pivot desk the unused space, and then they grow into their own space, and then they never have to move for 5 or 7 or 10 years. And I mean, you probably know moving is not the most fun thing in the world. Everybody here knows, but especially moving, productivity goes down, loss of a lot of different things, and so.
We would absolutely do it that way now that you all exist and are, you know, easy to access. But back in the day, it wasn't an option.
I wish we would have existed then. Right?
Me too.
I hear that almost every day. Where were you when?
Exactly. Brad, I want to ask you, or maybe anybody else, but from the landlord side, do you see more landlords, you know, in Chicago especially, do you see more landlords being open to, you know, breaking their traditional model in the way they've been thinking about leasing space?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of landlords that are finally on board with, you know, understanding the startup scene, understanding that they have to be flexible, they have to be creative with the way they structure leases. The traditional days of a 5, 7, or 10-year lease have really not gone away, but you have some entrepreneurial landlords like Sterling Bay or Berkeley Properties. Now even Tishman Spires is on board in Chicago with building out furnished, ready-to-go spec suites. And it's not just that the physical space is there, which is the creative part. It's actually that they're understanding that the lease term and securitization, they're going to have to take some risks. They understand that, and I think that's the biggest part. Before, they weren't willing to even compromise or take those risks, and today they actually will.
Yeah, the big the hurdle for them was risk and cost. What kind of risk am I going to take on my ROI, getting it back on a short-term lease? Are they going to damage it, hold over, that sort of thing? So once you can address that and mitigate the risks, you can't mitigate everything, all the risk and cost out of something. But if you take ready-to-go space or spec suite space and curate or you know, qualify the tenants, the space seekers coming in, then all of a sudden the Tishman Spires of the world say, yeah, we'll do it, just don't make it a headache for us.
Yeah, I mean, to piggyback on what you guys are saying, I talk to landlords every single day, and we have national and international contracts with landlords that want to use Pivot Desk as a perk to their clients, to be able to be creative, to get those clients to be able to take the risk. It could turn into the next Google or Facebook or giant company that triples in size, and they want to be able to take advantage of that. And so you got to be creative. Companies don't want 10-year in the box leases. They want year, 2-year, 3-year leases. This is what I think I'm going to be, but I also want the flexibility to change and shift and be able to adapt if my business does that, due to the fact that landlords want big, huge, long leases, and businesses don't, right? And the fact that I don't know if I'll be around in 6 months or 6 years, that's scary.
Right. Even companies that are now we think of as really big companies like Groupon, when we were first representing them, I mean, they went from 10 employees to thousands in a very short period of time. But all the leases that we signed for them, they were short-term. They were 6-month leases. And it was our job as their advisor to find ready-to-go existing conditioned space, but taking it a step further was being their storyteller, right? And crafting the message to the landlord that this is an opportunity, this is a company that's growing, they're, they're the fastest growing company in the world. Not every company has that story behind them, but it was easier to sell for us, and they bought it. And not a lot of landlords would buy that because they're like, Groupon who, right? And they didn't know them at that time. So, point being is that you have to be flexible, and a lot of landlords are seeing that now.
But those landlords want to go back and say,
Oh my
come on
gosh.
over here, Groupon.
Yeah, because the thought now is that they feel like they could have had a 400,000 square foot headquarter transaction in the event that they would have had them come initially start growing in their building. They would have stayed.
Right. So, I mean, this is a good segue. Do you think that the days of those type leasing and that business model, I don't want to say it's over, but those are coming to more of a close where, even the larger companies are going to kind of recognize, I don't care if I'm large or small, I want more of an option because that's what doing a shorter lease is.
I don't know that it'll come to a close or come to a halt. I think that the leases will get more creative. I think landlords will be open to more options. I think at the end of the day, landlords are making this massive investment into a building. And they want their investment back, and they want a big, huge return on it.
Right.
And I get it, right? I want a 10 or a 20 or 50-year lease because then I don't have to do anything for a while, right? Well, what happens when businesses or the demand or the buyers constantly changing, or you need to be able to adapt to it. And I think landlords want to still be able to have that high ROI, but be able to adapt because then they can continue to get new properties and buy new properties and acquire new spaces and grow into new markets. And how do you do that? You become the favorite landlord.
Right.
Look at
I want
Right.
to
Look at the
say
Tishmans.
follow up. Maybe it's a good thing, right? Because does that
Yeah, I
make
would say-
you, as the end user, if you could, does it make you feel more comfortable if you could lease out a space for 20 years and never think about it again? If you found that space, like, is that okay with you? Are you happy with that?
I don't know.
No, you're allowed to answer.
Yeah,
No,
no,
please.
I don't. We just never know what our business is going to be in 2 years, and so to say that we could find a home and plant ourselves there, and it's not a lifestyle business that I'm growing; it's a scaling tech company.
Right.
So I just can't imagine putting in those kind of roots. But I was going to add that I think there are very entrepreneurial landlords that are out there that once you pitch them on your business and they actually become kind of personally and emotionally invested in your success, especially if you're there for longer than a year, you can build these really strong relationships where the lease terms become a lot more flexible. And we had a personal guarantee that then was removed in our next lease and things like that. That only happened because of the trust that we've built up over the last couple years. So.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I was going to say is it, in addition to just crafting, the message and the personal connection, because all those things are they're very important. To Alex's point, I mean, it really depends on the amount of capital that a landlord spends on the physical space. They have to amortize those costs over a lease, and if it's a big bucket of concessions that they're going to give a tenant, they have a long lease, and there's no way around it. And so, in theory, it would be great if we could have lots of short-term leases out there, but you can't make sense of the numbers by doing that. And
Right.
so,
That makes sense.
I have lots of clients that are kind of at the C and D round of raising their fundraising, and their vision of signing, they can sign longer-term leases because they have the vision, so long as we have flexibility like termination options or rights of first offer or expansion options built into the lease.
Getting creative is what we were saying. Right.
Yeah, that's
Right.
super important. And just one thing historically about lease terms, you've seen it come down from 25 to it just broke 5 years not too long ago. And I think you're going to see it continue to go down on an average. The landlord-tenant is going to become more of a partnership where, a symbiotic relationship. They got to realize that, they're both part of each other's ecosystem.
Right.
And so I think telling the right story to get them introduced to the right people, just like dating, is going to be really important to both parties.
Right, and that's to your point. That's great that CBRE and whatever company is helping the business tell that story, and that's going to be you guys as well. Yeah. Last question. This has been great. We'll run down the list, and somebody might say someone else's, but just expand on it. You have 3 important pieces of information to give to someone graduating from their co-working space. Go. If you want to give one, you can do one. But however you want to do.
Yeah. Don't think too much about it. Don't go over budget. Don't get crazy cool tech space. That's really it. Just don't go over your budget.
Let's say focus on culture, focus on collaboration, and focus on energy. If you put those 3 things together, location is great, but what the inside of the office looks like, if everyone's happy and can work together, that's the most important. You want to build a culture. You want to get to the fact that you're blowing through leases in 6, 12, 18 months. That's a good problem to have. It's when you sign a big lease and you got to go the other way.
Right.
That's the bad part.
Very true.
Yeah, coming from a broker that represents companies, I mean, you don't hear too many of us say, "Don't go long on real estate." Don't go long on real estate. You know, so you don't. I mean, be nimble, be flexible, focus on your business, grow your business, and when you get your real estate legs again and you outgrow and bust at the seams, we call that a high-class problem. You know, then you'll come see me.
I would say make friends with startups that are a little bit ahead of you, because if they're gonna grow, you can take over their space, and if you are friends truly, then you probably have a similar culture. So the environment will, the desired environment will be similar. And I would also say that walking into a big open room with white walls is like good enough for pretty much every startup, and that you can make any space your own, just with some paint and some like art that you find collectively online. And if you come to our office, it's very eclectic and not sexy at all, but it absolutely reflects our style and the people there. So I think you can do a lot on a little budget.
That's great. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
This has been, looks like we made it, graduating from your co-working space. So thank you, and see you soon.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
How do you allow the users of the space to realize that the place is hackable, that it's okay, that they have license to own it and to change it over time? And we always say that those projects, the design starts the day the client moves in. And what we've done is we've given them the moment for them to sort of engage into a long life of creativity that they will use.
What do you guys think about that? That seems pretty relevant to some of the products we have here, Star Trek and Idea Paint, and certainly 1871 deals with a lot of these issues as well. What do you think about this idea of, hackability, or just conveying some sort of sense that an office belongs to the workers, and how they use it should be up to them?
I think it's critical. We spend more time in our office than anywhere else. And you want it to be a place that people want to come to every day, right? They look forward to coming in, not only for the work they're doing and where they're driving the business to, but also just the physical space. And I think part of it is having the ability to change it if it doesn't work. We're actually going through that right now. We're starting to bust out at the seams in our space, and a couple members of the team suggested a different way for us to configure the customer experience and sales teams. And it made a ton of sense. And so we gave them the opportunity to do it, and that's what they're doing. And, will it be a runaway success? I don't know, but there's a higher chance it's going to be a success because it came from 20 people versus, John saying we're going to do X. So.
Christine, how about with Space Track, which I realized I accidentally referred to as Star Trek. I don't know if anyone caught that, but Space Track.
Space Track, well, as space is actually, I think it's getting simpler. We're designing simpler environments, but there still is a requirement to understand what the space needs and to make sure that you're addressing the people that are going to occupy that space, and that you're able to make sure that they are supported with the things that they need. So what Space Track does is it's that repository, that ability to gather all the information pre-design. So it's prior to the design, so that we are designing what we really need and making sure that it fits, and making sure that the price is right, so that long term it's going to work for an organization.
Okay, I'd like to ask some questions on this one thing and why segment we've been doing throughout the day, where you sort of do quick answers here and give sort of one answer, and we'll go down the line, or just we'll get everyone a chance to answer at least. So one reason why this new thinking of going from the idea to the built space and then even beyond, as we mentioned, where you design after the design is done, why that idea is here to stay and why that's not going to be looked back on in 20 years as a fad sort of design idea or fad product design idea.
I think it's because that's not an idea that is actually coming out of this industry. That is what's happening in the world, and what this industry is doing is actually catching up to that. Everything else in the world is about that. So it's time that what we do reflects that.
I would agree. I think it's what's expected.
I just think that it's human nature to want to sort of personalize and adapt your space and the space around you to something that suits you, and so this is an extension of that.
There you go, unanimous. 10 years from today, name one thing that will be the same in office space design, something you're confident is going to stick around.
Trash cans.
I think the need to be there is still going to be there. A lot of people have sort of kind of predicted that people will eventually are not going to need offices. I think we're always going to need the idea of a place that you go to work and be with people that belong to the same organization you belong to.
Right, telecommuting, virtual reality, it's not going to just subsume everything. We're always going to need a physical interaction.
I think comfort, people want to be comfortable, as well as flexible. They want to be able to change the environment as times change.
I think it's understanding needs. One size won't fit all. Doesn't today, won't tomorrow.
All right, we just got maybe 1 or 2 minutes left, and I'm told there'll be a little more time later in the day to get some Q&A in one of the later sessions. But I want to give each of you a chance, just maybe 30 seconds, sum up maybe something that was interesting about this conversation, something you learned, something that the audience should take away.
I'll just add one thing, which is one of the most interesting things I heard in a recent conversation was the need to provide in almost every office space some comfort furniture, which is about making it sort of welcoming, whether it's a couch or whether it's a couple of chairs. And I think that's right. I think people want to just have a place that they feel is a different space, but it's within the whole experience. And we're trying to look at that, not in terms of beanbag chairs, but in terms of areas that are really comfortable spaces.
I think the one thing to me that's very important is that what we're doing is no longer creating objects, right? What we're doing is we're creating experiences. We need to realize that it is more about understanding what makes something desirable for people, and how you build them so they participate and they are the design, not the container or the envelope.
I'd say you made a great comment, and I think it's a critical one, is that the design begins when the customer, you said the client moved in, when the company moves in. Yes, you're going to design a space. Yes, you're going to take time with it. Yes, you're going to think it's terrific. And yes, it's going to be a little right and a little wrong. When you get in there, nothing is static, and your space won't be static. So allow yourself the flexibility to change it to meet the needs of your company.
We emphasize the whole collaboration piece of it, but 85% of what most people do in a day is really more processing knowledge, whether they're researching or they're analyzing or what have you. They're really focused on knowledge. So even the most heavily interactive teams spend a lot of time emailing and that kind of thing. That really does require that quiet, concentrative environment. And a lot of organizations, a lot of folks choose, they may use it as an excuse to stay home and to work, but for commuting reasons or whatever. But I think a lot of it is based on the fact that their environment isn't necessarily servicing them with the spaces that they need to really process that knowledge that they are dealing with most of the day.
All right, thank you very much all for listening, and thanks to the panel, and enjoy the rest of the day.
for Property Management. Come on in, everyone. I'd like to introduce you to our moderator, Brandon Weber, founder and CEO of Hightower, and when Brandon's all set with his panelists, he will introduce them, and thank you so much. Technology, productivity assets for property management.
We're in good shape. Can you guys hear me okay in the back? Give me a wave. I see someone back there. There we go. Thank you. How are you guys doing? Comfortable? A high chair? I like it. Folks in the back, feel free to sit up. We got in the front row. We got some really good seats. Looks like some folks are coming back. Cool. Awesome. Why don't we get started? So just to elaborate on Stephen's kind introduction, I want to thank Stephen and the team for putting on a great conference. My name is Brandon Weber, CEO and co-founder of a company called Hightower. And Hightower is a technology company based in Manhattan, although we have offices on the West Coast in LA. And we've built a cloud and mobile-based leasing, asset management, and analytics platform. Our clients are large institutional owners and commercial brokerage firms who manage their commercial leasing and marketing business more efficiently on our platform. So that's what we do, and I'd like to let the panelists introduce themselves as well. I feel very fortunate to have folks from really great companies, both from here in Chicago, but they're global brands. So Rachel, why don't you start?
Hey, I'm Rachel Mitz. I'm from Equity Office Properties, and I work in the corporate finance department.
I'm Melissa Rubenstein. I'm with Jones Lang LaSalle, and I handle agency leasing in downtown Chicago.
I'm Christian Doman, and with Glenstar Properties, we're a local owner, developer, redeveloper, and like Melissa, I handle the agency leasing for our assets in downtown Chicago.
Fantastic. So
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Overtime, sponsored by NAR and NAR Second Century Ventures. Sorry. We are here with the Inside the Box Rethinking Space panel. To my left, we have Carlos Martinez, Principal and Global Design Director of Gensler. We have Howard Tolman, CEO of 1871. We have John Stevens, President of Idea Paint, and Christine Hollern, CEO of Space Track. Welcome, everyone. Thanks so much for being with us. So we were just talking about Inside the Box Rethinking Space. Tell us about the panel. What were some of the major points that were discussed? We're talking about design. Let's start with Carlos.
Yeah, it was a great conversation. I think there was a lot of alignment in terms of how we all sort of kind of see the future of workplace and the future of spaces for people to work in. I think some of the highlights were that there's no one single solution anymore. That part of creating a successful work environment is realizing that there are many differences that have to be accommodated and not everybody's doing the same thing. And also this idea that you have to let things evolve on their own, like not being sort of too limiting into what the space needs to become over time.
Right, absolutely. Makes sense.
Yeah, and I thought Carlos made a good point about these being platforms and starting points for the community to really create what works best for them and to sort of redesign and reinvigorate the space over time, too. That's certainly something we're engaged in at 1871, trying to determine what's worked successfully and what do we have to do to keep raising the bar, because you don't want your space not to keep pace and be competitive with the other spaces out there. We don't really regard the other spaces as comparable to what's going on, but that doesn't relieve us of the obligation to keep expanding and building the resources that are available to our members.
Right. And to that point, your organization is going to fundamentally evolve, right? It's going to evolve with the different people you bring in, depending upon levels, depending upon age, depending upon experiences, and depending upon business model. And so fundamentally, to be able to maintain flexibility in your space and allow for it is going to allow you to maximize that space over time.
You can't really do a one-size-fits-all when it comes to space. So it's important that the organization understands the business strategies and where they're trying to get as an organization, and their space should reflect that and create environments that their people can feel comfortable as they're working and will have a place to go for how they feel throughout the day and not just, same old place, same old time.
So I want to ask a question, Carlos. Let's start with you. Would you say that design has something to do with a company's, let's say, their fingerprints, their employees? What makes up that company? The design, does that bring out the productivity? Does an owner or somebody that's looking at redesigning their space for their company, is it that important?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very important to acknowledge that all companies have their own DNA. They all have their own fingerprint, and you can't ignore that and not start from there, because if you do, what you're going to do is you're going to be creating the wrong solution. So by understanding really what makes that company unique, what is the mix of things, what motivates people, what is sort of their level of passion that they have for what they do, and all those dynamics that come out of the collective of an organization. And then what you do is you create the right context for that. That's when you create a great success. So design is not going to create that fingerprint. Right. Design is not going to create the DNA. That would be unbelievably presumptuous to sort of think that design can do that. I wish design would do that, right? But I think it's more the other way around. It's really sort of like as a designer, looking at the problem from an anthropological lens and then sort of creating that solution that is tailor-made for the company.
Right. And John, you have a fantastic technology product called Idea Paint, which is something that an architect would put into that space that would help bring out the collaboration. Can we talk more about that and how important are products like yours within a design space?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're very important, assuming they fit the design and the needs of the organization. Obviously, I'm biased, right? that our product can work anywhere, but ultimately, what are all the different variables that can be used by an organization and their design partner to bring out the wanted or the desired outcome of the space? Because ultimately, space is more than just getting your organization to its end result. It's drives your employment brand. It drives the energy in your organization. I mean, it does a lot of things in addition to just look nice, right? Right. That's probably the last thing, the least important thing, although an important thing. And I think any tool that can be utilized, whether it's walls to drive flow, layout of furniture being mobile or stationary, or idea paint, all need to be considered in the design.
And Howard, talk about the process when you're building 1871. You have to be considering a lot of these things: the design, the products that go into it. Because you have a lot of different diversity coming through your space.
Yeah, I think that I wish we had sort of a single culture. I mean, that would be wonderful, because I think that the design needs to build off of the culture, and I think people need a good place to go to work, but they need a great reason to go to work. And so one of the amazing things is to try to figure out with 325 different companies, soon to be 400 in every conceivable industry, how do you build something that is common to that kind of a diverse population that works for a huge percentage of them and still is not prescriptive, as Carlos says, and is supportive of what they want to do? And I think the answer to that is you build something that's completely fluid, and we're constantly engaged in trying to iterate and change. And I think that's just a necessary prescription these days for any kind of space. It's going to have to be a fluid and flexible space.
Right, absolutely. And I think we've seen data has been a big role in working with people, whether it be the architect or the end user. How much space do you need, right? So data has become a big part of this decision on what to lay out and how to lay it out. Can we talk about that?
Exactly. It's not that you do have a one-size-fits-all. You really do have to understand how the space should function to support those that are going to work in it. So really upfront planning and spending that time to research and to interact with the stakeholders that are actually going to occupy the space, so that you are designing something that's going to long-term work for the organization.
One of the interesting things is we have new companies come in and new partners, and we build new incubator spaces and things. I'm continually astonished at how people have no idea of how little space they need, because so many of these new environments are built with collaborative space, with conference rooms that are shared and programmable, with cafes and all this. So really, if they thought about, especially if they thought about the economics of how expensive space is, we often have, the first conversation we have is that you think you need 7,500 and you need 2,500 square feet.
Right.
And it's interesting, and if anything, that's an ongoing discussion, and it's the last remnant of people thinking that size is associated with status and size is associated with importance. The truth is that the people we respect the most are the most virtual of our tenants.
Right. And I think to your point too, people get caught up in, the last panel we were in, it was graduating from your co-working space and what can happen in the pitfalls. And I think to your point is that can sink a company. That can sink a company getting space that they don't ever going to use.
Well, and that's why we've extended the life of the people at 1871 with these alumni offices, and basically said it would be stupid to leave. First, you disconnect yourself from the community. Second of all, you basically discover that you take your eye off the ball. You're not building your business. You're worrying about what color should the couch be, how much of a security deposit do I need, how can I sign a 5-year lease, which I really don't know what's going to happen in the next 18 months for my company.
Exactly.
All of those things, the market has not, the CRE market has not really kept up with the need, and so 1871 is a really essential buffer to let those companies grow to a higher level of viability before they exit than probably was the case as little as 18 months ago.
Right. Interesting. I wanted to ask, we were, again, talking about co-working space. Carlos, you're designing a lot of spaces for a lot of companies. John, you put your product in a lot of these, newer spaces, co-working space. What's too far? Where are we going too far? What's next? Is it, are we designing, co-working space? Are we seeing more companies moving more that way, or are we going to go to a different design, or where are we going?
One of the things that I tell a lot of my clients, especially a lot of my corporate clients, companies that have a very defined brand and a very sort of a stable or consistent group of people, one of the things I tell them is that the biggest changes that are coming into the workplace today is actually what's being piloted in co-working environments. And that's not to say that their companies are going to become co-working spaces, but the co-working is sort of rethinking, or actually, maybe to this point of realizing what's important and what's not important. And we're starting to implement the lessons from co-working spaces into these sort of corporate environments with great success.
Interesting.
I think there's no going too far. I think this idea, especially now, workplace has sort of become more evolutionary, and that will continue to be. We are always going to see a shift, the same way that we see that in all kinds of things. We see it in technology, we see it in culture, we see it in sort of art. These things are evolving sort of elements of our society, and I think we'll continue to see that there's no one perfect state of workplace. It's actually a continuing shift. Europe is teaching us some amazing lessons about, I'm working with a client that we're doing their headquarters in the US and their headquarters in the UK. And same company, same needs, same job function. The UK is living with half of what the US is living.
Wow.
And they are both, very successful. So again, this is just the natural evolution and how we as people become more comfortable with that.
Right.
We had some interesting issues around natural light, and this was another sort of thing. The Mart has tremendously deep floors, and so we had to tell people that their walls were going to be a lot more glass. Conference rooms, for example, were going to be a lot more see-through, and the reason was to keep that light migrating deeper into the space. And I think that was an adjustment. Now I think they're perfectly happy. They're happy to have the natural light. They're happy to have that openness. But each time we look at these spaces, and we built a lot of the latest version of 1871 with movable walls, because we think it will continue to change. And as companies grow, we'll need to accommodate their requirements in different respects.
Is this becoming like fashion and design, where there is no solution? Like, it's always going, it's always changing.
Well, I think you heard that one size will never fit all, and I think that's the most consistent learning.
Interesting.
Yeah, and we actually, there's a real term that is used. It's called hackable spaces.
Spaces.
How do you design for hackable spaces? The ability not only to change them the same way that there's been that kind of flexibility, but the acknowledgement that it needs to change organically, and it needs to change by not necessarily rules as much as sort of kind of evolutions of what people feel is the right thing to do.
Right.
And giving license to the users to realize that we expect them to also come up with some of the great answers as to what the space could be. So engaging that as a sort of a symbiotic process of you know, the users as well as sort of the people that are responsible for the real estate.
Got it. You two down here?
Yeah, I mean, I think a critical piece here, you've heard it pretty unanimously, is one size doesn't fit all, but ultimately, I don't think you can ever go too far. Because if you're not pushing that, how are you going to find out what works better and what works better? And what might work great in space A, when we push the boundaries there, may not fit space B because there's a completely different need. But I don't think you can ever go too far,
right?
For sure.
Yes.
And
Yeah, we're good. Individualization. I mean, people want to create the environment that they want to work in. It's just like, you know, they want to have their phone ring and their screensaver. Everybody wants to individualize their space in some way, no matter how big it is. So that and well-being, I think, just making sure that you're in an environment that you feel comfortable and that you feel healthy and good going forward. Lighting, all that plays into.
How is technology changing the design? You know, even from the architectural side, or, you know, John, we call your product a tech product. How is technology changing the way people are thinking about it? You know, using technology, 3D to render the spaces.
I think you know, obviously all that stuff is very real. Technology is sort of helping us to either work faster, more connected, better collaboration when you're dealing with distance, you know, people not collocated, and so on. But I actually think that some of the more interesting dimensions of what technology might help us see in the future is what technology has done. Let me use an example. What technology has done for the hospitality industry, right? Who would have guessed that the whole notion of travel and lodging will change as dramatically as it has with the, you know, after Airbnb.
Right.
And that is an effect of technology. And nobody will actually sort of say that the experience is about technology. Technology is just an enabler. So to me, I think what we're going to see is that technology is going to open dimensions of how we think about workplace. They're going to create completely new models that will be enhancements or extensions of where workplace is today.
Right.
The ability to access data, the iCloud, has just been remarkable as far as being able to access files and to share files is huge in the workplace. I mean, you don't have to be connected to a file cabinet. You can work in a cafe and get to anything you really need to.
Right.
Yeah. And I was just going to say, I think this idea that we can use the technology to drive the way we operate and change is really significant. I just feel like, for example, a couple of years ago, when maybe it was 10 or 15 years ago now, we take ATMs for granted. I think a huge wave is going to be self-service. I think in environments, we're going to do a lot more. We're going to bring our own technology. I think you'll see a lot of sort of independence in terms of that, and that's all a product of the fact that it's faster, it's easier, and it's more reliable if we do these things ourselves, as long as the technology is accessible. So I don't think we're going to see huge IT staffs. I don't think we're going to see a lot of embedded power, a lot of these interesting issues now that are emerging. I think portability, mobility, and connectivity are going to be really the drivers of the next decade.
Right, very important.
And I would say the shareability of information becomes, even in its most basic form, I guess the most basic form now would be Twitter, right? But, you know, being able to share, look what I just saw. You know what? Steve, you need to look at this because this is exactly what you were talking to me about. You know, less than 10 years ago, that was almost impossible. I would have had to physically bring you somewhere. And now it's instantaneous because it's the way we communicate. It's no longer a learned behavior. And I think that even those most basic things have huge positive implications.
Right.
I will say, though, that the one thing important to acknowledge is that people can actually put up with a lot of things in workplace that they might not have, that might not be ideal, maybe not enough natural light, maybe not enough ergonomics, maybe enough flexibility. The one thing people will not put up with is technology, the lack of technology. Technology is the non-negotiable. If you get technology right, almost everything else will actually work somehow If you get technology wrong, nothing is going to work.
Right. Interesting.
No, and you know, when you think about ultimately how do you drive an engaged workforce, you look at something like the Gallup 12 questions, right? And one of them is, do you have the tools you need to do your job? And that's exactly what it's getting to. Wi-Fi goes down in my office, it's chaos, right? Or if it's slow, yeah, even worse, right? It works, but it's slow, right? So yeah, those basics, critical.
Absolutely. Okay. Last question. If what do you see in 10 years? I know we've talked even in this conversation about the future, and it's not too much. You know, we've highlighted. But where do you see what people are going to be doing in 10 years? You know, for example, I give this might be interesting, especially to you. Something called the maglev technology. It's an elevator where we're now going left to right instead of going up to down. So when you're designing and building a building or a space, you have to start with your shell with a tube in the middle. But now that goes out the window. So what does that mean? You know, in 10 years are we going to see completely different designs than we see now?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that we're going to see a lot of very. We're going to see in the next 10 years, we're going to see a lot more than we've seen in the last probably 50 years, maybe even more. The one thing I will say is that I'm a big believer that what we're going to continue to see in 10 years is the very real need that people have to really go to a place and work with other people together. So it doesn't matter, exactly. Right. Still, everything else might change, but this sort of notion of having a place, whatever that might be and whatever you might do there, that is going to be very real. That's never going to go away, at least not in the next 10 years.
Yeah, I agree with that, but what I was going to say is, first of all, I think we'll see much more wiki work, which is distributed work, people working everywhere. And I'm not sure that we'll physically go. I think we'll have improved video that will make it as if we're there. And so we'll need to assemble and we'll need to have group think and various things like that. But I'm not sure about the physicality. I mean, because one of the things we're seeing is this mashing together of where do you work, where do you live, where do you exercise, where do you learn? And those places are so tightly bound now, and increasingly so, that I think it'll be interesting to see whether people have to go to a single space or whether they can share really effectively all the information they need to share without it. I agree. I mean, everybody wants a desk, everybody wants a place, but you know, it's interesting to look back, and you would know this, Carlos, as well. I don't know if hoteling ever worked. I really don't know whether people always thought that they were sort of hermits or whether they were sort of homeless, but those kinds of changes come and go as waves, and ultimately I think people want a place, but I'm not sure it has to be a physical place always.
Yeah, I'm kind of siding on the physical space part. I just think at the end of the day, do I think there'll be a decrease in the amount of people that will be in the physical space 5 days a week? Absolutely. Do I think that's going to disappear? No, and a key driver is just the importance of what we're doing right now, looking someone in the eye, having a discussion, having real-time builds on whatever we're working on. And the reality is we're social beings, right? There's the need for being able to be shoulder to shoulder or face to face, and that will never go away.
Yeah, I would agree, because the face-to-face is where you build trust, and you need trust in an organization to really do business. So,
and it might be, sort of following what Howard was saying, I think maybe what I mean by that is that we might actually go to the physical thing, not to work traditionally, not to have my desk, but it's the presence of something that in a way marks a place. And maybe the future is that's where you go to socialize. That's where you go and to actually interact at that level that is organic and not prescriptive, that is actually the free-flowing thing. Sort of why we love that third place. So.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Thank you guys so much.
They may spend less time there, but they're going to go there.
Yeah, for sure they will spend less time there.
Exactly. Well, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. This has been Inside the Box, Rethinking Space in Overtime.
Floored 3D, which is a technology you guys have to look at because they do exactly what you just said using the Oculus. Floored 3D will very soon be integrated directly into Hightower. So you'll have 3D tour experiences from your Hightower mobile app that are powered by Floored's technology. There's 3 or 4 other technologies that our clients are really excited about. And frankly, it's coming from the client. So our institutional owners who are using other technologies are going, dear God, like, why don't these integrate? Why don't these cooperate? And then we go and talk to the CEOs and we make it happen. I think that is going to be one of the accelerators for our industry over the next 3 or 4 years. So just a couple more questions, then we'll open it up if there are any follow-ups. What's one thing that you think technology is never going to change about our business? And maybe, Melissa, I'll let you start. That it's really not going to impact it.
Relationships.
Relationships. Okay.
Yeah, that's the biggie.
Yeah. Great.
I agree with Melissa as well. I think you're always going to have your dinner conversations and your handshake deals that happen regardless of what technology is out there.
Yeah. Christian, thoughts?
I hope that's true. For sure, obviously having to see the space and touch it and feel it and experience it. Even if it was a holodeck, that's all it would be. Like, you still need to come see it. You still want to have a presentation of it. You still want to understand who your owner is, who's going to be taking care of you and your issues.
Yep.
I don't think that part of it's ever going away.
Do you guys, from the landlord side, how much of a factor is technology now playing in how you choose your partners? And partners meaning brokers, partners meaning JV, like their ability to kind of get on the platforms that you're essentially using or adopting. Maybe Rachel, I'll start with you. Thinking about it through the EOP lens, you guys have a huge footprint.
I mean, as we're moving towards leasing platforms, we haven't really integrated any other than just pilots, but our relationships have already started, so we are forcing it upon them.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily something that they've come in already using. So from our perspective, we want them to use it. We encourage them to use it, and hopefully it will be the industry standard someday.
Interesting. Cool. Christian, how about you?
Not so much yet. Our business model is a little bit different. We're kind of local. We have multiple different partners. I think their needs we don't drive the bus on it quite as much.
Got it. Yeah. Melissa, I'd love to your perspective, what you're hearing from landlords as you talk to them.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on who the client is and what they're looking for and, what's important to them. Some want ProCalc runs, some don't care.
A lot have proprietary.
Right, exactly. Some have proprietary. Yeah, you really, as a leasing agent, have to be completely flexible and open and just learn what is most important to your client.
So this is kind of a rapid fire question. If you could use technology and big data to do one thing, what would it be?
Streamline the deal.
Streamline the deal. Go ahead, Melissa.
I agree. Ditto. Really,
Ditto.
I mean, really streamline the deal. Make it easy.
Okay. Rachel?
This isn't rocket science.
Obviously make the deal easier because that benefits us in the long run as well too, but also just to have the data there to be able to pull it at any point in time and make sure that it's accurate. It goes back to garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
So as long as what our brokers are putting in and what our team's putting in, it's definitely something that we can just click a button and have the info we need.
Got it, yeah. And I hear the theme of just, this is such a multi-party business where we have, like you said, so many hands in the pot, so many people, quote unquote, adding value. The notion of these platforms having to be just built-in collaborative, right? Data is coming from all sorts of people. Seems like a core theme. So I'm going to open it up. Does anyone have any questions from the audience that they'd like to ask? Sir, go ahead.
You keep saying 5 years, I don't see disruption. Let's go 5 years in the future. What is that disruption?
The disruption I don't see is when I look at the deal process, okay, that starts with the first tour, and then it goes to a short list and an RFP and these 40-page documents we respond to and our 30-page response and the back and the forth and then the attorneys. All that minutia has not changed. I don't see anything out there that's gonna change that. 10 years from now, I do, not 5. The holodeck sounds like it might be closer than I think, because that's the other one. So maybe that is there in 5 years. But really streamlining the deal process, I don't see it happening in 5 years. It's very complicated, and a lot of things need to be standardized to make that happen.
Good question. Anyone else? Sir? So the question is, we talk a lot about being able to pull the data in real time, and what is the insight that we're looking to pull from that data? So what are the insights, the KPIs?
Well, typically what we're looking for is industry trend. Who's touring our space? How quickly from a tour do we sign the deal? What brokers are closing quicker? What they're doing to make them close quicker? How we're comparing against budget. Once we can load in our market lease assumptions, we can compare it. We can roll the data up. Just any way you could slice it, it's good to have that information that's accurate. So right now we're lagging behind. So I'll have a set of data in corporate, which is completely different than what my West Coast team is looking at, and I'm giving my executives false information. So just anything that we can have and roll up and look at quicker helps us out.
Great answer.
Exactly.
Melissa, any additional thoughts on that? Like, what are the insights that you're looking for as a landlord rep broker for very sophisticated landlords?
Yeah, I mean, a couple things. One, I think the data really keeps the leasing agent accountable. You know, it's a way in which our clients can measure the level of service that they're getting and the deals that we're closing. So I think that's imperative. I mean, we have to measure what are we doing to get, you know, and this day we had a broker event at the building and we gave away X, Y, Z. I mean, how did that impact the tours going forward? How did that impact the deals that we did? All of these things. I mean, yes, I mean, down to how this is impacting the value of the building, like you mentioned. So there's so much data that we really don't have at our fingertips right now that would be extremely helpful.
Christian, any additional thoughts on that?
I mean, my role, I don't really depend on big data for too much. I'm the one causing data, hopefully. You know, that gets rolled up and she can read the success story about what I'm doing. I kind of am bulling the china shop versus looking at data. So I'm probably the wrong guy for input on that one. But I want to cause data.
Yeah, no.
Thank you.
Just one answer too. So like what we hear our clients asking for is, you look around at other industries adjacent to ours, and you can go and look within a company and say, what's our deal conversion rate? How long does it take us to get a deal done? What's the average age of our inventory? These are KPIs or metrics that no owner has today at scale. And the reason we don't is because all of the data that would roll up into that insight lives in very static, hard to aggregate places, and you have to do this very hard manual polling job that takes some poor asset manager a weekend to get done. So when we recently launched a feature that we call the deal conversion chart, and it's just a chart that sits on top of our deal analysis pipeline, and it shows you the percentage of deals that are making it from prospect to tour into traded proposals all the way down, and then you can drill into that, and you can ask questions like why? Like, why are only 33% of our deals that get to signed letter of intent getting to executed lease? That's a really good question that everyone would want to be able to ask. You can't ask it unless you measure it. Then you go solve the problem. The second component is, I think, what Melissa talked about, which is what is the ROI of our marketing efforts? It turns out commercial real estate spends bajillions of dollars on marketing. I mean, $1 per square foot on 72 billion square feet of commercial, institutionally owned, like real estate in the United States is like not a far-fetched estimate for how much we sometimes spend. And we have no ways to measure ROI. So the day that we did our broker open house and spent $5,050 bills to get brokers walking through Suite 2200, did we get any tours on Suite 2200? No one knew how to do that before. There was just no way to do that at scale. And you know, platforms are now starting to instrument that. You can log tours and track the suite that they're a part of. So we're kind of in like the first inning of this stuff. Super interesting question. I think there's an entirely new set of KPIs that are going to basically going to become a part of commercial real estate because now the data allows us to measure those KPIs.
I also think it measures, like, if you have a deal in hand that you can do, if you take a pass on that, you'll be able to determine, is it worth taking a pass on it, or should I just, you know, drop my pants for this one deal to make it
It's a
happen?
technical
You know
term.
what I know? I know.
Yep.
But it just you determine what makes most economical sense, and you're really looking over the entire portfolio.
One more question. I think I saw your hand first. Go ahead. Yeah.
Old buildings, yeah.
you're talking about like improvements to the building, these older buildings. So I'll give 2 examples and pass it on. So the Chicago Board of Trade building, 1930 landmark building, had some good infrastructure in it, but even that was pretty dated, some of the old trading infrastructure. We came and bought it 2 years ago, and we spent $1.2 million building a meet me room and a fiberizer throughout the entire complex, running thousands and thousands of fiber pairs. So small tenants could come in and immediately have connectivity to 14 providers in a meet me room, and also comply with HIPAA and all those kind of things because they're on their own strands. So from a base technology standpoint, being attractive to the technology-oriented firm, that was a big step in the right direction. We're adding a ton of amenities. People talk about creative space, collaborative space, whatever you want to call it, kind of the new way office space is looked at. We're doing that in terms of speculative build-outs. The expectations now are walk in, plug and play. So we're doing that as well, and adding a ton of amenities, almost residential hotel level amenities in these buildings as well. That's more of a qualitative type of thing.
So the constraints of an existing building.
So money solves a lot of things. The only exception is column-free space, right? It's the only thing I can't get rid of are structural columns. Everything else I can buy I can buy you whatever you want, but columns I can't get rid of.
Well, I mean, look at the Googles of the world. I mean, if you really look at it, I also lease a historical landmark building down the street from him, and we compete with each other. But I would say that, at the end of the day, a lot of these creative firms actually value the old architecture, and they actually find it interesting. Like, I personally live in an old house because I wanted the character. And I have a young family. I could have bought the brand new house, but they don't make them like they used to. And so I think so long, did you mention a DAS system? I mean, that's the one thing. The DAS system is like the biggest thing right now. Just to make the DAS is big. I mean, you need to have it in all of your buildings so that a person can easily stay on their cell phone while in the elevator, right? Or in the fire escape with your tour. Right.
Rachel, any quick thoughts on that?
Yeah, and although the market's doing better and we're seeing rates go up, concessions are still really high. So we're still spending a ton of money in TI to bring in these tenants to change the space and make it to what they find desirable.
And then you've got technology layers that sit on top of that, like Pivot Desk and Liquid Space, that are basically enabling different types of tenants to use space in a way that isn't traditionally kind of in the fastball of institutional owners. So I'm getting the hook. Steven's telling me we got to get off here. But just so you know, so we'll all be around for a little while. You've got EOP, you've got JLL, and you've got Glenstar right here. I mean, these are folks who know a ton about their businesses, so I'm sure they'd be happy to chat with you. I'd be happy to do the same. So thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
All right, everyone. You just watched Technology, Productivity, Assets for Property Management. We're going to move right on into the next panel. This is one you're going to want to stay and watch. I won't give you much personal on how I feel about a lot of this stuff, but I really believe that crowdfunding is going to change everything as far as commercial real estate, how we buy, sell, and trade property. So, without further ado, crowdfunding, a tectonic shift in real estate investing. Kevin? Oh, is William Skelly in the audience? William Skelly, iFunding? Anywhere? Bueller? We're in Chicago. Anybody?
Hello. Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kevin Guy. I am the co-founder of Real Liquidity. Real Liquidity is a second market for trading crowdfunded shares in real estate deals. I'm just going to walk through our panelists today and allow each of them to tell you a little bit about themselves. So first we have Gene Barash from Realty Mogul, and we can just go down the line.
Sure. So my name is Gene Barash. I'm the Vice President of Business Development at Realty Mogul.
We're a crowdfunding platform that focuses on both debt and equity. We're based out in Los Angeles, and we've been live since April 2013. In the first 18 months of business, we've crowdfunded about 200 different properties across the country, across asset types, representing about $400 million worth of real estate, and recently crossed the $50 million threshold of funds on our platform. And that's all in the first 18 months, and we believe that both our company and the industry as a whole has a lot more room to grow beyond that.
Hello. My name is Jordan Fishfeld. I'm the CEO of Pure Realty. We're a Chicago-based real estate crowdfunding platform focusing on larger institutional deals, kind of a position within them. And we've launched this week. We have our first properties up now, so feel free to go check it out, purerealty.com.
Hi, my name is George Newberry. I'm the founder and CEO of American Homeowner Preservation. We crowdfund the purchase of distressed mortgages from banks. These are usually pools of mortgages, typically in low to moderate income neighborhoods, and we then work with the families to find solutions to keep them in their homes. If they don't want to stay, we offer deeds in lieu, cash incentives for deeds in lieu. We were previously operated as a hedge fund, and we took advantage of the Jobs Act in late 2013 to start a crowdfunding platform.
Excellent. So we're going to start off today just with our opening question. As we all know, just by show of hands, how many people are familiar with crowdfunding real estate? Oh, everybody. We got an expert audience. Awesome. So as we all know, crowdfunding real estate is still in its infancy. The Jobs Act has certainly opened up the market and created a surge of interest in this new alternative way to finance real estate. The first question for our panelists, and we'll just go down the line on this one for everybody, and that is, over the next 5 to 10 years, how will crowdfunding change the way an individual investor invests in real estate?
We're going to do probably about 10, 15 minutes at the most. Nothing more than that. So. You guys are ready? We're ready to go. Are we on? Okay, welcome back to DisruptCRE Chicago. We're on the 99th floor of the Willis Tower. Thank you, NAR and NAR Second Century Ventures for sponsoring. We are here with the Technology, Productivity, Assets for Property Management panel. To my left, Christian A. Doman, the Managing Director of Glennstar Properties. To his left, we have the moderator, Brandon Weber, the founder and CEO of Hightower. To his left, we have Melissa Rubenstein, from Senior Vice President of Leasing of JLL. And last but not least, Rachel Mitz, the Director of Corporate Finance for Equity Office Properties. So thank you all for being here. We're going to talk about a little bit about what happened on your panel. Let's talk about technology for asset managers. What is technology? How is it changing it for leasing brokers? How is it changing it for building owners? What are they looking at? Christian, let's start with you.
Well, what's changing is that, I think we were talking a little bit about this on the panel. There's an expectation in the marketplace based on other things that are going on around with people and their use of technology in day-to-day life, and you're seeing that expectation roll into an industry that's been pretty steeped in a traditional way of doing business.
Right.
So I think between the hardware and software catching up and the expectation of those applications and the rest of people's lives, there's now becoming an expectation to bring some efficiencies in our business as well.
Absolutely, and that is being driven by the end user. You would say you're, the person that's, leasing the property.
Everything's driven by the end user.
Everything. Got it. Okay.
So, I take the technology point of view, being the
Yes.
CRE Tech founder. The things that get us really excited about what we're doing and the opportunity is that every one of us at the panel sitting here right now, we've got the technology that Hightower needs to provide them the services they want in their pocket right now, in their smartphone.
Right.
And it's kind of a consumer-driven approach. I mean, it's the ability to deliver experiences that are of a kind of a design quality of our favorite apps, our favorite websites that we're used to going every day, and call it enterprise technology is really what is driving adoption, and kind of eliminating the barrier to entry for our end users, getting them into it. That's why it's changing quickly for us. And then I think the demographic is helping a lot. Like having people generally now expect great experiences from their technology and then come to work every day as a broker or as an owner or as a director of corporate finance and walk into an office with no tools outside of Excel or the things that have been around for 20 years, that frustration is leading to, I think, driving change.
Right.
So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with both Brandon and Christian, and also say that the technology has been extremely helpful for us, on the leasing side, just to be able to measure what we have, what we are doing, and also be accountable to our clients. So, we know where, money's being spent and what our conversion rate is, and how long it's taking us to actually lease space.
On the leasing side, are you seeing, not only yourself but your colleagues, are they adopting the technology? And is this
Absolutely. I mean, we have to be competitive. Listen, it is a highly competitive business that we're in, and there's so many space options, especially
Right.
in downtown Chicago, that your marketing and the way that you are delivering the message about your building is absolutely critical, and you need to try to have one leg up from the competition.
Right. Rachel, your perspective on it?
From the owner's perspective, the technology is allowing us to get the data more accurately, quicker, and it's allowing us to make decisions at rapid fire. We'll be able to pull the different data as soon as we need it, and then roll it up, give it to our executives, and they'll have that real-time data to make decisions quicker, whether it's a transaction or to do a deal.
And are you finding that, is that accelerating business? Do you get more business done? Or is it more of the quality? This is, again, going back to this is just the expectation.
It's a little of both. Right now, the software is so new to us that we haven't really been able to measure exactly how quick we can transact because of it. However, all of our expectations are this is going to help.
Right. From Christian, from your perspective, not only at your company, but kind of you've seen and working with other people, how fast is this being adopted, and what's the speed that we're watching this going?
Well, and we talked a little bit about this on the panel. I personally think that what we're seeing is everything I've seen is incremental, right? These are new tools, and there's a tool for this, there's a tool for that. There's nothing been out there for us that's been a massive game changer to the process. And there's nothing more than, Melissa and I both talked to the panel, there's nothing more than we want to see in this process change and bring efficiencies to it, especially in the easier low-hanging fruit of the small and medium-sized deal,
Right.
Where technology can streamline this, and it can be done. It hasn't. And it's going to be complicated, but it can be done. But the adoption on the tools, yeah, there's a lot of new tools coming out. People are trying them, things like that. But in terms of game-changing technology, not there yet.
Got it.
So as a guy who's building the platform to
Right.
get adopted, 12 months ago, we were trying to convince institutional owners that Hightower was not some exotic piece of software that some kind of, geeky owner might want to play with, right? Now, I would say 70% of the top 100 institutional owners of commercial real estate are either clients, they're piloting, or we're in an RFP proposal process and they're trying to wrap our arms around it. So what we've seen in a year is just amazing, which is this shift from it's exotic to we really believe that we need real-time access to our leasing information.
Did the people you were in contact, did they think they didn't need it? The way that they've been doing things was going to work, and that's fine.
It was really kind of first driven by we don't think anyone's going to adopt new technology. There's this inherent inertia and kind of fear / skepticism of change.
Sure.
And really the breakthrough is when you have a major owner, a major institutional like an Oak Tree or a Beacon Capital, use the platform and truly become an evangelist for it. All of their peers, their eyebrows raise. They're okay,
Right.
we need to figure this out. Let's understand it. And so the pace of adoption is accelerating. Every month that goes by, there are an increasing number of owners and brokerage teams they're doing this. The way that it's going to continue to increase is when brokerage teams come back with war stories like this technology helped us win a listing. And then owners come back and say,
aha moment.
I closed a deal that I wanted to close
Right.
the right way because of this technology. And that's the ROI that we're still really grasping. I think Rachel pointed out, it's still early enough that I cannot tell you right now that Hightower will increase leasing velocity by 22.5%. What I can tell you right now is that Hightower will instrument and track your leasing velocity.
Right.
It will measure it, right? And we believe deeply that by automating a lot of those decisions, speeding them up, that leasing velocity will increase. We just don't have the data yet. We haven't been out in it for long enough. But
we
It's a time
believe
thing.
that it will prove itself out. So,
Right.
Yeah.
JLL, and not only yourself but your counterparts at JLL, other brokerage firms that you're working on. How fast is this being adopted from your perspective, and how important is it? Do you think it is going to be adopting? So it might turn into that point where we're going to get a listing, because we've adopted this or we're using this technology.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's always going to be that institutional owner that likes it done their way, and you're not going to be able to change their mind no matter what. And they're not going to adopt the technology, and they're going to still have that mentality of, that this is a relationship-driven business, okay?
Right.
That's just the reality of it. But I would say that the majority are going to embrace this technology. I mean, just to be able to have these tools is going to be instrumental. I don't know if it's necessarily going to win us a listing, but I think the data behind it could help us in the sense of saying, my average conversion rate is X. I've leased up a building this quickly because I have all that data of what I have actually achieved. I've spent this amount of marketing dollars, and we got X amount of tours from doing, from hosting this event. So those data points, I think, are going to be helpful, extremely helpful in us selling, for new business.
Is it also being used almost on a reverse side to track the agents and their productivity?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fully accountable.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I love but it also helps instead of like with Beacon Capital. It's wonderful because I don't have to send an extra email out to say, the tour went well. I can just log it in to Hightower, and immediately it goes to higher ups within the organization, so they get real-time feedback of what's happening on the ground at their buildings.
Got it.
Well, our owner is Blackstone, and they were the ones who had us pilot these different leasing platforms because they view that this is the next wave of the future. So as for us, bringing it on and trying it out, it's definitely something that they support, something that they think we're going to be using in the future going forward. As far as getting our teams to use it, it's a little more stressful.
What's been the hardest thing to adopt with the team?
It's just getting people used to the technology, to use their iPhone app to log it right after it happens instead of just letting it pile up, giving it to their associate, and trying to explain what happened all day long. There's that clear divide in the age gap where the older brokers, don't really want much to do with it. The younger brokers think it's the coolest thing they've ever seen, and making their life a little easier. So I think it also has to do with the generation gap.
Totally. Yeah, I think it's going to be, like you said, a timing thing that's going to, do you think it's going to be more of a timing thing? We just have to have some time pass before it's more adopted?
Definitely. I think it's going to make everybody's lives ultimately easier. I just think everyone needs to get used to it, gets used to seeing the data, having it there, and I don't think they'll go back to how they used to do it.
Right. Christian, let's come back to, you brought up game-changing technology, or it's not here yet. In your mind, what service, it doesn't necessarily, what is that technology, but what is that service gonna help?
That's one of them. Say it,
right?
Two things, right?
Sure.
So the first one is a technology that's going to streamline the deal process, and where somebody can, they're obviously going to have to come and see the space, test drive the vehicle, per se. But besides that, it needs to become a very, very easy process, eliminating so much of the, value add people in all these deals.
Right.
That frankly, especially in the small and medium size, really aren't adding any value to anybody except themselves. And when you look at what's happening in the car industry and the direction that's going, I think you eliminate some of these processes and some of these roles. It will actually make the experience better for everybody, owner, tenant, everybody involved. So we're looking for a technology to be out there, to be this window to deals where somebody can come in and execute a deal, basically cradle to grave, on a platform without no muss, no fuss.
Interesting.
So that would be number one, and then the other one is the holodeck. So my firm, we deal with a lot of redevelopment and development. It would be great to, and we do spend a lot of money on VR right now, and we spend a lot of money on these things. There would be nothing better than to place prospective tenant, prospective buyer, whoever, in the property, in the raw space, on the site, have them stand there, flick the switch. Again, I think Oculus is going to have to be used at first, but in some way flick the switch, and they can see it all. and they can see it all right there, and then off we go.
Right.
And the amount of money that will be saved versus having to build out spec and do all these things will be terrific. But that's the other technology I'm really looking forward to is the holodeck.
You're
We've
really
got something
reminded.
for
Oh,
you.
sorry. Go. I was going to say you're really reminding me of like video games where, and correct me, it's not about the building, right? But it's also if they're going to be able to come and tour the space, I want to go and tour where I'm going to eat and where my people are going to come in and things like that. So it's the outside environment.
The amenities as well, absolutely.
Right. Very cool. Very interesting. Sorry, Brandon. Go ahead.
Oh no, we were talking about this before. So we were big fans of a company called Floored 3D.
Floored, yeah.
And what they're doing is exactly what you're talking about, and it's now integrated inside of Hightower. So pretty excited about it. I'm going to introduce you to those guys. And you
David Eisenberg?
Yeah.
From New York?
Yeah.
He'll be at our show in New York, by the way, so shameless plug. But that's the one I've done today on this panel. But sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it.
So game-changing technology. Either expanding on what these gentlemen said?
I fully agree. Christian, hit the nail on the head. It's just anything to make our lives easier. And the service providers, such as attorneys.
And the tenant's life easier.
Exactly. You just want to make it. It's so interesting right now. There's so many tenants in the market that have basically waited to the last minute to make a decision. I think the economy improving, that has significantly helped, where they weren't afraid to take down more space or open an ancillary office in downtown Chicago. Maybe their main office was in the suburbs. And so they're in a hurry. They just need to get up and operational. So as much as we can streamline it, get their phones up, get the furniture in, because sometimes there's a lag in furniture.
Right.
All of these things just help make it easier to execute the lease.
Okay.
My view is a little different coming from the landlord side, and my inner finance nerd will come out, but the quicker you can get me the data, the better. So, with they're doing their inputs quicker, with the leases changing quicker, with me getting values updated quicker, that's just what will make my job easier and ultimately change the game.
Right. Now, I'm glad I have this panel here. I was talking with someone else about the Internet of Things, and we're talking about integrating, not technologies like, big data and keeping track of the lease deal, but also to your point, the end user's experience. Are you looking at using technology to integrate into buildings, so act like more like a residential with amenities, get dry cleaning and have kiosks and things like that? Is that stuff you're looking at?
100%. We want to try to make it, you want to make your building basically an inner city.
Yes.
So that your tenants have a nice work-life balance. It's all about work-life balance. Everybody's working harder, working longer hours. You need to be accessible 24/7, and as much as you can make it easier on them and provide all of those services all on one roof, that is an easier sell, just from a leasing perspective.
Now, are we working on that? Are we working on that in the buildings, or is it more we need to adopt this type of technology and get people used to using it first, and then we can get to that step? Or is it all happening at the same time?
We actually have some buildings that we're looking to do hotel-like amenities in an office building, where you'd have a key fob that recognizes you, will take you straight up to the elevator that's going to take you to your floor where your favorite fruit will be waiting for you.
Perfect.
Just different high-end amenities that we're looking to explore.
Yeah, I think like going out and being able to get your dry cleaning as you're headed down the elevator, things like that. Very interesting.
There's also, and I mentioned this as well, the technology amenities that tenants expect these days, and we just got done at the Board of Trade putting in a $1.2, $1.3 million fiberizer and meet me room, where we populated the entire building with house fiber that tenants can have their own strands, their HIPAA compliance and things like that, and tap this meet me room and have a big range of choice in terms of providers without having to spend any capital outlay.
Wow, that's incredible.
So we did that. It's been extremely well received by the tenancy. And then the DAS systems, distributed antenna systems, where within these concrete jungles of buildings, Verizon, AT&T, all the mobile providers, you'll get 5 bars in the fire stair because they basically light up the HVAC system. So these technology amenities are high value as well, in addition to the hotel, residential type of lifestyle amenities.
So we have a great merging of all of that happening right now. That's great. That's good to hear.
Big shift.
So Hightower, I can imagine eventually if you already don't have some kind of API, you could be, providing data to a lot of connected to these things, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's like the great, we talked about this out there, that's like one of the great opportunities of this next generation of technology is that the platforms truly do interoperate. So Hightower is built on top of a set of open APIs.
Smart.
And so today, the floored Hightower integration is leveraging those APIs. There's 3 other CRE tech companies that we're going to be announcing integrations with, and we do integrations with on top of the property management systems, right? So it's, I think someone made this point out there, it's just one of the most frustrating things about technology for the industry today is that they're all siloed. None of them talk. You've got to go to 5 different systems. They're all slightly different. And so the connectivity is really interesting. And what's been a lot of fun as, you know, kind of as a company building that technology is most of that demand is actually coming directly from our clients who are using another technology that they really love and is very important to them. And they come to Hightower and they say, can we integrate this into Hightower? You know, what would the process look like? And when we validate that with the rest of the market, and they say, yeah, that's actually something that's interesting, we can do that really quickly.
Right,
So
I think that's
we're
super
excited about
yeah,
that.
and that's great. And I want to ask the 3 of you, how important is that, that, you know, people like Brandon, his technology, if you're using it, are going to be able to, you know, let's integrate in with things you're already existing using?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, you just added my new favorite function, which is the just the encumbrance. Like just giving us, sending them our encumbrance schedule, and the minute we input a deal into the system, it flags us and lets us know if someone has rights to the space. I mean, a lot of times that gets overlooked.
We were with an owner this morning before, and he was just talking about a deal that cost him $250,000 because they'd missed a roofer and they had to buy their way out of it. Happens every single year. It doesn't matter
That's a big mistake.
What owner?
So that's, I mean, so using a technology or adopting that, it's gonna be critical that they're gonna have and be able to integrate in with everything that you're doing already.
Absolutely.
From my perspective, that would be my dream. We have so many different systems that require so many analysts to take so much time just to do input, like straight up input. These are kids who, have 2-3 years experience, have college degrees, and they're just doing data entry just because the systems won't talk. And it's 2 to 3 weeks every quarter. So once you can get Argus talking to a Hightower, talking to an MRI, talking to a Real Logic, it's amazing because then they're all just, you make one change and you're done.
I heard we have an Argus rep here, so we're going to have to physically get him and Brandon to talk.
Should probably talk.
We should have you guys talk immediately.
Come find me.
Yeah, so let's a finishing question. In the next 10 years, when we're doing this show here and we're looking at this building, or we go over to the CBOT building, what are we going to see there? What's going to be the one thing that's going to go wow when we walk in there from a technology standpoint? And it doesn't. It could be a flying car. I wish Alex was here. We were talking about flying cars.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I mean, I think Christian's on point with the holodeck, with the notion of when you're talking about touring space. I'm going to just think about it that way. I think that the notion of virtual reality replacing any sort of pre-built white box like spec space, that is going to be a reality in the next 2 to 3 years. It will save billions and billions of dollars for the industry, and the technology is there. I mean, I've seen it, so
that's incredible.
That one will exist, and that's maybe more 2 to 3 years.
Now, when you say that, we're talking about like the Microsoft. They came out.
HoloLens.
That's HoloLens. Is that along the same lines?
Yeah, I think the HoloLens is fascinating because that gets closer to Christian's true goal, which is I want to be able to actually walk through the space and go, that's where the granite-topped countertop looks really awesome. That's what the HoloLens really allows you to do over and above the Oculus, which is kind of which are really closed into truly just a virtual world.
Right, which is already pre-built. Now you can kind of add layers on top.
Oh, totally. That's
really important. You can picture like doing deals with court furniture, people like that, to put their inventory on, and you can literally drag and drop furniture and customize things right there while you're walking through this. That's incredible.
Yeah, that'll happen. So. Yeah.
Okay. I'm already thinking, wow, this is incredible. Okay, Melissa.
As far as
in
other
10 years, when you're bringing a potential new tenant into into the CBOT building, we'll see some hologram stuff. What else would you like to see? What do you see?
I think it's just more of a work-life balance. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd love to see, just from a personal perspective as a mom, just anything to make my life easier, whether it be helping with grocery shopping or something with my children, anything that, creating these buildings that are like a virtual city, I think could really happen.
So and where I was going to go anyway, and I think you teed it up great, is logistics, personal logistics, in that I'm still, even though I have the bank over here, I have the dry cleaning, I park in my building, I live in my building, right? But there's still a lot of inefficiencies of time and structure of the day that, in the first world, we want to do even better. And gee, why can't that just show up in my vehicle? Why can't this just? And I think that buildings will get to the next level in terms of 5-star logistics, helping people manage their lives. Because really, you spend all your waking time. That's not a weekend.
At work.
So why not have this surround? You're surrounded by logistics to help you manage everything else.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to close it?
I agree with them. I think everything's going to come down to what can simplify your life and, what's going to get you the best results the quickest.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much, everyone. It's been a great panel. All right.
Perfect.
Faced once a deal goes bad for everybody, whoever platform it is on. Will be interesting to see how everyone responds. I think as long as the deal, it wasn't something that the platform did or some fraud or anything like that, then everything will survive okay. But deals go bad, and that's going to happen. And just because it was crowdfunded, I don't think it's any different than any other deal that goes bad. So I think in that regards, we're in good shape. The other thing is, in terms of going mainstream, real estate crowdfunding and just crowdfunding in general has gotten a lot of media attention in financial press, real estate press, stuff like that, kind of niche markets. But what we really need to see is some mainstream press coverage, and that hasn't happened on any large scale yet. I look forward to that happening. I think some of the larger platforms are probably the likely ones, maybe Realty Mobile, to get the kind of breakthrough and become like the Lending Club and the Prospers of the real estate crowdfunding industry. And as they grow, everyone else is going to grow. So I look forward to that.
We have to get on Oprah, right?
I'm looking forward to Jillian, who is probably the most recognizable front person of any real estate crowdfunding platform, Realty Mobile. In this case, she needs to get on Oprah or some of the mainstream media shows.
Must be Oprah.
Anybody in the audience know Oprah? So, okay, great. That's excellent. I think one of the other things, of course, one of the main things to becoming mainstream, obviously, is going to be trust, like you guys say, and I think that's going to be a key. So, with this new model of financing real estate, how's this going to change the way that we engage and develop in our communities, and why? I mean, how's that going to change sort of the landscape when we take a look at this? With regards to, there's a new building going up, and I can participate in that. That's in my community. So how does that look to each of you?
I think awareness of the fact that you can actually have an active role in the development of your community or any community you choose. If you see a blighted corner and you think that that'd be a great place to put up, one center or another, I think that this opens up the opportunity for people to actively participate in that. And if you like the local shopping mall or restaurant or whatever it may be, you have an opportunity to invest in it.
Yeah, I think it's happened once on one of the other platforms. I can't remember, but they reached out to their investor base and asked, what do you want as part of this development project? As far as that goes, I think operators and sponsors are really going to want to continue what they do. They've been very successful for a reason. They put the right places in the right spaces. But what we can see is really a support, from the community when you're looking to build that project. If you have 1,500 investors and you're trying to build, a major skyscraper and going through your zoning and ordinance meetings, and you have 1,500 people show up, that could be very powerful. So there can be something like that. I think probably one of the most exciting things I've seen is actually, I think it's through Fundrise, where they're crowdsourcing their architectural designs for some of the buildings that they're putting up. That can get very fun. I don't know if there's a true value add to anybody, but it's
Yeah,
really
and
fun.
I've seen crowdfunding tenants as well.
Yeah.
You see that kind of thing. Sure.
I think the marketing and branding benefits of real estate crowdfunding are tremendous. A building that isn't crowdfunded versus one that is crowdfunded and properly marketed and branded to that audience, I think gives the ability to enhance maximize the likelihood of the success of that project, both in terms of attracting tenants and performance and for everybody.
That's great. Well, that pretty much wraps it up. We have a few minutes left that I'd just like to open up a few questions if you'd like to ask our expert panelists anything on crowdfunding. Yes?
Sure. So that's what we actually kind of hit on earlier in terms of, I think, vetting deals. So not every deal that gets submitted ever actually makes it onto the platform. Most platforms, including ourselves, have certain thresholds. We do the background check, the credit check, the track record check for references. But assuming you're on the platform, everybody deals with it differently. But for the most part, I can speak from just personal experience. When the deal goes on the platform, if we have enough time, there's enough interest, it funds, and if it looks like it's falling short, we communicate that with whoever's raising for it so they can make alternative plans.
Yeah, and there are a number of different ways that portals deal with that. There are certain of them that actually pre-fund the deal and they'll syndicate their capital out of the deal. There are others that they're actually coming in as a piece of equity, on the sponsor side, and so up to a point, they can syndicate the sponsor equity out instead of actually their own, and so really it depends on the portal, depends on how they want to approach that, and who their target is. If the sponsors really can't do the deal without the capital, they might not want to go to a realty mogul because there's a 50-50, 80-20, 90-10, some percent chance that it might not get funded. So that's a choice that the operator needs to make. Yeah. So we have a percent, a technology fee, an asset management fee, and depending on the deal, a share of the promote. So that's our split.
Sorry, go ahead.
Very similar, actually, and it depends on debt or equity. A lot of specifics about it, but usually there's a fee for the person that's actually looking to raise the funds, and then some sort of a servicing fee or asset management technology fee for the actual investors who, you service the loan or you manage or you provide the asset management services over the life of the deal. The percentages? Really depends. To the investor, at 1 to 2% is typically what it is, and to the person raising the funds, totally depends on debt or equity. They're way different, deal size, everything, but ballpark as little as 1% to as high as 5, 6.
Correct. And I think we had one more question over here. Is there anybody else that had a question? Yes, shoot.
I mean, just to be quick about it, what you're thinking about as institutional due diligence is what we do.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it's the proctology exam. We do everything and anything that you would do if you were going to a major institution, to make sure that they're the proper co-star, exactly, comps, everything. Yeah.
Anyone else? Last chance. Okay. sorry, just can't quite hear you.
Yeah, it's possible. You guys are doing 1031 now.
Yeah, we have a couple of properties that are 1031 eligible. This might be something you want to answer as far as.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of regulations around it. It's just on a deal by deal basis, but I mean, it's very extensive on the regulation side. Can you come up just for a sec? Okay.
Yeah,
so
we can meet up after and talk about it.
Yeah, sorry, I only heard half the question. I'm sorry.
And we'll email you all personally the
yeah.
answer.
Okay, that's it. Thanks for listening, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Hey everyone, thanks so much. You just watched Crowdfunding. This is the last panel that we have coming up. It is going to be a new global marketplace, how technology and innovation are redefining commercial real estate brokerage. We have a fantastic panel here with us. We have some of the biggest global CIOs and directors in all of commercial real estate here, and we'll get started momentarily, so thank you. Yes, where you sit wherever you want to sit. You guys get comfortable wherever you want to sit. Okay.
There we go. That's right. We can start right now. Let's see what you can play. Whatever you want to do. You're the moderator.
All right, everybody. Get settled in. I'd like to introduce a new global marketplace, how technology and innovation are redefining brokerage, CRE brokerage. Moderator, Duke Long, owner broker of the Duke Long Agency. We're turning it over to Duke. Enjoy.
All right, hello everyone. It's been a beautiful day. And I would like to have each panelist introduce themselves, starting down at the end.
Hello, I'm Adam Stanley from DTZ, CIO.
Hi, I'm Constance Friedman. I manage.
Is it you?
I manage the Second Century Ventures investment arm of National Association of Realtors, also the accelerator program REACH.
I'm kind of afraid. I'm Ellie Feingold. I am the SVP of Global Innovation for CBRE, working across our service lines and geographies.
Yes, Ellie and I were so awesome, we are back again.
This time with better jokes.
Okay,
right?
All right, we're ready. These things make a noise. Do we need to sit like together? Let's sit together. See if that makes any difference. All right, here we go. Start with the questions. How do you view technology and its daily use for your companies? Adam. Wow. It's broad. It's broad. Remember, these are just, go ahead.
So there are a few DTZ people in here who probably would have heard this multiple times. I eat, drink, sleep technology, and I've spent most of my career in banking. and came into the real estate industry, and I kind of started looking around and thinking, okay, it's a little sleepy. And then the last 12 months happened, and it's been absolutely astounding. This industry is moving faster now than banking was moving in kind of 2005, 2006. And it's pretty exciting. So technology for our industry is our business. Everything we do is technology. The days of the brokers that just pound the pavement, it's gone. So that's clearly a big part of our business, but technology is fundamentally changing the way we work, the way we interact with clients, the way we add value, the analytics. So I would say the answer is really our business is technology.
I guess I probably have a slightly different perspective than Adam or Ali or Duke on this panel, but because I'm generally looking for technologies that address the services that the commercial real estate and real estate industry in general are using. But I think traditionally we generally look at technologies as in one of three categories. Are they solving a problem in the industry? Are they trying to disrupt or change the way we do things in the industry? Or is it just creating a natural evolution or evolving and augmenting services that we already have? And I think that in many cases, there's a tremendous number of categories or of companies that fit into each of these categories, and that's how I try to look at the world and try to see how we can improve the industry through the use of technologies.
Well, and I think that at CBRE, we view technology through the same lens that we try to view everything else, which is through the eyes of our clients and trying to figure out what is the most valuable thing for our clients, how we can deliver them better service, how we can help them with the problems that they have and get the best answers, be they real estate or not. So that's a little bit of a flippant answer, but it is actually an approach to thinking about technology, which is start by thinking about the value that we're delivering and then work backwards from there to the things that enable it. And I think that many of the companies that we see here and that are succeeding in the space are those that have really started, for at least service providers, with our clients, and are forcing us to use those technologies to provide better value and service to them.
All right, Constance, flipping it up a little bit. How then do you view technology for individual brokers?
Tell me when we're ready to go. Oh, sorry. Before we're ready, this is just going to be 10, 15 minutes. We're going to do like, have you ever seen Bill Maher's show? Yeah. He does 10 minutes of overtime when he's done with his panel, and they stream live to the internet. Okay. So we're going live to the world. And there might be 20 people watching, but
this is live, right?
This is going to be live, yeah. So I told him live to watch. Come on, we're good. All right, hey, everyone, we're live. So
we're live.
Welcome back, everyone. This is we're with the crowdfunding a tectonic shift in real estate investing panel. This is sponsored by NAR and NAR Second Century Ventures, so thank you guys so much. And we're here with Overtime. So to my left, let me introduce George Newberry, the founder and CEO of American Homeowner Preservation. To his left, we have Jordan Fishfeld, co-founder and CEO of Peer Realty. To his left, we have Gene Barash, VP of Business Development, Realty Mogul. And last but not least, the moderator of the panel you didn't see, Kevin Guy, CEO of Real Liquidity. So welcome, gentlemen. Crowdfunding. Let's talk about the basics. Who wants to take it and give the audience, the 30,000-foot overview in 30 seconds or less?
Yeah, sure. So what we're seeing now is basically the democratization of the investment opportunities. So much like you can now support one of your local businesses through a Kickstarter or Indiegogo campaign, through equity-based crowdfunding, which is what we all do, you can invest in an upcoming project for the first time, really. Which is fantastic.
Really? So, and I'll just throw this out there, and not much, through the Jobs Act, which was passed, this has allowed crowdfunding for the first time to be actually done, because it was illegal before to do what people are doing now. Is that correct, George?
That's generally correct. Some platforms, such as Realty Mogul, were working with a password-protected site, which still allowed them to crowdfund even before the Jobs Act. But what the Jobs Act has allowed us to do is to generally solicit. We can advertise. We can freely talk to the media. I can tell you what our returns are. I can tell you everything. A year and a half ago, couldn't do that. Have an interview. We have, you couldn't give any specifics. Now we can. I think that's the exciting part.
And it might be, for everybody, why is that game changing?
I mean, it's a game changer because of eyeballs more than anything else. I mean, you can create awareness. When the first deal that we generally solicited, Hard Rock Hotel, I think we got somewhere about 70 million in hits just by advertising it. So that amount of awareness just increases the capacity for the crowd to invest in these deals.
Right. Now, Kevin, I know you come from a little different place than the rest of these gentlemen from the with Real Liquidity. Talk a little bit about that.
So what we do is we essentially take crowd-funded shares in real estate projects, and we bring them onto our exchange and provide a second market to buy and sell shares in specific real estate projects.
All right, so you guys might kill me, this is a bad example, but for lack of a better term, is this like the public stock market and trading publicly traded companies on a market? So is that like buildings being traded like a publicly traded company on a stock market?
I think
something like that?
I think long term, I mean, today, that's not what it looks like. Essentially what you're doing is creating a market where people, if they're interested, they can buy it. Long-term vision, yeah, it would be like trading a stock. It would be like going to your E-Trade account and saying, you know what, I want a piece of the Willis Tower. I want to buy 10 grand worth of the Willis Tower, and I want to go to San Francisco and buy another 10 grand worth of another project. It allows the individual to diversify their investments. And so I think long-term, we're going to see, you're going to see crowd-funded shares trade like a stock. In the next year or two, I doubt it, but long term, I think so.
Very interesting. So let's go back to your platforms, or what kind of projects are you working on, or what kind of projects are being crowdfunded right now? A typical project.
There is a really wide array of projects. We've crowdfund the purchase of distressed mortgage pools from banks at big discounts, particularly in low to moderate income communities. We then help those families to stay in their homes with modifications or try to turn vacant homes, put them back into service. But I think you'll hear from the others. There's commercial projects, there's the Hard Rock Cafe, there's 3 World Trade Center, there's fix and flip homes, there's any type of real estate project at this point can be funded on a real estate
Wow, it sounds like
platform.
all and any and in between. Can we talk about a couple projects? You mentioned one, Jordan.
Yeah, and we have an office building in the Loop, downtown Chicago, that's up on the platform right now, taking reservations. We have some other upcoming projects that'll be in both retail and in ground-up development with institutional level operators. So really, that's what we see with crowdfunding is it's a lot of different platforms and a lot of different assets, and really allowing the accredited investor population now to diversify their portfolio, but hopefully soon will allow for kind of everyday investors to diversify their portfolio.
Right. So just to break it down, you have a project and you say the platform. So somebody posts, I want to build this project or redesign this project on your platform, and then an accredited investor can come in and buy into the project, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a due diligence process and a long legal negotiation process in between there. But yeah, that's exactly right. We have operators that come to us with projects and say, we're going to need $5-10 million in equity. We're going to put up X dollars. You can do Y, and we open that opportunity to our investor base and so that they can invest in this project.
Wow, that sounds pretty incredible. Gene, can we talk about a project you guys have done? What that looks like?
Sure. I mean, one of the projects I just touched on, the Hard Rock Hotel, 6 months ago or so, we crowdfunded the first hotel. It was a Hard Rock brand in Palm Springs, and allowed investors to, purchase a share of it, which was, really exciting, as opposed to some of the other properties we have. Self-storage facilities where people can walk down and be like, yeah, I own a piece of that locker. They can now walk into a hotel and be like, I own a piece of this, a little bit more exciting than a storage locker. So lots of different opportunities out there.
Returns are good on storage, so.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Gene, did I hear that you got a free night stay at the Hard Rock Hotel if you invested?
Are we live? No. Won't disclose that.
So, talk about how, and we might have already been touching on this, but how is this changing for, the typical traditional way that people are thinking about real estate investing?
I mean, I think it changes it tremendously. I think, traditionally you would see an opportunity to invest in real estate was limited to, one, you had to know a person going up with a project, and two, as George mentioned on the panel that you didn't see, the minimum investments were anywhere from 50 at the minimum, and really somewhere around that $250,000 threshold, or else, why spend the time negotiating the docs and doing the brain damage required for a $20,000 investment. For us, we kind of take that control and give the opportunities to those that only want to invest $5,000, $6,000. I think you guys are a $10,000 minimum. Yeah, I mean that it's the first time that you could really truly diversify your portfolio, because if you look at the average 401k balance right now, it's around 100,000. You're supposed to have anywhere from 5 to 15% of your portfolio in real estate. So how else could you invest in real estate for $5,000 to $15,000? This was it.
Right.
So
This
is truly now, for the first time, the only way to diversify your portfolio the way that industry experts suggest. It's beautiful.
And in fairness, touching on that, so someone wants to invest a portion of their portfolio. Historically, it's either invest in real estate or don't. It was going to be, hey, I'm going to buy a rental house or a rental property, and it's not just an investment. Now it's something where the tenant's calling. You have to find a tenant, you have to maintain a tenant, collect rent, fix a toilet, do repairs, and that's a lot of work, which a lot of people aren't prepared for. They usually can make more money doing whatever they made the money from in the first place. So I think these platforms all give these investors a very easy avenue into investing in a multitude of properties, and it also gives them the ability to diversify amongst platforms, amongst projects, whereas in the past you invest in one project, you invest $250,000 in a project, the project goes bad, that's not such a good situation. But if you invest, 25 in 10 projects, 25,000 in 10 projects, then if one goes bad, that's unfortunate, but it's something that's maybe a little bit more absorbable.
Right.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And the other thing I would add to it, the other traditional way to invest in real estate has been through REITs. So you can invest in funds, or you can invest in a REIT structure where you're spread out amongst a number of assets. But one of the key components that investing in equity real estate does on a crowdfunding platform is you get to take advantage of the depreciation expense, and that's a huge tax benefit that can offset your other gains on passive investments that before wasn't available if you invest in REIT structures.
Yeah, and I would go even so far. The investment in a REIT, in all statistical analysis, moves more in line with the equity markets than it does with the real estate market. And so you're actually not diversifying out of traditional equities when you're investing in a public REIT. Whereas now, through our platforms, you can invest directly into the asset itself. And what you'll see is when the equity markets take a little bit of a turn, the real estate and hard tangible asset markets tend to kind of stay strong. Tend to.
Right. Interesting. Let's talk about your platforms, the platforms. Right now, as I've been doing my homework, we saw 50, and now we've seen 100. Are they going to continue to pop out, or are you going to see a lot of Are platforms going to continue to offer all kinds of projects? Or do you think you're going to see more niche platforms come out that offer very specific type projects?
I think it's a niche project. So there's not the Realty Mogul or some of the big platforms that take a lot of different projects. I think some of those first to market have a big advantage to say, hey, we're now doing the same thing as Realty Mogul. It's a little late to the party.
Right.
But if you come in and say, hey, we're doing some niche, whether it's hotels, whether it's in Austin, Texas only, something where there's distinguishes yourself. Distressed mortgages, for instance. These are things where you can distinguish yourself and attract a more narrow market, but one that's more dedicated to you.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think there are a number of different ways to niche yourself, whether it be through geography, through asset class, or through your investor base. I mean, really, we'll see that. And that list of 75, I'd say, half of them are actually active in doing deals. So it's a little bit smaller than what we've seen. But I think there is definitely going to be a niche, and then there will be some sort of, aggregator out there that kind of takes all that information and puts it into one place.
Right.
Yeah, and I'll actually add to that. I think the other thing that's going to be important down the road is going to be the operators themselves. People are going to start following certain operators because they're successful. It's going to be a huge thing. It's a confidence builder for people. And, if, I don't know if the platforms are going to be using rating systems down the road, but they're going to be able to see this guy, has lived up to his pledges, 98% of the time. So it's going to provide confidence, and I think people will follow certain property types for yield, but they're also going to be following the operators for the new projects that are coming up.
Right.
And that really speaks to something we haven't touched on yet. It's the transparency that crowdfunding platforms provide. If you put your deal up on a site, that's on there forever. That's on there not just for the investors to see that invested in it, but that's on there for the thousands or tens of thousands of other individuals to see, forever. So how that project performs is going to be how you're judged by a very large group of people. So if it's successful, the logic would hold that people would want to invest with you, and vice versa if it's not.
Absolutely. Let's stay on the transparency thing, because I wanted to talk about, we have a bunch of different platforms. Is there any governing body besides, let's say, the actual Jobs Act and what rules, they're putting out there that, how you interpret them, right? Is there any kind of governing body that's saying this is how you have to set up a deal, this is how you should set up a deal? Are you all setting up deals the same, differently? Is it totally on the operator?
I think you could pick an acronym, just put a couple letters together, and there'll be some government body that's regulating something. I mean, there's
Right.
there's the SEC, there's FINRA, there's your local governments when it comes to lending laws. I mean, there's a lot of regulation. Real estate and securities are both very, very heavily regulated industries, so there's a lot of regulation.
Got it. So consumers feel protected. There is regulation. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, no, they definitely should, and I think we're starting also to see industry trade organizations kind of form and come out with best practices, and I think that's going to be important moving forward, trying to, as an industry as a whole, really, what works, what information is necessary, how should we move forward. And, my background was as an attorney, and so that all of that kind of made sense going into it, and we're seeing form documents come out from CIFRA that this is really the structure that should be throughout the industry on equity transactions, and I don't think they have a debt form yet, which that we'll see. But yeah, there will be some sort of kind of standardization of what information is required, and then from there the transparency will allow for the investors to really go and focus and find their needs.
And I think you're seeing right now a migration of the platforms to affiliate with broker-dealers. So existing securities professionals who can help provide compliance cover, guidance, and policies and procedures that make sure that everyone is in compliance, because there are, as Gene mentioned, there's, it's Fed regulations, state regulations, there's a lot to keep track of, and filings that need to be done, and you miss those. If anyone messes up, it's probably mostly just negligence. They messed up. They either didn't know or they missed a deadline. And those are really the worst mistakes because they're so easily preventable.
Right.
And I think those those alliances are coming and will continue, especially for the more mature platforms.
Got it. Okay. So, we've covered, I kind of like to tell things in a story. We've covered what is crowdfunding basically. We've covered some platforms, and it's, you have to be an accredited investor to get in. So I'm excited. I can finally get in and diversify my portfolio, as people have been telling me I need to do. I go to a platform. I find a platform. I do my research. I feel comfortable. There are governing bodies that are going to make me feel comfortable putting my money in. The big question, how and when do I get my money out? Anybody?
I mean, George has probably.
I'm happy to take that one.
Real liquidity. Here, go
I'm
ahead.
happy to take that one.
Yeah, go
come
ahead.
on.
Start with real
You
liquidity.
Throw me a big grapefruit to knock out of the park. No, I mean it's just a matter of time. It's right now. We're seeing a pickup in velocity. As crowdfunding gains traction, there's going to be more deals out there, and when those deals mature. By the very nature of the agreement that is drafted for these deals, there's going to be either a liquidity event or either those shares in those projects will become liquid on a platform like Liquidity, our platform. There might be another one, who knows. And so I think over time, once we start to see the volume and the velocity of these deals happen, people are going to have a more liquid market to diversify and get out of these deals and redeploy their capital in new deals. I think that's what we're going to see over time.
How anybody want to respond to that?
I think right now we're seeing a lot of different ways to create liquidity. The main one I think is really having short duration investment opportunities, so that you could really see the success of the deal over an 8 to 10 month period, either through what Realty Mogul does or specifically with Patch of Land, which I think is probably one of the single family fix and flip industry leaders right now. But with I think the more lucrative and really more exciting projects are 5, 7, 10-year holds. And the nature of our investor is they're accredited, right? They have to be comfortable with this type of investment, and so we'll see. Hopefully, eventually the docs change, and maybe some of the liquidity rules change. But for now, it's really the focus is just picking the right deals, and then through that hold period, you will have done what you will have made money.
Right. Interesting.
Right, and we're talking about, principal being returned. What we didn't hit on is, as you're investing in these deals, you actually get distributions or dividends. You get paid monthly or quarterly, depending on the deal. I know at Realty Mogul, one of our big focuses is cash flow, and I know for a lot of other platforms it is too. And that allows an investor not to have to wait 3-5 years or however long it may be to generate, some return. They're going to start seeing that paid dividends for them literally very quickly.
And it'll give them some insight into the performance of the project, because if those monthly dividends start to not come, then obviously that's something you'd want to know early rather than 3 to 5 years down the road.
Got it. When is this happening yet, or when do you think this is going to happen, where somebody, a traditional person who invests in real estate, right, a developer, when are they going to come to a crowdfunding platform first rather than their bank or their hard money lender, whoever gives them money?
I see it happen all the time.
It's already so it's already happening. Yeah. Wow, that's incredible. Okay, that's great. 5 years from now, where's crowdfunding going to be for real estate?
I think right now it represents a tiny fraction of the overall debt and equity raised for real estate right now. I think in 5 years it'll represent a significant chunk. Just like Lending Club and Prosper have taken out a large chunk of the personal loan market and are actually taking that market in many cases from banks, and sometimes banks are conceding it willingly and partnering with those platforms. I see the same thing happening here. It's not necessarily going to be the old capital providers just being beat out. They're going to form alliances and become part of, utilize this technology, utilize these platforms, and all the benefits that come with it.
That's great, and we're seeing that happen now, as you said. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay. 5 years from now.
Yeah, no, I would probably echo George. I think this industry becomes, the way deals under $50 million get funded. I think that at the very least is something that we see in 5 years.
I won't hold you a percentage to it, but what percentage of deals right now, ballpark, are like, you know what I mean? Where are we on that scale before we get all the way to the large percentage?
Low.
Low. No, that's a good. No, that's a good answer.
Yeah,
low.
It's
that's
low,
it's good enough.
And it's low. I think because the industry as a whole is 18 months old, and real estate operators themselves are not the most flexible, as I'm sure you're aware. But once we see, younger operators coming up and making a name for themselves and knowing about crowdfunding and having those successes early. And then obviously when one person does it in a group and makes money, and he'll start telling his friends, look, I raised money in 24 hours on Pure Realty or Realty Mogul. You guys should do this. You don't have to deal with JP anymore for a $25 million loan, which isn't cost effective at that size, right? So I think the sub 50 becomes very, very attractive in crowdfunding. And then the larger, really, really big deals up to 500 million, we'll creep in there soon. I don't know when it is, but it'll come at some level.
And I think you'll see it within all facets of just real estate finance. It just won't be real estate crowdfunding. It'll be in all aspects of it, whether it's niche markets, whether it's small deal sizes, big deal sizes, debt, equity, really across the board. And it's just going to, as it gains more acceptance and more traction, I think it's just a big snowball effect. So when we're talking about, as an industry, we probably did, say $50 to $100 million in business over the last year. That number probably 10 or 100-fold, 5 years from now. Wow.
Yeah, and it may even be higher. It may even be higher than that. I think this is going to fundamentally change the way we buy and sell real estate. I think today it's just in its infancy. If you look at the whole scheme of things, you couldn't see this from space if it was something on the planet. It's such. We barely scratched the surface.
You could see it from here.
No, well, that's true. We're on the 99th floor. I can't see it. Yeah, you're right. So, it's going to fundamentally change. I don't want to say it's 5 years because the government's involved and everybody else. I don't know if it's 5, 7, 11. I have no idea how many years it's going to be. But I can tell you in 20 years from today, this will be mainstream. It's going to fundamentally change the way we transact real estate. So the average guy, 20 years from today, he's going to be sitting on whatever device is the big deal at the time, and he's going to go, boom, I'm buying a share of this and I'm buying a share of that. That's it. That's right. He's going to be wearing Google Glass and doing this with his Google Glass right here. Buy, sell, there. Right? So, yeah, it's exciting. This is transforming one of the last big, asset classes. This isn't something new. Syndicates have been around a long time. So this is something different in the fact that everybody can participate to some level, and it's going to open up even more. So it's really exciting to see where we're going.
I'm going to end it on that. So that was great. So thank you, gentlemen. George, Jordan, Gene, Kevin.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Crowdfunding. Look them and their platforms up and everything you can do with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Over the last several months to start playing more as an organization, and we did 25 trials with Google Glass before we landed on the perfect use case for Google Glass, before Google said they're no longer going to make Google Glass.
What was that use case?
Yeah, and the use case was in our property management business. When a facility manager is able to go to a facility, they actually were able to have the glasses. They were able to see what work orders were at that facility, have directions to the right door, take a picture of the door after they fixed the door, and it was all integrated into our CMMS so that they could automatically process some of those transactions. And it's a great idea, and it's a great concept. Two problems. First of all, most of our facilities managers were like, this is kind of dorky. And I don't really want to walk around with these
Wearing
things.
goggles in a pod wouldn't be dorky at all.
But
Nobody can see you in the pod.
But here's the thing. I mean, the new technology is going to take those glasses away, and it's going to be a little contact lens. And if you don't want to wear goggles, you might be okay wearing a little contact lens. And I think that's where, so there's a lot of that going. And, oh, by the way, some of the things that we thought were ridiculous years ago, like people remember the movie Minority Report, Tom Cruise, the use of data to predict behavior and predict criminals and all that stuff. They're doing that in the UK right now.
Yeah, they're keeping albinos in pools of goo.
Well, no, they're not doing that. As far as
That would be awesome.
As far as I know, they're not doing that. Maybe in New Orleans,
Yeah.
at the parties that you were talking about earlier.
Maybe in New Orleans.
That's a whole other story.
I gotta
that
tweet
we'll-
that out.
we'll work- but no, but it's some fascinating stuff.
Hashtag
out there.
precog.
Sorry, earlier conversation. But yeah, but I think that's the get. So now,
party wasn't that racy.
now we're looking to see, do we invest in Coup? No, do we invest in, we were looking, I sent my Microsoft guy a note, and I was like, so when do I get my HoloLens?
I sent my Microsoft guy the same note.
Yeah, I know. I was like, I want a HoloLens, even though I don't see the use case right now, but it's like, I want to see where do we make that bet? And that's the fun of technology in this industry today. I
All
don't
right,
even know if I
let's
answered the
jump to this
question,
next one.
but-
We got to get going here a little bit. This is the best question, by the way. One of the best ones. Okay, here we go. You are fierce competitors, but clearly have a collegial, is that a real word? Attitude. How do you choose where to compete with technology and where to collaborate and / drive standards? Go, Ellie.
Well, first of all, it's interesting that collegial means one thing and sophomore means something completely different. Right? I'm usually called sophomore, not collegial, but I guess I've graduated. That's a terrible pun, isn't it? That's awful. I'm sorry. It's late and it's getting dark outside. So first of all, I think that we have to be collegial because real estate is a cutthroat business, but it is also, at the point of fact, it's a collegial business, right? Most of us in most of our cities know our biggest competitors. Most of us have worked with each other at one point on either opposite sides of the table or on the same side of the table, and if we haven't yet, we will soon. So I think that there has to be a collegiality because we're in a transaction business, and if you're fighting all the time, if you make too many enemies, you can't do deals. So I think that that's actually simply at the essence of it. From a technology standpoint, I think that, well, let's be honest, we're the incumbents, which means we are sitting here fighting. We can sit here and fight over little pieces of the pie, but at the end of the day, what we're both worried about is somebody else going out and making a cake, right? So we're all trying to solve the same problem. We're all trying to help our industry industry as a whole transition from one type of economy to another. And sometimes that's going to mean we need standards. Clearly developing standards around data and the ability to share data and the interoperability of data is going to be critical. Fortunately, technology has made that a lot easier than it used to be, and there's various workarounds that make it less difficult than it used to be. But having standards, I think, is going to benefit all of us. And listen, I'm far less afraid of Adam and his company than I am of many of the companies that are here in the audience. So
I agree with that. Constance?
I think that from a technology company's point of view, some things have changed a lot too, and I think that the smart corporations or smart brokers, smart competitors have figured this out as well, which is that there's very little anymore that's proprietary in a lot of ways. And the data, it's only a matter of time before data gets out, and I think people realize that. And that the tendency for someone to say, well, I want to have this competitive advantage, I want to bring this technology in-house, I want to be the only one that uses it, that's good for a little while until they realize that they also have to fund the innovation to keep it relevant and to keep it growing and to keep it getting big. And so the more people who use the technology, actually, the better it can become. And I think that one of the main things that we look at in an investment are companies that not only address real estate, but we like companies when they address multiple verticals, because real estate is pretty notorious for squeezing the margins out of technology companies. And what we find is that if a company can be applicable in other industries, well, then those technology companies can use the margins that they make off those other industries to improve their products, which will then be good for real estate. And so I think that overall, when the corporations realize or competitors realize that they actually can improve the products they're using by having a lot of people using it, then that becomes a virtuous circle, which is good for everybody.
Excellent. Adam?
We compete. We actually had a fight earlier today.
I know. I was there.
No, the reality. I mean, who remembers VHS and Betamax fighting, and how relevant is that today? If you think about the movie industry fought to get a standard between Blu-ray and HD, and that's irrelevant today. So I think that sometimes fights just aren't very valuable, and I think that co-opetition is actually interesting. The reason I hate the fact that Samsung sued Apple isn't because I thought their case wasn't valid, is because I like that competition, and the competition is good. But at the same time, competition always involves leverage. Yeah. So I think that the reason part of the reason I think we'll always be collegial is that I think technology is just kind of a collegial. We're all kind of, maybe I'm speaking, but we're all kind of geeks at heart. We all kind of like what we're doing because we're fascinated by what it can create. And I love reading about that company's green building and the award that they got at Cornet. No, I won't necessarily mention that company's name in a presentation, but I like the stuff that they're doing, and I think it's fun, and we learn from each other, and we compete, and then we learn from each other, and then we compete.
All right, we're getting kind of tight on time here. Quick answers, 2 questions, quick answers. Personal question, quick answers. The most important non-CRE tech that you use today and why? Quick answers, Ellie.
The most important non-CRE tech, well, I'm not going to do the phone thing.
Okay,
so I'll tell you what, not the most important, but one that I'm loving. So I've been starting to play with a lot of wearable devices, and while I do not think that their perfect device is out yet, I think there's beginning to be created an ecosystem of devices that collectively are really going to do a lot of stuff, and actually are going to wind up being important for real estate.
Constance.
Well, I really like DocuSign. I think it's actually changed my life personally, and I think it changes business. But
okay. But I love DocuSign. Adam.
DocuSign, my phone. I'm sorry, it's cheesy.
God, that's boring.
I do everything on my phone.
Next one, just for fun. Name one thing you wish you could implement today, regardless of cost, time, structure, and scale. Go, Ellie.
No, go to Adam
okay.
first.
Adam, make it happen.
All right, so I want a drone that goes over to the Trump Tower and can scan from top to bottom and produce me a report of each floor, the utilization of each floor, how many people are on the floor, what are the heat maps on the floor. And then I want to be able to take a hologram.
Isn't that a residential building?
Be quiet. I like this. Go.
And
Keep
I
going.
want, it's a third, a third, a third.
Keep
and,
going.
And I want a hologram. I want to be able to present that to my clients in a holographic form from their desk using something the size of a mouse pad.
God, totally unseating that company. I love that. Go.
I want a
Constance.
shade to block that camera.
Is that it?
In
Yeah.
New Orleans.
In New Orleans.
I'd like to have Google Fiber in my house.
All right. Ellie, last one.
I want virtual reality that can actually accurately capture facial expressions, so that you can go and really have meaningful one-on-one conversation with somebody in a private virtual space.
All right. Okay. Excellent. Stephen, where's Stephen? Stephen. Are we done? I think we're done. I think what we're going to do now is the pitching, where these three people stay up here, and we have every company do their 45-second pitches in front of these three people. I think that's what we're doing now, is it not?
It is. I think that I
think
think we
they
do
come-
some sort of Shark Tank like
Your
thing.
Shark Tank kind of thing, where they
We've-
come up in 45-second pitches in front of the global CIOs of these big companies.
Did you guys bring your costumes?
Costumes? Look at that. Where's Steven at? Dude, where's he go? Did he run off?
The best costume from the pitch groups actually win.
Oh yeah.
I can be Cuban. I went to IU. I
Awesome.
could be Cuban. Can I be Cuban? I went to IU. Are we done? Are we ready?
Thank you all for coming.
Hey, thanks everybody. Thank you so much. So, I think we have a really special treat. We have about 20 of these startups that you're going to be able to interact with that's lined up, and they're here. And we're bringing, I like to say, the startup world to commercial real estate, and they're going to have 45 seconds to pitch you about who they are and what they do. And then what we're going to do is we're having Constance and Adam and Ellie are going to sit here, and if anybody's familiar with the show Shark Tank, we have three sharks that are here, except for they're not going to be offering any money this year. So we'll have the three of them sit when that's prepared, and just wait with us momentarily. We'll have the first presenter up. Guys, we're going to move these. Oh, yeah, fine. Actually, yeah, that's really fine. So actually, everybody, we're going to take about 2 to 3 minutes to set up, so just stay put, please, but, talk amongst each other, and just, we're going to get everything set up. Thanks.
if you heard, we were talking about albinos in Cancun. I think we're in good shape. Maybe get some Shark Tank music. I don't know. We could just make it up. So who's it? Is that laser in it? Oh yeah? It's got the laser? What do you mean? Oh, so they think that it's got like some, like it's like signaling back to China? The amazing thing is that but I can use this. The thing about being a global company is that yes, totally. I think the amazing thing is that when you go to US, like in US, we would never get freaking pets. But in US, introduce them, they'll come take them like on you, however you want, 45 seconds, they're gone, they'll give you the next update because they'll try to leave those in service, right? Grab the mic and then I'll introduce them 20 times. Do you want to hear this thing?
Jeff Finn, is Jeff Finn in the crowd? Jeff Finn, real Jeff. There he is. Come on down. Can you put him in order and explain to him? Thank you. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Welcome to 45 at 445. So we have about 20 companies, tech companies, and commercial real estate that are here. You've seen a few of them on the panels. They're going to give you their 45-second pitch, and then they're going to take some questions from our panel right here. So first of all, I'd like to thank Elmspring. Tom Bretz is a founder here. Thank you, Elmspring, for putting this on. They are a real estate incubator here in Chicago, for those of you who aren't aware. They're fantastic. We're a big supporter of them. They've been supporting us, and we're really happy. So without further ado, let's bring to you the first disruptor. And Tom, take it away.
All right. They have 45 seconds. First off, from Chicago, Illinois, ReMeter. ReMeter is an innovative software platform offering a variety of high-level products for the commercial real estate industry. ReMeter.
All right, thank you. So ReMeter has created the first credit score for commercial real estate. So we have exclusive access to IRS census and labor data, and so we can actually benchmark companies against their peers before a landlord would sign a lease. So we like to call it a FICO-like score for commercial real estate. So we're revolutionizing the way you underwrite. The cumbersome process to underwrite right now takes days, sometimes weeks. We can do it instantaneously, and we have a better data set than anywhere else in the country. So we can give a true result, unbiased result of how a company is performing against their local competitors. From revenue, profitability, profitability per attorney or per employee. You can do EBITDA to rent ratios. You can do all sorts of things that nobody else in the market can do. So I don't know how long I have. Okay.
How do you compare to a Peerscape or to a Bloomberg or a D&B, those type of services?
Yeah. So a D&B tracks about 1 million companies. We actually have access to 27 million companies through the IRS. So we have every single company that files a tax return. So if I'm doing a deal with you, with a law firm or somebody, if you're on the landlord side, you'll get 2 years of financials. We only need 8 line items to upload into our system. We can then pull every other law firm in Chicago or Austin or wherever you are, and we can now rank you from revenue, profitability, everything. So we're giving the landlords more information than the actual tenants will even know about their own industry. It's very powerful.
So presuming that data is public, how do you stay ahead of someone else trying to do the same thing? D&B for that example.
Right. So it's actually quasi-public. There's basically a professor out east who has a contract with the federal government, and we get the information de-identified. So what we can do is, if we know the location and the type of industry through the NICS code, which is the census tracts, we can then pull an aggregated set of data. So if I get your company's financials and put it into our system, and we can pull every one of your competitors in an aggregated set, and that's how we can rank you. So I can't go get an individual company's tax return because that's illegal, but we can get the aggregated set of any industry, any market, anywhere, and since I get the tenants, that's how I can rank you, because the tenant gave me their information.
So who's going to buy it? When in the transaction?
Yeah, so
And how much?
basically, it's basically when you're at letter of intent stage. Right now, we're targeting the landlords because the landlords pay for everything. Tenant reps don't like to pay for anything, and they don't want to ask their clients to pay anything. So basically, when you're at letter of intent stage is when you typically ask for tenants' financials anyway. So we have a simple PDF form that if they fill it out electronically, it'll upload straight in our system. You put in the lease terms, and we have an instantaneous report for you. The cost is 10 cents a square foot. So we do it per transaction cost. There's not a subscription model. You can use it if you want. You don't have to. We cap that at $1,500. So for any deal size over $15,000, it's going to be 8 cents or 2 cents or 1 cent or half a cent a foot. And the ROI, basically, we're saving landlords over 80% of their underwriting costs if they outsource this now. We're saving them 48 hours to 2 weeks of time. We're making them way more productive. And the most important thing, the ROI to us is about 400 to 1. So if we prevent you from doing one bad deal, this will pay for your reports for the next 10 years.
All right.
Is that it? Thanks. All right.
Next up, from Chicago, Illinois, so good we've seen him twice, Peer Realty. Peer Realty is the Midwest's premier real estate crowdfunding platform. Gain insider access to high-quality opportunities with top developers.
Thank you, Tom. My name is Jordan, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Peer Realty, the Midwest's premier crowdfunding platform. What we do is we democratize and revolutionize the investment process, allowing for the first time the diversification of a portfolio into real estate. I'll stop there.
How do you get the wackos out? How do you keep
on what side of the deal?
So if you're on the so how do you? So we hear from companies that are qualifying the corporate owners, and it's tons of credit checks and lots of reputation checks and so forth. How do you do that in the crowdsourcing model?
On the investor side.
On the investor side.
Yeah. So I mean, our process really, we go through a limited diligence on the investor, but because of the structure that we have, we've actually insulated the developer from contact and from parity. So the investor has to deal with us. Additionally, because they're smaller and passive investments, the energy required to go after the deal is really it doesn't incentivize that type of reaction.
And are these accredited investors?
Correct.
Okay.
At the moment.
So I have a general question, which is, what do you think is the crime that the first person in the crowdfunding business is going to go to jail for?
I mean, general fraud. But it'll happen, 100%. There's no question. So yeah, it'll be general fraud. I actually think it'll be a lack of due diligence on the accredited verification side, and that will allow a non-accredited investor to invest in the deal, which blows up the entire deal. And then because that investor, that issuer, can't pay everybody their money back, he'll go to jail. So we do not want to do that.
Don't do that.
So there's a lot going on, a lot of debate going on about whether it should be opened up. Crowdfunding platforms in general should be open to non-accredited investors. What do you think?
Yeah, I think strongly that it should, but there should be some regulations. I worked on and assisted the drafting for the intrastate Illinois crowdfunding regulations, allowing for qualitative restrictions. So, if you are a JD MBA that worked for 2 years in nonprofit, you are more than educated enough to make an investment decision, but currently you're not allowed. And to me, that's ridiculous. And so I think, what we see with Title III and the limits on what you can lose, I think will be okay. But really, when the industry gets exciting is when we start adding those qualitative measures and opening up investment opportunities to non-accredited investors, but those with the sophistication to invest alongside, a rich doctor who apparently is sophisticated.
All right, next up, from Minneapolis, St. Paul, Crelo. Crelo is a matchmaker for tenants and office space, an unbiased, fun, comprehensive website bringing sophisticated, easy-to-use tech to commercial real estate.
Thank you.
That's what Crelo does. We listen. Tenants come to our website and tell us exactly what they need. We then post those needs, and they're available to the entire market. Owner reps with the match submit bids directly to those tenants, and if the tenants like what they see, we introduce them. Tenants find the perfect fit because with Crelo, the perfect fit comes to them. It's really that simple. And thank you.
So, long time ago in Seattle, far away, I actually started a company called Qubits.com, which was a demand-driven marketplace with a blind match. It didn't work. And it may be that it was ahead of its time, or maybe that it was just wrong. Question is, why do you think that the internet has been around and available for 15 years? This model has been tried before. Why do you think it's going to work this time?
Well, the web has actually been around for 21 years. It can buy a beer now. But we think that this will work because the market is ready for it, because of mobile, for one. I think that leasing brokers and tenants now have access. I think that there's a demand for the consumer to drive the decisions, because all of this is all about tenants. They're really the customer here, and I think it's time that we put them first.
All right, thank you. We're doing one question.
Thank you. All right, next up, from Ontario, Pinpoint, the most accurate and easy-to-use site selection platform. We help landlords, brokers, and retailers use the best sites in order to maximize sales.
We're Pinpoint, and we help commercial real estate professionals find the best locations for their retail clients. Our clients already include Cushman & Wakefield, RioCan REIT, and one of the largest top 3 quick service restaurants in the world. So if you're a CBRE or DTZ, we give you the location data to help your leasing agents close deals faster. So I actually printed these off from your websites this morning, and your agents are still using static reports with fragmented data to
Shame on you.
lease and sell properties.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But with Pinpoint, we bring the power of the entire Starbucks location and real estate team into a simple and easy to use web app with real-time reports. So with Pinpoint, we give you the location data to close deals faster. Thank you. I'm Rajan, and I'm from Pinpoint. Be happy to leave these with you.
So what's not static about Pinpoint? What non-static information do you give?
So a lot of the GIS application, Geographic Information Systems applications that are being used, they're often being used with data sets that are updated on a quarterly basis. So somebody has to bring them in, update it. We buy a lot of our data through APIs. It's also pushed out over the cloud in a real-time format. So now, when the leasing agent is out there on a site tour and somebody asks, you know what, I actually want to see the demographics not from 1 to 125K, but 150K plus, they can look it up on their iPad, quickly change, and it's real time for them to say, you know what, this is a better location in this particular trade area.
Y Combinator, right?
Yeah, YC.
There you go.
You heard of us?
I have now.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, from Tucson, Arizona, F9 Analytics. We build the intelligent tools so you can lease smarter.
Good evening. Thanks for being here. I did pitch Adam earlier, and I'll try not to say calculus again, but what F9 Analytics does is kind of different than most people do here. We love finance, and this building is a collection of leases. And if they don't pencil, we wouldn't be in this building. So we focus primarily all of our attention towards lease finance. One of the reasons I'm here, kind of late presenting, is we rolled out a product last week on Tuesday, and it's basically an algorithm that, and you can look this up, it's the first of its kind that's ever optimized a commercial lease. So you can sit on your mobile phone or at your desk with your asset management team. You can get one number, which is a net present value of a lease for a particular project you're looking at, and key in the multiple variables and solve for it instantly when you're with the client.
Cool. We're going to move to questions.
Okay.
I had my questions earlier, so you guys can.
So you have an algorithm. I like algorithms.
I know.
Yes, that and machine learning, data science. What do you think are the analytics that are going to? What do you think are going to be the most valuable derivatives out of your platform? That is, aside from the immediate tools that's being used now, how is that data? How is the collection of that data going to benefit?
Well, it's going to benefit because a process that took, let's say, a leasing liaison and asset management team maybe a week to identify for the tenant that wants that space, now they can compress that down to seconds and negotiate on the spot. It's never been done. And that's what I want them to do, because it will benefit, because if you have 52 leases, it'll take 52 weeks. This gets it done.
And do you think that it will drive towards, your tool will help drive towards standardizing lease forms?
Yes. I mean, anything where you can systematize a process that's broken, that's using an Excel, you're going to benefit.
All right, thank you.
Next up from Belmont, California, Equal. The Equal Smart Pen lets you seamlessly create, capture, and share your ideas from paper to digital to the cloud.
Thank you. Greg Applehoff, Luidia, Belmont, California. We're introducing here a product called Smart Marker, and a Smart Marker takes a regular Expo marker that most people use. Has anybody ever whiteboarded? Yes, I believe you all have whiteboarded. And how have you captured those ideas? Probably with the camera or the smartphone in your pocket. But what have you been able to do with those ideas at that point? Have you been able to share them? Have you, more importantly, been able to stream them to your mobile workers across the world? Equal Smart Marker, announced today, allows you to do that. We have a pen holder and a sensor that allows you to share that data, capture that whiteboard, and share anywhere in the world. Thank you.
What does it cost?
$700. And the application is free. So in one conference room, you'd have this connects via Bluetooth, and then to all of your employees or other people that you want to share with, we have a free application that works on all platforms.
And what does the output look like, the shared
Exactly
output?
like the whiteboard.
Okay.
And it's real time.
Is it something you can manipulate, or is it an image?
Yes, you can manipulate it. You can change colors, you can add photographs to it, you can change it any way you'd like.
Is it an image file, or it's something?
It's a vector file, so we can make it as big as you want it. So we can work on 16 feet by 5 feet with this little sensor right in the middle of the board.
How are you going to keep people from stealing them?
It's going to be like your smartphone. It's a Bluetooth device, so you're going to carry this. This will be your product. I'll bring it into the conference room. I'll leave with it in the conference room. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up from Austin, Texas, Real Massive. Commercial real estate in real time. We believe open data and operational transparency build trust, collaboration, and massive value in CRE marketing.
Good evening. My name is Craig Hancock. I'm a co-founder and president of Real Massive. And we are a data-driven software company that is helping commercial real estate realize the power of open data. Our platform was built in partnership with Google, and we enable the professional to manage and market and syndicate their office, industrial, and retail availabilities anywhere they want it to go. We launched Chicago on Monday. It's our 19th marketplace. It brought us above 3 billion square feet of coverage across the country. We'll be in 40 markets by March and 70 plus by the end of this year. And for anybody that's interested, we have an open API for partners and customers as well.
How do you protect yourself from CoStar coming in and saying thank you for coming up with this idea, but we'll now take you out?
Well, first of all, we don't get anything from other data providers in terms of content. All of our data is sourced directly from the landlord or their selected exclusive third-party listing agent.
And what's the revenue model?
So the power of open data is going to allow us to help the industry do interesting things with data, a la data science and machine learning, that is not possible as long as the data lives in discrete closed data systems.
All right.
Thank you.
Next up from Chicago, Illinois, 3DCRE. 3DCRE is offering a completely new way to represent and envision commercial real estate.
Thanks. My name's Dave Lawand. I'm with 3DCRE. And as you can imagine by the name, we handle 3D commercial real estate, envisioning commercial real estate in 3D. We provide cost-effective, quick turnaround, 3D architectural models. And our typical client is mostly retail. So we mostly serve national retailers, and these are people who know where they want to go, where they want to be located. They just may not know exactly where within a development. So we help envision that potential build, where their project is going to exist, and how it might look from a variety of different vantage points.
And can I just ask our founders who are waiting in line, can you guys just keep your voices down so that those who are presenting here can hear? Good.
And well, I was pretty much done. I just wanted to separate ourselves, though, from other 3D in that we typically serve only retail. Now, we didn't plan it that way, but it just so happens that they've been most interested in our services because it seems that they require more than any other product type that quick turnaround. Questions?
So how do you implement it? Is it something that you can do in real time, or is it?
We have a weapon of choice, and that is Google SketchUp. Google SketchUp allows us to create a 3D model in the amount of time we can get it back to them. And we don't necessarily require CAD or photos of any kind. Oftentimes we have to source from wherever we can find, be it Google Street View or flyers or anything that we can find related to a development, and kind of mash it all together and return it in some sort of a deliverable, which is usually a movie or a screenshot. Oftentimes it's not a interactive model. We came out of the gates as a marketing company who would offer you a final deliverable of an interactive model. What we found is there's more interest in push a button and watch the movie play, or here's a 3D architectural model, but in 2D format that is a conversation piece to provide transparency to a deal. So it's really more of an informative tool we found than a marketing tool.
How scalable are you guys? Are you scalable? Like how, so pulling together all of those different sources seems very manual. It seems a little complex.
Well, it's
If you had 100,000 orders in 1 week, could you provide it?
For me now, it's simple for me now in that there is, I have just a certain pool of interested clients who are those that I've met, in my case, through ICSC. We have a close partnership with ICSC. In fact, they're a client of ours. So right now we just have a few national retailers and some larger developers and a few brokerage firms. But we found that it's the national retailers that are the most receptive. They know what they want. They have a typical 1, 2, or 3 different type of buildings that they'll supply us in CAD. And we've developed a little bit of a library of retail bricks and mortar that we can then put in place, for example, if on the other side a developer wants to showcase. So it's interesting, the library that we've developed. But is it scalable? I don't know. Right now it's working for us. So we're a little bit different from a lot of the other companies here in that we're really not disruptors so much as we are informers.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from New York, Asset Dynamics, commercial real estate cash flow calculator for office, retail, and industrial. Share with any email access on any device.
Hi everyone, my name is Elon. Today we have brokers around the country that are selling their properties based on in-place or historical performance. But the investors that they work with are always looking into the future and how to add value. They can do things like renovating, leasing the vacant spaces, or releasing spaces at market rents. So the question becomes, how can you easily project that value and then package it nicely? So Asset Dynamics is exactly that, a pro forma in the cloud that's secure, easy, and accessible for real estate projection and valuation. You can collaborate and view on any device, and you can share with any email address. You put in things like tenants and expenses, and we calculate the rest for you. AssetDynamics.co, you can sign up for a free account, and I'll be over by the booze. You guys can come chat with me.
So, for years before the cloud, people did this by exchanging Argus files, right?
That's right.
So, what is your big differentiator between, well, I'll call it between Argus Enterprise and what they're coming out with, and what do you think it is? What do you think your big differentiator from them is going to be 2 years from now?
Okay, so Argus is very, very slowly moving to the cloud. They actually have jobs available for what we've already done, and that is projections in the cloud that's shareable to any email address and in the browser. So we're just kind of ahead of them doing those calculations. In the end, it's all that nitty-gritty calculation that you wouldn't want to do in a spreadsheet, and being able to send it around to anybody to share that value.
But one of the reasons that Argus has been so successful and has hung on for so long is because everybody trusts that their calculations work and understand how they work and is accustomed to it, right?
Yeah, we have a track record with private equity companies based on our proprietary models.
Got it. Thank you.
Next up from Boston, Build Up, connecting buildings with people.
Build Up tells the story of commercial real estate projects. When a project is approved at the board level, a project profile page is made. We optimize that project profile page with content, pictures, videos, virtual tours. We also write articles. These profile pages drive inbound leads for the developers and the marketing teams that are doing the eventual sales. Our Build Up database is updated. It's a living and breathing organism. We nailed this product in Boston, and we're now raising a seed round to go across the country. Thank you. Any questions?
You say you nailed it in Boston. What does that mean?
It means that after the last Disrupt forum that we did, the two largest developers in the city called us and sent us their projects, Boston Global Investors and Boston Properties, because they wanted to get more exposure, they wanted to connect with China and Brazil, and this platform allows people to communicate with each other if they see a public project that they like. So it assists over and above the marketing that's available today for developers and property owners. Think of it as a listing service that's public and free to anyone. It's content driven.
I think we're done.
Thank you.
I just have one comment. Go
Thank you.
Seahawks.
It's all about Tom, buddy. It's all about Tom. Good luck.
I support you in that.
Okay. Nice job. Next up from Chicago, LITech, providing affordable housing owners a crowdfunding platform to promote their LITech projects and individuals an opportunity to invest in their communities.
Thank you. The low-income housing tax credit, pronounced LITech, is the primary means of developing affordable housing and one of the most successful public-private partnerships in our country today. Unfortunately, the individual investor is blocked out from accessing this credit, which is dominated by institutions, primarily banks, which hold about 90% of these tax credits. We formed a social venture that is utilizing crowdfunding technology to bring the individual investor back into this marketplace because, in our opinion, providing people in the community an opportunity to invest in these projects would counter a lot of the NIMBYism that obstructs the development of this. I would encourage you afterwards to, during the cocktail hour, we've got a thing set up where you can sign up online and be ready for any newsletters that come out on projects that we bring online. Thank you.
So you, in the Pure Realty, one of your fellow founders,
Yep.
have a similar concept, but of course for quote-unquote investment, different types of investment. Same questions with you. Do you pre-qualify? Do you accredit your investors? Is it a similar model?
Yeah, the process is the same thing. So we all follow the same rules in regards to the jobs regs and the accreditation process. However, there are certain tax credits here in the state of Illinois, and one of our initial products are going to be the Illinois state-specific tax credit, which is really more donation-based, not equity. So you can bypass all of that, and anyone can, non-accredited or accredited, can participate in that.
Have you looked at any of the brokerage firms for partnership opportunities and perhaps a public-private brokerage partnership?
Well, the brokerages that cater to this are doing mostly in the resale after the compliance period is passed. Projects that we're focusing on are really have yet to be developed. So brokers are rarely involved in that. Most of them actually end up going to syndicators to raise the equity funding for their new projects.
But could their foundations perhaps be an interesting target for you?
Their foundation.
Could the foundations, could CBRE Foundation or DTZ Foundation?
Oh, yeah,
perhaps?
well, if by the foundations you mean my not-for-profit foundations, we're actually forming ourselves as an L3C, which is a specific LLC that is eligible for foundation grants. So it's similar to a nonprofit, except that we actually do generate some profits.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
And now for something a little different. From Chicago, Illinois, Herbfront, real estate market exchange, regulated, legalized for cannabis, commercial real estate, zoning research, and consulting.
Thank you, Tom. So everyone, there's untapped gold in your building, but before you mine that gold, you need a map. You need a treasure map to find it. The legalized cannabis real estate, the legalized regulated cannabis industry is a $50 billion industry in America this year. If 10% of that goes to real estate, that means it's a $5 billion industry, and it's growing faster than any other segment in the country. So how do you access this budding industry? How do you, there's more. How do you find the zoning maps and the consulting and the expertise to find the right property? Herbfront is that property. Now, you all may be, Herbfront is that platform. Now, you may be saying, Matt, marijuana is not legal where I'm from. Well, that's about to change. And you may pass on grass, but there are limited opportunities in every community in the country that can make your property go from X to 5X to multiples more than that. Thank you.
Matt, did you bring any samples?
No.
Are you?
And I hate to disappoint everybody, we're actually really boring. Yeah, no samples, sorry.
What about a joint venture?
We've considered joint ventures. I'll keep you posted on our seed round.
Nice. Just as long as this whole thing doesn't go up in a puff of smoke, I think we'll be okay.
I can keep going.
In all seriousness, what kind of development context or what kind of retail context are people finding is most successful for legalized cannabis sale storefronts?
Nobody's really finding success with anything, I think, at this point, which is why we've been so well received. We've had pre-orders for our consulting services from 5 different states at this point. We haven't even launched yet, so it's a huge problem in the market that obviously we're trying to address.
I mean, but is there a vision of what kind of environment? And I'm from, as I said, I'm born and raised in Seattle, so we're sort of on the forefront of experimenting with this.
I think he's high now, actually.
You may want to talk to him afterwards.
We consider ourselves the gateway into this industry, but I'm just curious, what kind of retail environments do we? I would put it next to Ben and Jerry's personally.
Right,
but,
right. Well, there are certain sensitive issues that are ubiquitous across the board, starting with distance from a school, and moving down beyond that. Its locations to daycares, other cannabis facilities, rehab facilities, and each state and each municipality has their own requirements.
Got it. What makes you the expert? And what keeps us from building that practice?
Well, we have 4 masters in zoning and city planning on our staff. I can tell you that the technology behind this is very complex. Like anything else, if you wanted to make a strong effort, you might be able to build it.
But is the market big enough so that, what's your projection? Are you looking for 1% of that 50? What's your target for?
Well, our target is any state that is choosing to lawfully, enter this industry. Some are, some aren't. I think it's important to point out that our zoning and mapping technology is powerful enough that it transcends more than just the cannabis industry. Anything that is zoning intensive, like
So
retail,
you could
medical.
possibly do life sciences or pharma or other things as well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Fantastic, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
From Chicago, Illinois, Megalytics. Megalytics is a big data analytics cloud platform which provides real-time credit, due diligence, and risk assessments for commercial real estate owners and managers.
Thank you, Tom. Don't have to repeat what he just said. So we deliver our analytics and our capabilities through a cloud-based software as a service platform that underwriters or commercial real estate property owners can access to be able to do much deeper forensics and due diligence on the tenants that they're going to be adding in their properties. For example, we're working with a client in River North that is looking to do a $5.5 billion build out in tenant improvements, and the investment company asked them, how much due diligence have you provided on them? And they gave them a simple rent roll and a tax return. And long story short, they said, you better do a little bit more due diligence. They hired us, and we got on the green light.
How do you compare with ReMeter, the first presenter who said that they had a proprietary source of data that was direct from the government?
Well, it's not necessarily proprietary. Many individuals or organizations have access to all the same data sources, so it's not necessarily getting or having the data, it's actually what you do with it and harmonizing the data from the different sources, whether it's the IRS tax return, the Census Bureau, and all the other proprietary sources are out there.
Okay.
So talk about your secret sauce.
So we have two advisory board members. One is Suzanne Cannon, and she heads up the Paul's Real Estate Center and does a lot of due diligence. And we have Rebel Cole, who's a PhD and one of the top Google scholars in analytics, who helped us build our proprietary scoring system to give much better forensics and analysis than anything else that they can get.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Next up from Chicago, LCP 360, Ultimate 360 Sales and Marketing Tools Google Business Photo Program, LCP 360.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tom Lissack, VP of Sales at LCP 360. We kind of view ourselves as a full-service visual marketing company, offering programs like the Google Maps Business View program, custom virtual tours, 3D design, architectural renderings, and most recently, drone videography and photography. How are we disrupting CRE? That's with the Google Maps Business View program. In plain English, that's Google Street View now going indoors. So we're different because we're partnered with Google as of January 2013, and we reach out to owners, managers, commercial real estate companies and say, hey, do you want to get your building on Google Maps? We dispatch a photographer, they capture the digital content, and we optimize your Google Places page while getting digital content. Thanks, everyone.
How many properties do you have?
Both custom in Google or just in general? Either one?
On your platform, yeah.
We have probably over 700 properties. Growing daily.
Over since 2013, you said?
We started about 4 years ago, and the Google program started for us in January 2013.
And then what's your method of capture? How are you capturing all this?
Solicitation of new business. I'm going to knock on your door.
And then you walk through and take photos, or what's the?
Well, of course, we solicit, for instance, to owner. We present, get the admin stuff out of the way, and then we go out and actually capture the digital content, and then we have back-end access into Google Places, Maps, and Street View.
But capturing the digital content, is this people walking through with cameras, or?
Right. So we have about 500 photographers that we work with. We'll dispatch them to your property. They'll capture the content, and then we bring it back, stitch it, and put it up on Google Maps and Places.
Got it. You have a drone.
I do.
Can I have it?
For $8,000 you can.
For free?
8,000.
Oh, okay, good. I thought it could work. What do you think is going to be the when do you think the FAA is going to create a regulatory environment that makes it safe and practical and scalable for people to start using drones for commercial real estate photography?
You know, it's really difficult to say. It's such a gray area. There's a lot of things going on. Everyone's buying a drone. There's certain companies that have licenses, but I really can't say where it's going. But a lot of companies are operating within imaginary lines, and that's all I can say about that.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
From Chicago, SpaceTrack, dynamic software that streamlines the data gathering, evaluation, and management of space for architects, interior designers, facility managers, and real estate consultants. Guys, can you keep it down back there, please?
I am the token one. Yeah, my name's yay. My name's Christine O'Halloran, and I'm here to introduce SpaceTrack, a software that streamlines the data gathering, evaluation, and management of space for facility managers, architects, interior designers, and real estate consultants. 30 years have helped shape this software that will revolutionize the front end of projects similar to what AutoCAD has done for drawings. Up until now, the pre-design and programming / needs assessment phase of projects has been done manually through interviews and then calculating and translating the data onto spreadsheets. It's time that our industry, he's waving at me, it's time that our industry pay attention to where we're headed and what we need to do as far as design and the critical steps that it takes to make a good environment.
So how do you gather the data?
Well, you can do it a couple of different ways, but we engage stakeholders. We launch out to stakeholders, so those people that are involved in departments that know the information can provide that online, and then it calculates automatically their square footage and budgets.
Got it.
Is it optimized for office, or which environment are you targeting?
Well, corporate office is number one, but healthcare, higher education, any kind of space requirements, you have to figure out what you need. So it's really all about that upfront gathering of the data, so that we make good projects.
Space stations, can you help?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'm there.
Excellent.
What's your client base look like now?
Our client base, we have quite a range. We have facility managers, we have architects and designers, but we also have strategic partnership currently with a modular wall manufacturer. They're interested in educating their clients on what projects will cost early, so that when they get into a project, the clients don't figure out that they can't afford what they want to build.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
From Boston, Turning Art, a turnkey artwork service designed for today's businesses.
Hi, I'm Jason Gressler, the founder and CEO of Turning Art, and as I found out in our Twitter profile today, we're turnkey artwork service for office-based businesses and commercial and multifamily real estate. We provide fresh, local artwork across the country whenever you want at a fraction of the cost of buying a single original piece. And we take care of everything from design all the way through to installation and rotation. We work with companies as small as 10 employees all the way up to 10,000 employees. And we have clients across the entire country. If you're thinking about artwork for a business or a commercial property, you would be crazy not to talk to us. And we actually have hopefully a demonstration of our service in the back, as we just received a snow-delayed shipment of artwork. So fresh artwork in the gallery. Get a drink, come by and talk to us. We'd love to tell you more about the service.
What's the minimum term for a piece of art to be installed?
For our commercial clients, we work on a annual contract. And we can set up rotation and size and custom packages however you want.
You know, because I'm thinking about, some of the companies here that are helping people find, temporary midterm office space, companies that are about to be presenting, some of them. that are, and whether there's a way to whether you're going to be in the business at all of helping people customize spaces that they're only going to be in for a short while, but may want to expand later.
Absolutely. We've actually done some experimentation with home stagers. As an example, we get a lot of requests about it, and it absolutely fits into the model. We'd love to have a launch partner.
Got it.
What's your favorite piece of art?
My favorite piece of art is the most recent artwork that went out to a client. And then beyond that, personally, is I generally like very complicated pieces or Boston artwork.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
a lot.
Next up from Chicago, RealLink, mobile web platform enabling live virtual tours of real estate, bringing you real estate in real time.
Thanks, Tom. I'm Matt Wyrick, co-founder, CEO of RealLink here in Chicago. At a very high level, what we have and what we do is enable live virtual tours of real estate. And why we really hone in on that live aspect of it is because that we as a company, we believe that real is what life is all about. We believe that real interactions and real conversations with people are the most impactful interactions and the most impactful experiences. So that's what we're doing with RealLink. We're enabling those live interactions and live tours of spaces using nothing more than a smartphone or a tablet.
So let me get this straight. The agent is in the space, and they're broadcasting back to the to client. Is that correct?
Correct. They would be in the space broadcasting that video.
So are you familiar with the double robot?
Double robot?
The double robot.
Um,
So the double robot is it's a robot that sits on one wheel and has a gyroscope and basically has an iPad on the top, and the double moves around, and essentially becomes a remote face.
Sure.
So I'm just wondering whether you see this as something that can be flipped on its head, whether the importance is having, and whether you think it's more important to have the agent in the space or with the client.
So I guess my two challenges to you against that robot: one, how much does that cost? And then two,
A couple $1,000.
So our platform, DIY, you don't have to carry around a robot with you. You just have your phone in your pocket, and you can connect with your clients no matter where they are in the world.
But wouldn't your platform actually be complementary to that robot? So an agent and the client could be in different places, and the robot could be in a third place, and your platform could be using by all three with the double robot, making maybe a triple robot situation.
Exactly. Like I said, I mean, the core of our business is enabling those real-time interactions and experiences. So whether it's a robot, whether it's integrating with drone technology, whatever it is, as long as there's real interactions with the space and the clients and the broker, that's what we're really looking to empower.
Piece of advice: if you do ever get a double robot or a robot at all, tell your spouse before you turn it on in the house, okay? Because that
What did you do, Ellie? What did you
I
do?
did that. It took a while.
Story time.
I'll tell you that at drinks.
Perfect.
No comment.
Fantastic. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Thanks, guys.
You dream of robots, don't you?
They dream of me.
Next up, Chicago, Illinois, Commercial Connected. It's time to close more commercial real estate transactions. Upload, update, and remove listings automatically. Unlimited leads, all free commercial real estate.
Wait, are you a twin?
I'm back for the drug-free portion. So listen, commercial real estate professionals are missing out on deals all the time. You spend a lot of time, you spend a lot of money looking for deals. Some you get, a lot of them you don't. And that's why I invented Commercial Connected. Commercial Connected is a double-sided market. We have buyers, sellers, tenants, landlords. Our algorithm connects both parties to the transaction, so you never miss a deal. It's kind of like an eHarmony. We match you based on your requirements, so you never miss an opportunity in the market.
Listings.
Yes.
So are you head-to-head with Real Massive?
Not necessarily. We've got a couple thousand users, couple thousand listings, plentiful buyers and tenants on the platform, but I have not looked very closely at Real Massive.
Okay. How do you get people to your site?
We've got a strong SEO program. we're based here in Chicago. We've focused on Chicago. The majority of our listings are here in Chicago, even though we've signed accounts with national platforms to connect to our open API. So we're nationwide, but still primarily focused in Chicago.
It's all free. What's your revenue?
Our revenue comes from our market partners. Every time an algorithm connects a buyer and a seller, or a tenant and a landlord, a market partner who is a general contractor, an accountant, a finance, someone local in that market, is very hyper-local, pays to sponsor that connection.
Got it. Thank you.
Next up from Houston, Texas, RealNex. We're building a holistic suite of commercial real estate technology solutions. Our current products include REA, REI Wise, Property Line, 10-8 app, and Buzz Target.
Thank you. I'm Jeff Finn, CEO of RealNex. We see the commercial real estate technology industry as being highly fragmented and without the great adoption that it should have with so many products out in the marketplace. We think part of the problem is that there are many individual point solutions that need to be aggregated and integrated to provide the comprehensive solutions that the market is desiring. And because the different solutions in the market are only solving a certain problem, their price is too high and their value is not as comprehensive as it needs. So our strategy is to acquire a portfolio of leading-edge commercial real estate solutions, integrate their data, harmonize the interface so that one solution can provide the suite of solutions that each sector of the industry needs. We started in the commercial brokerage realm, but are moving into valuation, lending, asset management, ownership, and occupier services. So applications for each one of these industries will be able to share data while having applications that serve their specific needs.
So if I had $1 for every time someone said to me, I wish there was just one end-to-end solution, I'd be very, very rich. But there are, the issue with, it sounds like you're providing an end-to-end solution, but how are you finding, once you go out to clients, each of those clients still all have their own proprietary solutions that they want to hook in to solve one or more of those problems that you're discussing. And so after all, there are integration issues and then therefore no one end-to-end solution. So is that a problem that you're finding, or are you targeting smaller firms that don't necessarily have these proprietary systems, or how are you addressing that market?
That is the problem that we're addressing. My background was from the brokerage industry. I was a CEO at NAI Global. We had to build all of those tools ourselves. There was nothing in the market that we found that could provide the solution that we needed. And so we're dealing with companies that have to enhance, maintain, and upgrade those proprietary systems. Our view is that over time, some proprietary tools will be outsourced, and then those companies will be able to take advantage of the full complement that we offer.
So
in
you
the
want
meantime,
them to
there
throw
could be
out their stuff to use yours?
We have pieces that they can use discreetly, or the whole suite that they can use in combination. And in the meantime, they would use their legacy product to solve certain things that they might see as unique to themselves.
Why did you think that this is the right time in the market cycle to begin doing a roll-up? Because most of the companies here are point solutions and doing a lot of. We got a lot of startups that are laser focused on doing a single point of the transaction or bringing a single piece of value to the value chain. Why is this the right time to be rolling up?
I guess a number of unique circumstances have come together. One, coming out of the economic cycle, there are companies that are looking for a more comprehensive play, and they're working with people like yourselves that are studying the industry in a way that they didn't 5 years ago. They were hunkered down, looking how to cut costs and not look at how to invest in technology to advance. There's a demographic shift in the market that we've heard about a lot today that's demanding the technology, and there's the client demand that's expecting more from the brokerage world and the whole industry than it's ever expected before. So we think that the alignment of capital formation to come into the technology space, the fledgling nature of a lot of these other companies that are out there that need infrastructure and support, they need development resources, they need marketing resources, they need access to business development, management infrastructure, and they're all trying to do it typically with one entrepreneur wearing multiple hats and unable to have the efficiencies that you can with a consolidation that can keep the cost down.
Got it. Great. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
All right, hang in there. There's only 4 more. From Boulder, Colorado, Pivot Desk. We're helping startups that need space find host companies that have space. Join us in our new blog series, Been There, Done That.
Thank you very much. So real estate is static and businesses are dynamic. You guys heard me talk about that this morning. And we at Pivot Desk are making it so the two sides actually work together. Companies that have unused or excess space can post that on pivotdesk.com. It's all done on a per person, per month basis. And then startups and small to medium-sized businesses can actually book space directly on our site. We handle all the paperwork. We do the contracts. We do the payment processing. We do all the accounting and invoicing on the back end to make it super, super simple to grow your business. We also have a second platform that sits on top of Pivot Desk called Cultivate that allows commercial brokers and landlords to leverage Pivot Desk services so that they can join that real estate structure being static with the dynamic businesses. I'm Alex with Pivot Desk. Thank you.
I think Pivot Desk is awesome, and I think that you guys have a lot of great, the solution is absolutely something that's going to be needed in the future because of the changing workforces and the dynamics. So, question about competitive nature. So there's Pivot Desk and there's Liquid Space and there's Desk Time here in Chicago. So you think you guys all join forces or one of you wins?
I think joining forces is probably more likely. We don't really compete with either of those companies. Desk Time is more for known spaces or co-working spaces and really managing that. And then Liquid Space is more of an on-demand platform. So if you need to have space in New York or San Francisco for a day or for a couple hours, that's really a fantastic solution. But when you're in a co-working space and you grow from 4 people to 10 people to 15 people, but you're not yet ready for a lease, that's what Pivot Desk is for. It's to really help you take your business from one stage as far as that feasibility to all the way to I'm actually ready to handle a 5 or a 10 or a 20-year lease.
And do you have a way of involving brokers?
Absolutely. It's called Cultivate, and we help cultivate. We have a marketing team. It's pretty good. Cultivate the relationship so that at any point in time, we are not brokers. We are not licensed to be brokers. But at any point in time, the brokers, they're your clients. And so we give them back when they're ready for a lease, and we just offset the costs when there are some. Absolutely. Let it rip, Ellie.
What? We're supposed to move on? Okay. Well, I love Pivot Desk too, and look, if you're a real estate broker who is cultivating technology companies, why shouldn't they fear you?
So the biggest thing is we're not licensed brokers. I can't do a lease if I tried. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to actually partner with the brokers. So when they're actually doing a lease, traditionally when somebody actually does a lease, they only use around 60 to 70% of that space the day after they move in. Pivot Desk offsets those added costs so that it's actually a broker's friend. So they look like a rock star, and then the company can grow into their own space when they're ready to. It's all about Pivot Desk.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
From New York, Real Liquidity, market exchange where properties are broken into shares, presented on an exchange and traded publicly like stocks, disrupting the way real estate is done. Real Liquidity?
I'm here.
All right, you're up.
Come on, man.
Sorry, I was talking about skiing.
Gotta be here to win.
I've been waiting so long, I started venturing off into other stuff, sorry. So, hi, my name is Kevin Guy from Real Liquidity. For most of the participants in the $15 trillion commercial real estate market, traditional debt finance has been the primary funding option. As crowdfunding changes the landscape for investors, many are asking one simple question. If I invest in crowdfunding, how do I get my money out? Real Liquidity is going to change that. Real Liquidity is about to introduce a second market exchange-based traditional trading platform to buy and sell crowdfunded shares in real estate. By opening up commercial real estate investments through crowdfunding portals And by offering a transparent way to trade and provide liquidity for those shares, many new commercial real estate investors gain the kind of market advantage currently held by a very small elite group. Making what has always been essentially an illiquid asset into a liquid one, real liquidity introduces a transformative, disruptive business model that can fundamentally change how we buy and sell real estate. We see a future.
We're going to go questions.
Where?
They're giving you the. All right.
Sorry, I got the hook.
So I kind of get what's in it for the investors. What's the benefit for developers?
Our platform doesn't really cater to developers. So as the portals, as they come up with crowdfunded projects, we take the shares in those crowdfunded projects and put them on our second market.
So the properties are coming from?
They come from traditional crowdfunded portals like Realty Mogul, Fundrise.
You're supposed to say that it benefits the developers because more people will do crowdfunding because they'll have a way of getting liquid.
Sort of, but you know, it really benefits the crowdfunded portals because when investors come in, they now have a way to provide liquidity. As everybody knows, real estate is an illiquid asset. So what we're trying to do is long-term, turn this into something like an E-trade for shares in real estate. At some point in the future, you'll be able to buy a share of this building, for example.
In a world.
Oh, I like that.
In a world where companies like Pivot Desk and Liquid Space and Leasable are creating highly liquid demand that's moving around, how do you expect that your secondary market for essentially the shares of that will be able to trade, and how will you deliver information to the market given the fact that demand may be moving in and out of these buildings much faster than it has to date?
Well, I mean, that's a good question. In the crowdfunded industry right now, it's fairly minute. You know, as it gains more traction and there's more velocity, that's going to be key. And so, you know, we're going to be building the market, so when those opportunities come along, people will have the option to diversify, invest in a building in Chicago, one in San Francisco, without having to be a mega developer/investor.
Are you Conan O'Brien?
Are you Andy Garcia? Hey, he does. That's a compliment. We know each other. He knows I'm joking. He knows I'm joking.
All right, thanks.
Thanks
Thank
a
you.
lot. Thank you.
It's getting late. Next up from Chicago, Leasable. Book on-demand office and retail space from 1 day to 3 years.
Thank you very much. $80 billion. It's a lot of money. Well, that's how much rent landlords leave on the table every year, just in the United States. That's crazy. Leasable is here to solve that. Leasable lets businesses book entire offices and storefronts in a matter of minutes instead of months. It's as easy as booking a trip online. So that's all we do. Thanks.
So earlier today, you told me that you were the Airbnb.
Yeah. You know what? It's X for Y, right? Airbnb, Orbitz. What we do is we take inventory and we make it super easy to access.
So are you struggling? So like Airbnb recently has run into some of the protests in certain markets. France is saying, you know, get out. We don't want you anymore. And the liquidity in the space is actually hurting because someone that buys an entire floor for 10 years doesn't necessarily want Joe Blow cannabis guy to rent a couple of desks. So how are you addressing that?
Well, this is commercial space, so it's meant to be commercialized, right? So we don't have that conflict, and we don't have the regulation conflict that Uber does either.
Well, yeah, I got a question.
Yeah.
And why you?
Why me?
Why? So what makes you different from all the other guys who are in this space? There's a lot of companies coming in there. What's the hook that you think is going to help you create the market?
Absolutely. My training and background is as a journalist. I was with the Chicago Tribune for 10 years, helped win a Pulitzer Prize there. I can connect dots in a way that people inside the industry can't. I've had I'm solving my own itch, scratching my own itch. I tried to do this with the co-working space back in 2009 and ran into this problem. I'm solving it. There's a lot of people who want it.
Great, thank you.
Last but not least, from Chicago, IdealT Real Estate. We are revitalizing residential real estate for innovators.
Thank you very much. My name is Preston Jones, and we are probably one of the few, if not only, residential brokerages here. And what we say we're doing is that we're bringing a fresh, design-minded approach to a residential real estate brokerage services landscape that was badly in need of a creative kickstart. And you know, the best way I can kind of describe that to you is that everyone in this room and who's presented are all forward-thinking innovators. They're creative professionals, right? And what we noticed is that real estate brokerages services, you all need homes, but nobody was speaking to you on your level. Nobody was telling you, you know, reaching out to you in interesting and creative ways and helping you market your properties in interesting, creative ways and helping you find homes that make you feel alive. And that's what we're doing. We're revitalizing real estate for you guys. Yeah.
So how are you doing that?
Yeah, good question. A lot of different ways, but on the buy side, you know, from someone who's looking to buy a home, we find out who you are first, really, and how you see the world and the kinds of things you do. And we take you to different places in the city that make you, you know, start to get a sense of who you are and how you vibe, really, and then find homes for you that bring that out in you. Find out how you see the world and then help you find a home that's going to help you build that, right?
This is going to sound flip, but this is a commercial real estate technology event. This sounds like you sound like you are neither commercial nor technology.
Well,
why are you here?
We're on the residential side, and everyone in commercial real estate here is doing some interesting things, and they need homes. So that's one reason. And two, we're leveraging technology in some interesting ways. You know, and this kind of answers your question too. With Instagram, instead of just saying, "Hey, here's a home that exists in the earth," we're saying, "Hey, here's how you can find some distressed wood and turn it into a DIY project with you and your wife on the weekend." And engaging consumers in a more interesting way that they're interested in. Yeah.
Disrupting client acquisition.
Disrupting client acquisition. Well done.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and just, like, look, a lot of brokerages are stuck in the dark ages. They're not doing anything fun. They're not doing anything exciting. They're not using technology in interesting ways. They're just saying, "Hey, we're here. You need a home. Come talk to us." Why? Why would you talk to them? Because they're boring. They're not doing anything fun. We're not boring. Look at me. I'm up here dancing around like a maniac.
So if I'm buying a home from you, first we go and hang out. And
Definitely. No, but that's true. Seriously, though, like it shouldn't just be, "Hey, what's your price point? How many bedrooms are you looking for, and where in the city?" It's like, "Hey, how do you see the world? What kind of things are you trying to build into the world? How are you trying to create the life that you're living, and how can we help you do that more fluidly?" You know.
So what would be fascinating to me is if you can put that type of narrative science, it's another company, you can put that type of science into a Zillow, I think it would be captivating.
Right.
I struggle to see how it's scalable
Mhm.
and how it could actually be marketed. So if you could somehow make AI, for instance, technology behind a Zillow or behind a Trulia that actually did that, I'd be absolutely captivated.
Yeah, and where we're just starting with is really just the design, right? I mean, from the way our website looks to the way that we represent ourselves on social media, it's a little bit more innovative, a little bit more creative, a little bit more from the heart. And you're right, being able to make that a little bit more scalable is a challenge we'll have in the future. But where we're starting right now is with a core group of people who are really changing the world and helping them find their homes, you know?
All right, well, sounds like a party. Speaking of which.
Yeah, thanks for
Thank
listening.
I think it's time to drink. Woohoo! Is there somebody who's going to take me off this thing? All right, we're done.
All right.
You're out? Hey, thanks so much again. It'll be fun. Thank you.
We're just going to talk about quickly what you just saw, right? What did you just see? Talk about some of the companies. Talk about the industry and what's going on, tech and all that. I mean, we did this before. Okay. In our first mail. Are we ready? What do you guys think? I want honest feedback.
I think you need to figure. I think that you need to figure out how to break up the event into chunks. So people can come to pieces that they want to get out and build it back at the end. Because it's the second deals off the synergy at the end. I think that if you think about sequencing in chunks, so that there's like one theme, 2 tracks, maybe I don't know, just 2 tracks, and then everybody comes back at the end for something that's higher energy. I think if you can finish off with high energy, it'll really help people's.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. What? I'm trying to do that. Okay, Steve, go for it. But no, I like that. Are we live? Are we going?
Yep, go for it.
Oh, hi. Okay, so we're here live overtime after the 45 at 4:45 pitch session. We have Ellie Feingold here with us and Constance Friedman. Thank you for joining us. You two were, I don't want to say judges because we weren't here judging anything, but you had an opportunity to watch 20-plus technology companies, a lot from Chicago, pitch who they are and what they do. What was your reaction? Some of the things you liked, didn't like, whatever you want to say, go ahead.
Well, I thought that one of the things that was most interesting was the fact that so many of these companies are companies that I haven't seen before. I lead innovation for CBRE globally, and I wind up seeing almost every company that's out there, I thought, until today. So there's clearly another second wave of technology companies that are emerging and that are receiving capital. And I think it's tremendously exciting for the industry, and it's great to see that some of them are coming out of cities other than New York and San Francisco, like right here in Chicago.
Yeah, there is a Chicago tech scene, by the way, and so it's actually
So I hear.
a pretty good one. But we, me being from Chicago, but so I manage the investment arm, Second Century Ventures, and yeah, we're seeing companies all the time, new companies, but it's great to always see the new ones that are here. You guys picked some really good ones, some really good quality ones. I think that that's the main thing that stood out in my mind is that there wasn't one company that came in that I didn't think had some merit to it, and I think that some events you'll see pitch sessions where it doesn't really make any sense, but you guys really obviously did weeded through those and picked some really good quality ones. I think that anyone who is in the space right now should know about these companies, and I think you did a really good job of bringing them forth.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I thought one of the other things that stood out is that in a year and a half ago even, or even 6 months ago at your first event in Boston, there was an enormous focus on companies that were trying to replicate the data services that are currently being provided by incumbents in the market. This time, there's almost none of that. There was not a comment. We saw a couple companies that are focused on that, but mostly we're talking about people who are trying to really add value to the transaction and assuming that there's data, that the data is going to be there. So it seems to me that we may be entering a next generation of startup companies that have moved beyond the basic data problem, because there's so much ambient data out there and so many ways to collect it that is no longer an issue. And that suggests, if it is true, that we've broken a major hurdle and we've broken over through a major barrier to innovation in the industry that existed previously.
Right, and I think the exciting part too is not only the amount of companies, but it's how fast that's actually come. I was surprised at, I wasn't surprised at the tech scene in Chicago, but as from somebody that follows tech, you hear San Francisco, you hear New York, Boston, Cambridge, and Chicago doesn't fall on that list. When I came here, that was my expectation, and when I'm leaving here, Chicago deserves to be up there. I don't know if they're New York and San Francisco yet, but it's up there, and there are some fantastic companies, as you mentioned, that was here. So I was not surprised, but I'm leaving here very excited to come back and join the ecosystem.
On a panel earlier, we talked about the fact that in many ways the companies that are being formed out of Chicago are taking their model from the city of Chicago, which is more representative of most cities and the dynamics of most cities than New York or San Francisco, which are fairly unique physical environments. So to me, Chicago is where the skyscraper really came into its own. So why wouldn't real estate technology companies also be born in the Windy City?
Yeah, and there's, if you look at funding, we talk a lot about San Francisco and New York, but again, if you look at San Francisco, is kind of its own place, right? So if you look at San Francisco, the next 5 cities basically get the same amount of venture funding as San Francisco does, but Chicago is squarely in that number 5 place, and so there is a lot of good venture money coming in here, a lot of startups that are really succeeding here, and providing a good need. But what I was also really kind of surprised about in this event too is that it wasn't just Chicago that was represented here. There are companies from Boston. There's 8 companies from
Ontario,
Boston.
a couple from Boston, Colorado, Arizona, Texas.
Yeah, people
very
that
well
came from
represented.
all over the country here, which I thought was great.
Yeah, and that's one of the things about the live cast is that we're on the internet, but we have a friend in Flat Turtle who you met, Christoph, who's over in Belgium watching. Hi, Christoph.
Hello, Christoph.
And he came to the Boston event, and it was just incredible. Because of social media and us putting this content out there, he came to us and said, "Hey, it's incredible what you're doing. We have a whole, what we're doing over here. We want to come and be a part of that." So it's a real global thing, it's fantastic.
Well, it really is, because at the end of the day, buildings are buildings, and the cities that we live in have more similarities than they do differences. So most of the solutions that are being put forth here are going to be scalable, at the very least within the United States, and most of them globally. And I think that I live in Dallas, which is another big real estate city, and there's also a burgeoning tech scene down there. A lot of it beginning to focus on real estate. So this wave is clearly yet to crest. And it's fascinating to be at the middle of it and to bring everybody together for it.
That's great. So if we were back here a year from now, which you're both invited back next year to this venue, or we're going to come back, what do you, if you had to make a prediction on one sector of the industry, if you could pick, that is going to see the most disruption in the next 12 months, what would you say?
I think there's a good chance that the commercialization of drones is going to be realized, or at least being close to being realized. So I think we're going to see a lot of applications to address that market.
Good. Interesting.
I think that potentially appraisals and valuations, and that piece of the business is going to begin to see a fairly dramatic shift as what I've just described as this sudden rise in available ambient data starts to be mined to create insights about what buildings are worth in different ways that are disruptive to the current model.
Very interesting. Okay. Well, thank you guys so much. It's been a pleasure to have you, and go have a drink.
All right. Thank you.
Take care.
Great event.
Thanks for
Thank
having
you.
me.
Thank you.
All right. Are we good?
Yeah, we're good.
All right.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And that's it. Yeah, please go get a drink. Can I get you one, or you want to just head over there?
Where's the bar?
Just I would just go through here and to the left.